Day of qualification is over, ladies and gentlemen, and the day of survival begins. It is the lower bracket games in the MLBB European Championship Fall 2025. The winner survives, the loser goes back home. No second chances now, as I'm gonna be joined on the desk alongside with Warren and Zakota, the big brains from yesterday. Now gonna showcase the same strength today as well, boys. We saw the entire thing yesterday. Zakota, you were the one who was sitting in that host desk, and I'm quite sure that you wanted to be present in those games too. So, talk to me about what was your emotion yesterday.
I mean, wow, what can I say? It's really great performance both on from the both team. Of course, Fake Time versus Ake was an amazing season. I think one of the best so far. But in the last game and in the game previously, the Minions, I think, they deserve to get the prize pool for like the MVP because they did the heavy lifting. They almost ended one game and they ended one game. I mean, what a thriller. I mean, how do you expect Minions when you never expect this to happen? You think teams are going to be a little bit more coordinated, that mistakes really never happen in top tier gameplay. But when you see it happen twice, you're thinking about it, damn, it is crazy.
True. And now, since we'll be having a look at the highlights as well from yesterday, Warren, you witnessed all of that firsthand too, along with Zakota. What were your emotions throughout that series, apart from the Minion MVP?
Yeah, the MVP for Minions hit hard, but yeah, honestly, my emotions were all over the place because my heart went for Ake, but my eyes were going for Fake Time because Fake Time was playing very, very good MLBB. Even though it went into 5 games yesterday, Fake Time were just the better team. Especially since if you take into consideration what happened yesterday, and that was the fact that Fake Time met in the first 2 games Ake on their own footing. They met them in their own battlefield and they beat them in it. They were meeting the Broly style of Ake and winning.
And one of the big reasons for that happening was definitely that Brody pick in that first game, right? We were talking about that too, Zakota, that if Garmadon starts to snowball, it's going to become impossible to stop him just because of the entire kill box range composition which Fake Time had. And that game number 1, it worked out super well for them.
I mean, yes, you could say it's a little bit of luck from Fake Time because they had on the opposite side a mage player who wasn't really a mage. They had Aphrodite, who's usually a gold or a jungle player, but it's still it's down to skill. Both of the team plays good. It evened out at the end. It was 2-2 for 4 games in. The hitting got up, but still, Fake Time pulled through. But what can I say? I mean, the games were so good. I rewatched them today as well, and I was looking over them when I was doing my predictions for today because I was thinking, man, what a great series. Both teams are strong. Both teams have a lot of potential. I mean, I hope to see Ake in the future as well. I mean, it's a really good team to watch. They make a lot of plays. True. They are funny to watch. They make some silly mistakes, but those mistakes win them the game sometime.
Absolutely. And you were talking about that silly mistake. We just saw that Grok wall happening in front of us as well for Toby. But on the other note as well, Warren, the second game, I'd have to say, one of the big reasons why they started losing it was definitely because of some of those overcommitments into the fight and allowing the Valentina to go through while you picked up the Grok later on. That tectonic charge which Shinokami was able to take away was one of the big key points which we noticed, and the Grok was picked after seeing the Valentina on the other side. So I think so that there was that slight bit of a draft issue.
And especially since you are playing against possibly one of the best mid laners in Europe, that being Hinokami, one of the strongest in some eyes. Yes, you should be talking about Malfurion, yes, you should be talking about Origami, but in my eyes, Hinokami is very, very decent himself as well. He's definitely up there. You have to respect him, and if you give him Valentina with Rock's ultimate, well, what's gonna happen, Scared? That's exactly what we saw, and Zakota saw it as well. I think he had the front row seats. He was basically like part of this filming crew. He was right up in there, so probably he saw all of that too. Though we will be going, we will be soon going into today's matches, right? So what about that, right? What about that? If you look over at the bracket, Zakota, could you break down what a way it was for the teams to get into this position?
Well, I mean, already against the placement, Memento Mori, the leading dogs, I would say, in this tournament, Enter Mitch, the Meta esports team, Meta Shift team. That's the game I'm looking forward to, honestly. But still, on the lower brackets, the other day we did see Aki versus Fake Time, but unfortunately, as we know, there was an issue with Meta esports. and Jackpots got that win. But today, it's gonna be something that a lot of people are looking forward to, because Code Time versus Fake Time is gonna have a rematch. I mean, I think Fake Time holds no grudge, but they learned from that game a bit about how Code Glitch plays. And on the first game of today, let's talk about it. Eternal Oblivion versus Jackpots. What a game. I cannot wait for it. I think this is one of the most expected today for me personally. But the second one is as good as the first.
I'd have to say, yeah, it's going to be pretty fun to watch both of these games out here. And the fun fact is it's all best of 5. But as you rightly said, my focus will be on Jackpots and Eternal Oblivion. Because, Warren, let's be honest, we haven't really seen Jackpots perform up to their potential as soon as they entered in those playoffs. Walkie even said that they're going to win every single series, and then they ended up losing one, moving into the lower bracket. We didn't really see the game between them and MEC esports because that didn't happen. So this is technically the second game into the playoffs and the first one which Jackpots will play in these lower brackets. And with the form that Eternal Oblivion has been hopping on, specifically Professor Black, that is worrisome.
Really depends how well they were preparing, because typically your best preparation for the games should be the BO5s that you play out. Usually the longer the series is, the more practice you get. That's the best experience you can be earning for yourself. But Jackpots were kinda ripped of that. They got it stolen from them kinda, because MEC esports forfeited, so they didn't really show up with a game. So it really comes down to how well they used up the time that they had yesterday on their hands. If they used it up effectively and at least try to mimic what could have been gained from the BO5, well, then I think they could be very, very well ready. Though, are we ready for those bans, or do we think something else will happen, Zakota?
I mean, personally, I think some heroes are rising in popularity. We saw one of them the other day. Still, it was not the perfect show for him. However, today, there is a big surprise when we get to the roster changes. I'm not gonna spoil it for you guys. But man, we the casters knew, we talked about it. In the predictions, there was a little bit of a discussions going on. And I think the viewers know a little bit about it. But man, oh man, it's gonna be a bloodbath today. Of course, I think the meta changed a little bit, but still not a lot of impact. However, the first team up, Eternal Oblivion.
Big one out there. You can look at the names as well. Hanji, Shane, Origami, Paxi, Professor. We always have seen these players performing all the way through the promotion relegation. And none of them are like any kind of strangers to the scene as well. Hanji specifically being one of the key players of this team, apart from Professor Black, who sets things up. Hanji becomes the main carry, apart from Origami on the ID, where he is basically just holding it down every single time. But Warren, talk to me about the roster of Jackpots and talk to me about that small change that's happening.
Oh, absolutely. Let me walk you and everyone else through that, because what we will be seeing today will be something a little bit different. Walkie, as you can clearly see on the left side, won't be rocking that jungle role. He will be actually rocking that gold lane role. So quite of a switch up this deep into the tournament. But you know what? Let's flip it. You know, now is no more time to waste. You either make it or it will break. And if this swap will work, we will see that. Average time to win, if you are looking over at the stats, is going towards Jackpots. But after this change, even with Malfurion being still in the mid lane role, I don't know how I feel about it, and we will see my prediction pretty soon. But I am putting it out there. I don't know if I like it, Zakota.
I mean, I think all of us casters have different opinions. I think we all went for sort of the similar polar opposite of our answers. I think me and I think 3 other casters went for the same answers, and the rest of you guys went with the other opinion. And of course, today we have a special guest from our production team that also put in their predictions. But still, taking a quick look at the statistics on the screen right now, the maps played are in favor of Jackpots. They played little, so they didn't share as much strategies with Eternal Oblivion. But on the other hand, they have, as I said, a lot more. Just turtle control, first lost, they're just better at taking the first lead with the turtle objectives. And on the other hand, it's a new jungle for Jackpots. Walkie had a bit of a different playstyle. I think Jackie is gonna be a big improvement in that department, but still, will Walkie's gold suffice? Will he be better than King?
Here's the big thing out here. Both of these teams, I've been looking at their record as well through the regular season. They've only lost their game to Memento Mori. They've been winning all the other games apart from that. Now, when it's about jackpots in the playoffs, yeah, it hasn't really been one of those best of the best runs if you think about it. We wanted to see that untouchable jackpots constantly. You remember, Walkie was promising all of us that they will win every single time, regardless of what the scenario is. But then Glitch Code eventually sweeping them of 2-0 into that one. That was a bit of a trouble for them. And I think so that should hit Walkie in his own confidence. And right now, as we have those jungle stats for Walkie, we will be seeing him in the gold lane later on, people. But since he was playing in the jungle position for such a long time, we've got that comparison with Sheehan as well. And you can clearly see the difference. Sheehan has got a big KDA boost out, 7.7 to 4.7 of Walkie. And that shows you how good Sheehan is in terms of surviving in those jungle positions.
I mean, that's one way to look at it, but I would probably look at it a little bit differently, and that would be that Walkie is willing to make the crazy play happen. And I don't know if that's a good thing if he will be playing gold lane. I don't know. It might be, but it might not be. But I think that's what the KDA is telling us. At the same time, we can clearly see it connecting to that with average damage dealt. That is higher for Walkie. So this more reckless playstyle is definitely something you need to keep in mind for him. And the GPM also speaks about that. Yes, average damage taken speaks for Zion, but that probably is talking a little bit more about his champion. Because if you look at it, his most played, Fredrin and Akai, two very, very beefy frontliners, whereas for Walkie, there are two very bursty and very mobile heroes that being Lancelot and Hayabusa. And as I said, there will be a switch up, he will be playing gold lane, and I don't know if that recklessness will pay off or if it will not pay off. That's a question to be had, but before I throw it to you, Zakota, there is one important thing to say. This is their first time meeting each other. This is their first time meeting each other here on this playoff. They have no history before that. They didn't meet in the qualifier into the playoff. The only thing that ties them together is that Memento Mori defeat.
I mean, that's a really good point. Both of these teams lost to Memento Mori, the big top dogs of the tournament, I would say, but still, right now, I think every person in Europe has the same thought in their brains. These teams are looking kind of equal, especially on the mid and XP side. Origami and Malfurion are regarded as the best mages in Europe, in my opinion. Top 3 at least, right? We've seen Origami's Eve, we've seen the Kimi coming from Malfurion. They have an extremely similar hero pool. However, Origami is more of a team player. Malfurion is more of a playmaker.
That has been one of the big things, right? Malfurion being one of those playmakers, and that's where you can see that Louis as well added into his hero pool. Most of those are almost similar, but in terms of having that extra bit of damage, that's where Origami always stands out, because he has that Jushin into his pool too. We've constantly seen him use all of that up, and his average teamfight participation is also pretty high. And when you are in the mid lane, you know, that becomes a crazy important stat too, right? If you talk about the junglers, yes, there could be differences in terms of damage dealt and damage taken. That all falls down to the category of heroes that you're using. Are you going in for a bit more assassin type junglers where you want extra damage, or would you want to pick up a bit more tanky junglers to enable your gold laner or maybe the mid laner to have that extra bit of hyper carry potential? While when you are in that mid lane, yes, Farsa adds on to your big bonkers, but most of that eventually falls down to having that team fight participation. And I feel when it comes down to team synergy, having Origami play the roles that he does and having the potential that he eventually has on the Kimi or on the Eve, it puts him a little bit above for me in terms of against Malfurion, if I'm talking about.
That's a good point. I see where you are coming from. I would also like to add on to that, if we are talking head-to-head and team to the team, that overall, across the board, from what we saw from the stats, we can clearly see that Eternal Oblivion are dying much less, or at least having more kills. And if we connect it with something that we saw before, and that is average time to win for jackpot, that went for jackpots. Well, yeah. I think we might be a little bit overestimating Enter in Oblivion, because if you play for longer, obviously you get more kills. So I think it's maybe a little bit more faded. I think it's maybe a little bit more complicated. Though you rightfully mentioned the kill participation, that's a quite important stat for a mid laner to have. And talking about that kill participation, Expanding Rivers will help you with that, because look and behold, it looks like some monks has splashed the water onto the land of Dawn again.
It's gonna be a big one out here as we have a look at the draft to Zakota, and guess what? You both are the brains behind it. We'll be talking about it. Jackpots having that first pick and having Jackie into the roster, do you think it's gonna be helping them out in their hero pool as well? Because it's the first time we will see Walkie play in the gold.
I mean, I think Jackie has a deeper hero pool than Walkie because he is more of an assassin player. Walkie really shined on Hayabusa, but I think that's the only hero he really shined on. On the other ones, he was good, but he was not exceptional. I think Jackie is going to change that scenario up a little bit. But still, Jian is an amazing jungler. I think one of my favorite junglers in Europe. He's a good fighter jungler. He's a good tank jungler. He's a good assassin jungler. But still, that's not gonna decide anything, because it's gonna be a best of 5 series. Who knows what the games will go like. But the bans are looking really thought out. I mean, we're gonna see the Hayabusa and the Eve getting banned out, and the Baksha, and I'm imagining that the Kimi is gonna go out the door as well.
What do you think, Warren?
I mean, Skirt, I thought it was your place to speak about it. Since we will be cutting you off when the game starts, I wanted you to have some limelight onto that, you know?
Hey, listen,
but yeah,
listen,
thank you. Thank you for the favor.
It's your day today. It's your day today. I'm going to take the back seat. I'm just going to enjoy. I am the host. I'm going to have fun.
Alright, well, thank you for that. If that's the case, I quite like what is happening. Though, little bit spicy would be the Eve ban. I know she has been banned, but she is not the most banned hero, so that's something you don't see traditionally. But if you look over at the other side, there's Origami, and he's smiling at you. And there is definitely this very spicy thought about how he was able to defend his own base against Ake for 32 minutes. So I understand why you would ban that.
Don't want to give that one away. And on the entire conversation of that, right? I know Zakota will come back to that Harith first pick too, because I think that's pretty surprising to see it right at the first one, considering the CCU is open, the Jushin is open, which could potentially be picked up on the other side, or maybe a Jushin Gato could be the answer. Oh. They call me a hero. I wanted to come back to the topic of Paxi and how impactful his own play would be, since he'll be panning up against Kingsta on the other side. So that's going to be pretty crucial as well. Talk to me about it a bit.
I mean, I'm really surprised as well for the Harith first pick. I was imagining the Kimi is going to go first, but she's going to go in the second phase, and the Gatot Kacha just to help her on that mid-clear wave. However, what I'm surprised about is that he went in for the Season Shin. Of course, he's a really good jungler. Still, currently, he has that stun on the ultimate. He has extremely fast clear. He has a ton of damage. He can work with double fighters. But man, it's a little bit of an early pick. And the Farsa as well, of course, direct counter to Kimi because of the range of the ultimate, the damage it does in the early game. We talked about it the other day a lot. But still, what is the plan for Jackpots? Already they have 3 magical dealing heroes. What's gonna be their jungler? What's the next choice? Are they gonna go for a Fredrin? Because they already have 2 squishy mids that can push a ton. And what is gonna be the play on the XP lane?
That's a question everyone is asking probably, and you said it right. They have so much magic damage, so they are making the itemization much easier for Eternal Oblivion to work around with. Now we are entering the second phase of the bans, and we can clearly see they don't like Fanny, and it makes sense. You have 2 squishy heroes probably thinking about the third one. Maybe that's not the case, because usually with Yasunchin we go 2 fighters, but it's not uncommon. Well, it's a little bit uncommon, but it's not that we never saw it. You know, sometimes we did see it. So maybe that was something they could have been thinking about, and with that Fanny being gone and also Arlott being gone, I think they might be looking at it. Alright, Professor locking in that Lapu Lapu. That's a guy I love to see. I love to see his stats being as the most picked king.
I like that Lapo pick instantly coming in as well. Adds on to extra bit of pressure onto the Kimmy, along with the Farsa already outranging her. I was kind of thinking along the lines of a CC2, but I understand. You do not want to give Jackpots the range to follow up on the AOG. And that was one question which I wanted to mention, Zakota. Farsa is going to be trying to push you all away. Who's going to catch up to her? As Lapo's been taken off, Yuzhong was already banned out. Actually going for the Uranus, so interesting.
Off. Jackpots? What is going on?
Wait.
This... No, wait.
Is Zedel on the line? Is it actually Zedel playing? What's going on?
Hello.
What? The Link picked this? Oh. I am at a loss for words. I mean, I was expecting to go for a Hilda on the XP lane to work pretty well into the Farsa.
It was banned out.
Oh yeah, the Hilda was banned out. You're right. You made me sad now. But still, the Uranus already, it's a lot of magical damage. Maybe if they went for a different fighter, or maybe even a Barat on the XP, it works pretty good into the Farsa, you can stop her.
Khalid, man.
I mean, Khalid Esmeralda would have been a better choice, but still, a Ling is surprising. A Ling is really surprising. This deep into a Grok and into a Yisushin? I really don't know.
Yeah, I get you. I get you why you don't feel like it. I also didn't feel like it, but now thinking about it a little bit more, I might get the idea. The idea probably being that you want Link to destroy Farsa and never let her use her third airstrike. He wants to be that constant threat on the side lanes, to never let Farsa use his third airstrike. Probably that could be the idea behind that, combined with AOG, that being a threat, so Farsa never feels safe to use her ultimate. But still, there's a big problem that is left right open, and that is Yisun Shin. What do you have to deal with him?
And on the other side of the spectrum as well, you just do not have enough crowd control, and one pick of Hanji of the Esmeralda just entirely destroys two of your pick here, Uranus as well as Harith. So both the lanes are a losing lane, boys, as we move into this game number 1 of the lower bracket elimination, people. It is Jackpots taking on Eternal Oblivion, and right now, all the odds favor Eternal Oblivion.
I'm still left in shock by the Link pick. I don't know how to think about it. It's a good pick in some scenarios, but in the current meta, Link is too squishy. He has no value after his ultimate is used. Yes, that Tempest of Blades is going to give him a free Purify and a chance to take the Lord for Retribution, the Turtle, an objective. But still, in the current meta, I don't think Link is really comfortable. And of course, he is into a Grok pick. The Grok can do so much to disturb a Link. The wall, the skill on the passive, everything can just counter him. The ultimate, there's just so much variables that are not ready. But still, already the Link is gonna go for an early gank on the XP lane, or probably gonna go towards the mid lane. Because in a Link playstyle, usually you try to gank the mid, because of course, as Warren said, it's a Farsa. But still, she has the bird. She can use the bird to fly away, she can just use it and escapes. And I believe she has the Flicker or the Purify, I'm not sure about the spell. It is the Flicker indeed. But Gerd, what do you think is gonna be the main focus for the Link? What do you think he should do? Just focus on farming and split pushing, or try to join as many fights as possible?
I just want to give that question to Warren. Warren, tell me what's gonna happen there, because you are the believer.
I mean, it's super important for Jackpots to be already winning early game. Alright, there's my predictions, 2-3. But I have to say, guys, the 2-3 I locked in before I knew there is a swap happening. Alright? If I had to redo it, I would do it a little bit differently, but let's see about that. 0-3 for Mio. He is going, oh, with Zakota, guys, you going wild. You going wild, guys. Damn. Alright, then there's a believer in the form Scared yet. Alright, Scared. I think I would be on the board with you if I knew about the roster changes. I don't know, the message got lost in the post. They never sent it, never arrived at my house. I feel like Harry Potter. I didn't get the letter from Hogwarts.
I didn't get it either. That was my prediction before knowing that there's a change in the jungle.
Guys, a first blood happened. Esmeralda killed the Harith.
And this is exactly what I expected to happen right when I knew the roster change, because you cannot take away that Walkie has been playing for the majority of the last couple of months jungle role. He wasn't playing gold lane. So of course this is going to happen. And you can speak that you don't believe Henji is the strongest gold laner we have here on Surge, but he is a decent one.
I agree with it, but still I'm in shock about the lane pick. I cannot say anything more about it, but the Feather Airstrike comes through just to zone out a little bit and poke down Kingston. And of course, the boat is there, the Yisun Shin with a little boat, just a little bit of vision on for the top lane and the bottom lane as well. Because right now, Jackie has no targets to gank. But still, right now, we have some special predictions. George, Lemon, and Sokol. Sokol, or producer, Lemon Lover, or COO, and George, media manager.
I mean, can we pause for a second and appreciate how handsome all of them are? I think those three are the most handsome from all crew. Like, honestly, guys.
Would be, but we have Scared here. He's pretty handsome.
Okay, yeah, fair. Other than Scared, honestly, the most handsome trio. The most handsome quadrio, we can say.
Just get that.
Black with a 1v1 against... Ooh, Lito almost getting the better of him. Oh, wait a second. Paper folding art. Getting bursted down as Ching Chong gets his kill.
I think we should stick with Jackie. You know, I think Jackie is a better card, but still, let's take a quick look right now. There's an invade. Oh my god.
Oh, Malfurion getting stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the rock being super Paxi, who was able to set this whole thing up. Professor Black still with his ultimate available. Lito will be trying to be a menace, but I don't think he will. Oh. Yeah, it's Zion. It's Zion and his locked and loaded retribution casts.
I think I was gonna say, I think the Ling overused his abilities on that kill on Varsa. She was already 1 HP. I don't think the need for Tempest of Blades was there. But Hangi is completely destroying Walkie. But the Feather Airstrike comes through again, just a little bit of zoning and securing for the vision. But the Rock is always there in the face of the Ling. What can you do in this scenario? Oh, Town coming through Kingstar.
Maybe taunt up Zion because you burst him down immediately. Professor Black will try to save the situation. Raging Slash Landshaker. Landshaker doesn't quite connect, but Flicker is there. So he will finish off Jackie, and this newborn jungler for Jackpots will feel the wrath of Bravest Fighter.
Indeed, a big sword is there. It slammed down on the Link, just showing how squishy he actually is. He is actually the paper jungler here, not the Farsa. She is already going for the Bloodwing. She is already trying to counter the Link. Just that bit of shield is going to help her sustain a little bit of damage from the Tempest of Blades. But what can you do right here? You just get zoned. The Farsa is going to have a ton of range, but the taunt comes through from Kingstar. Not much happening from it either way. Paxi is doing an amazing job with that Grog zoning a ton. And in the top lane, Hangi is completely winning the lane. He is freezing. He is winning. He is staying. What can you do in this scenario, Warren?
I mean, in this scenario, I would ask Scared, what does he think about the predictions? Because chat thinks Jackpots have it in the bag.
I mean,
at this
right
point,
now,
I just feel, here's the thing. I'm just going to steal this one away, and then you guys can have the entire game for yourself. I still feel that audience can swap their sides after seeing Eternal Oblivion take the first game.
True. They tend to do that. They are little... You know, you can buy them, it looks like. Buy them with good gameplay. So, you know, honestly, you can buy me with good gameplay. So, no one's to blame, honestly. Surpexi will try to make a ruckus in the river on Zion. Maybe a little bit overzealous here. Vokikor immediately forcing him out of this way. There's Surpexi trying to finish off Malfurion, but he might be the one getting finished off. Because there is Kingstar to deal some trouble. Lito trying to initiate. And there is Jackie dancing around. But looks like he will be going back to the... Turtle. It looks like he is hungry. Not hungry that much because he decided to leave it right open for Eternal Oblivion to take.
I mean, Hangi is indeed hungry. He is going on the backline, but Farsa is a little bit poked out, forcing to be in the back. He's gonna get the Feather Airstrike soon, but still, right now, they have the third advantage. They have the better HP, they have the better zoning. And Xian doesn't have his Mountain Shocker. Ching Chong is gonna get that retribution out. Man, it's such an odd game. You expect the Link to be more targeted.
Oh, but now Kingstar is being the one with the target on his back. He got blown apart.
Blown apart? Got bombarded. Got the arrows raining down upon him, but Lito is there in the bush. Super Paxi is just gonna stop him from revealing Origami in the bush. And Jackie has to split push as much as possible. He cannot join fine. Sees too squishy. The second Lapu Lapu slams his big sword atop of him. It's over. And then is the Grok, the big rock. So what can we do right now? I mean, Link is farming. He's going to go for the Berserker into the Has Claws and just try to get a little bit of sustain from farming. But oh my god! Origami takes down Malfurion off camera.
I don't know if you quite caught that, Zakota, but do you like the item builds? Do we see something peculiar? But we will be talking about that right after this fight finishes, because Vokikor is fighting for his life, and he is able to turn this upside down and get one kill in a turn. As Eternal Oblivion try to make more of it, they will stun up Jackie. Jackie will be able to live though, because if there's something that's a little bit less slippery, but still slippery quite a lot, compared to Fanny, it's definitely Link.
But already we saw the result of the Link. Not one bit of damage being dealt upon these three tanky heroes. The Lapu Lapu, the Esmeralda. Oh my god! Jackie!
He got blown apart. Is the Federation, is the bombardment called in? USA is here.
The USA is indeed here. But still, that's what I was meaning. Link is a one-trick pony. The second the Tempest of Blades, it's gone. It's over. You cannot do anything. You cannot run. You have to rely on your wall jumps, but still, you can get targeted by the Grok, the Farsa Bird, the Esmeralda stun. Everything is there to just make your day horrible. Lord is up in 2 seconds. Link is dead. And he is the same level as Jan, but not much. Professor Black!
Professor Black maybe skipped a lecture of his own because this was kinda too deep, and his team will pay for that. Pay for they are trying to run away in the bird form, and maybe the ones that are being overzealous are Jackpots because now it falls on their head. But actually Zion will be picked off. Kingstar with a kill, but that's a kill you should leave to someone else. Though this was a kinda tough situation to leave the kills. Malfurion getting chased away by Henji because he doesn't see the towers. You know, like some people cannot see colors. If you play Esmeralda, you don't see towers.
I think that would be just called blindness, but still, Jackie is gonna get the trade in the bot side, taking down that objective turret. Still, they have the Lord positioning advantage. They already know what's gonna happen. They have the better teamfight composition because the Grok is gonna be the playmaker. He's gonna be the one targeting the Link. He's just gonna wait for a Tempest of Blades, then he's gonna go in with a Tectonic Charge. As well, Walkie is getting targeted quite a lot by Origami and by Professor. So not much he can do. Talking about targeting.
Rightfully so, because Vokikor, yeah, he was in the aiming sides, but now Henji could be getting caught a little bit off guard. There is Super Paxi, big Rocky friend, who will keep him safe, and Lighto could be actually getting a little bit of taste of this big rock that Grok has in his hand. I tried to make a pun here, but didn't quite connect.
Indeed not connect, but still, Xian is tasting blood. He is liking that jungle creep flesh, and he is one level ahead of Jackie. Never mind, the trap just closed. The blue is there. That could be a fight starting soon. For Paxi is getting shown. Kingstar with a taunt.
Initiates, but there's a sound to follow. Yes, there is. Vokikor finishing off. Their mid laner Origami is now dead on the floor. Super Paxi will try to flicker out. He should be fine for now. Big wall trying to separate the fight. Professor Black initiates, but he misses. Bravest Fighter doesn't quite go in. And Line Shaker misses too. AOG is there on their heads. Professor Black still making some time. There's Jack in the backline finishing off Zion, and he is dancing around. Professor Black will be dying for his action, and now Henji 1v4. But soon joined with Super Paxi. Super Paxi doesn't have his ultimate yet available, but I don't know, it might be coming off cooldown kinda soon. Lighto, that's another guy who doesn't quite see turrets as a threat, but Super Pax will be trying to still evade this Lord. Maybe dying for this action, that will be rightfully so. And now, oh, Henji in the backline, yes, he is 1v4. Not really anymore, it's 1v3. Yes, he goes for Vokikor. Vokikor is now on the run, he jumps over the wall. Henji cannot quite finish this off. Paper Folding Art on the run. Clap his wings, he will live for now.
Indeed, the bird went away. Xian is gonna get a little bit of help on his blue buff. He's gonna use his passive just to take that retribution down. But man, what a great play coming from Jackpots. They completely turned the game around. The advantage was for Eternal Oblivion, but still, they made a huge mistake. They just are letting this Link farm as much as possible. He already has 3 items, but Xian also has 3. Still, it's the damage coming in from Hangi that I need to worry about. If they zone out Hangi, it's gonna be a walk in the park for Malfurion and for Walkie. these guys are just gonna be the damage dealers, the main core. But Professor Black
was almost caught lacking, but actually he made enough time for Eternal Oblivion to burst down the Lord, so maybe the Lord will only be getting one tower, but someone who will be getting something will be definitely Jackie, because he will be getting this one kill and maybe more, dancing around. Now goes for Zion, now he is out immediately. That's Link for you, and I have to say, I was maybe too quick, because this... I'm sorry, Zadel, but even your Link is not this good.
As a person who faced both of these players' Links, I would say that Zadel is still a little bit above Jackie in terms of macro, but still, this is a great Link to look at. However, Pugsy used that tectonic charge defensively. I mean, she just used it to run away. He could have maybe slammed the wall to try to get the stun, try to save Professor Black, but still, the Link targeting is on point. However, the boat is there. Not gonna do anything with it, but still, Parpaxi gonna go with his enforce down. This wall is there, the wall was misplaced. Lord in 70 seconds, the bot is gonna get cleared soon by Link. However, Professor Black
with a 1v1 against Jackie. He had enough set, but Malfurion with a quick burst of Origami. He finishes him off as he flies away. It looks like Malfurion took it to heart, and he said, enough of KD advantage for Origami. I will make it go down.
Right now, they shouldn't let Malfurion take this Skimmy up. We talked about it in draft phase, but I don't think they think it's a threat. But still, Xian is there, he's ready to rock and roll. Kingsta is tanky enough, he has the Revitalize ready. And Laito, he is barely getting hurt. He is the one who's the walking piece of metal. And right now, Jackie is about to finish his Blade of Despair, his full core item. Maybe is he gonna go for the Sea Halberd?
Maybe that's something that could be in his repertoire, because of course there will be 3 very beefy targets, that being Grok, being Lapu, and being Esmeralda, so could be quite useful in this regard. Also, you shred some of the shields that Professor and of course Esmeralda herself has, so maybe you could think about that. We will see in a bit, but before that we should definitely talk about the fact that this is 15 minutes, 3000 gold lead almost for Jackpots, and they are winning late game in my eyes.
I think they are indeed winning the late game, but still, right now they're looking for a pick-off before the Lord charge. However, Waki!
Actually, the pick-off will be right on Woki's face, because it looked like he forgot that he is not a Link, but he is indeed a little horrid. He got himself lost in the sauce, but maybe Superpaxi did himself as well. It looks like Obelix when he fell into the cauldron with the potion, because he couldn't get out in soon enough fashion. Zion tries to chase off Light though to get some kills in retaliation, but he is not able to. Though it's now 4v4, but Jackie, he's lurking around. You need to stay safe, Origami, because if Link finds you, it will be quick work.
Right now, he needs to look out for the bot!
Actually, this was an insane stun coming from Zion. What a play this was. Eternal Oblivion now with a 1-man advantage, because very soon Hard will be coming in, but there is Raging Slash combination with a Land Shaker, Malfurion half HP, and that's exactly what Professor Black had to do, because he got him from the fight, and now Hard will try to save this from the clutches of defeat. Valkycore dancing on Zamon's force, half HP, dancing around, getting shields. Professor Black doesn't have his ultimate yet. Malfurion still set. What a crazy situation. Zion gets finished off, and Professor Black finishes off Kingsta. Raging Slash tries to connect with a Bravest Fighter. There is still spells available for him. He tries to heal up, but I don't know if it's quite enough. It might be, because Queen's Wings got popped, so his Land Shaker was right off cooldown. Mega kill for Angie, and you cannot deny that this fight was rightfully fought from both sides. But Eternal Oblivion came out, I don't know, better. They don't have Lord, but they got more kills.
I don't think that matters. Still, the Lord is in favor of Jackpots. The winning team right here. Malfurion is the sole and only carry. Jackie did an amazing job, but the thing we need to talk about, Kingsta jumping in the backline with Laito behind him, just being the walking tanks. No one could kill them. And Esmeralda can't really chase and punish the Link or even Malfurion, because that jump is just gonna help her make that gap even bigger and bigger and bigger. Right now, Super Paxi really needs to worry about protecting the blue of Xian. Doesn't give that Link a ton of damage, but still Malfurion is the one to get it right now. Hangi is so tanky. They cannot do anything to him. He didn't die once.
Right now, someone could be dying because another fight is starting. Maybe it will be Lord, maybe it will be someone else. It looks like it will be just the Lord.
Warren, there's a thing going on in the chat. Do you think Walkie will reach 8 deaths?
No, could be happening, might not be happening. I don't know, let's see about that. We might see, we might not see that. 5 deaths. Yes, compared to Hanji, he has quite a lot, but you have to take into consideration, he rolls 5. Give the man some slack.
Still, you know, it's against a hard carry. I mean, a hard counter, I would say. Esmeralda is a little bit better because she still the shields get generated by the Xenon's force and the basic attacks. But right now, I don't know. Will Walkie make it to 8 deaths? We have a prediction going in the chat. Make sure to vote. And the Lord is going to be up in 55 seconds. They need to get a pick of 2 times before the Lord side just to get a better advantage, just to take the team off balance. Right now, Eternal Oblivion and Jackpots have a 2,000 gold gap between them, but still, it's so late in the game. It doesn't matter. That gold gap can be erased from your mentality. Still, right now, the pick-off game matters. If a person gets picked off, it's going to be over.
But right now, Origami should be fine. He was able to use the bird form to fly away. A Kingstar half HP, though it's just a roamer, and you catch off Professor Black before he could even use his bravest fighter. Now Paper needs to play crowd. He was able to do it in timely enough fashion, but now Hanji is next on the chopping block. He tries to survive, and he will do so for now. A Jackpot with a 3,000 gold lead and approach to Lord.
That's the pick-off I was talking about. One pick-off before Lord is gonna mean the end for Eternal Oblivion. Gian doesn't have the retribution, but he's gonna get it sooner than Jackie. However, they're 1 man down, 1 front line down. That means the backline is extremely targetable. The Lapu Lapu is not gonna be on top of them all the time. Laito's gonna get poked out. Oh!
Needs to go into Winter Crown. Origami flies away. Jackie couldn't quite finish him off. The tanky front line still holds Zion. Now it's in his hands and Origami's hands. Can they turn the tide? They tried to, but maybe the tide is too big. It's a tsunami wall. Shut down for Malfurion. Double kill for him. And Vokicore with a pick-off on Zion. And suddenly only 2 members trying to defend their own base. Can Professor turn the tide? I don't think he can. The wall of water is too huge even for him.
The Farsa could theoretically defend this wave. She has the Feather airstrike soon. I think the best choice for Jackpot is to go for the Lord in about 10 or so seconds. Just to try to maybe force a ult, maybe even force an inhibitor. If Kingstar dives or if Jackie dives, that's going to allow them to create a distance. Oh, Tempest of Blades, lurk him in the base. Come on.
Origami, can he defend alone? How HP based Crystal Kingstar? I don't think it's it because AOG cancels out his ultimate, and this looks like even after a role swap or maybe because of the role swap, Jackpots take the cake in the first game.
They threw the ball once, and Jackpots never really let it go throughout the entire game over towards the late game now, Zakota. I know you don't really like Ling, but Jackpots pulling off this game number 1 absolutely shows their class, and it clearly is also meaning the same thing, right? Of the statement that we said that now with Jackie's inclusion out here in the jungle position, and even though Walkie playing in that gold lane, it's not really changing a lot of things up. Eternal Oblivion, if they make 1 mistake, then they're going to be thrown out instantly, and that is a big statement for this game number 1 in this best of 5.
I agree with what you said, Scared. One big mistake led to the downfall of Eternal Oblivion. The snowball started. The second, Malfurion was getting those Sky Piercers. Like, the first item he built was the Sky Piercer. And the biggest mistake was not banning the Kimi.
What do you think, Zakota? Or rather, Warren?
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that completely. Because Malfurion, he was the man that it was all about. He did. He was the reason. He did what he needed to do, and he was the reason why they were able to win. But actually, some credits, give some credits to Walkie, because even though with high deaths, he was still kind of playing nice.
Been absolutely on point out there. And along with all of that, right, you can't really forget about Litho being the absolute nuisance with the Uranus right in the faces of every single person.
Yes, Hanji was there on the other side, being the carry, dealing 105,000 damage. Most of it has always been the poke with the Esmeralda, but Lytho was literally on the faces of Eternal Oblivion, Zakota.
I mean, right now, as you said, before the game started, when we were comparing the stats of the players, I think I stated that Lytho is the better XP laner in this scenario. I mean, we did see the Landshakers and the big Raging Slash coming from Professor, but it was still not enough. Just the annoyance and the hindrance coming from a Oranos player. You can just go dive in the backline, you freeze, you're gonna be fully HP'd. But right now, the big issue with Lapu Lapu is that you're gonna dive extremely far, and these guys have a ton of damage. They have the Link, they have the Heart, they have the Kimi. These guys can slow you down, they can poke you down, they can wear you down. Not the same can be said for Lapu Lapu.
What do you think, Paul?
I feel like it kind of fell apart in the team fights, where I feel Eternal Oblivion made a lot of mistakes. Not really a lot of mistakes, but more so one mistake in particular, a couple of times back to back, and that was their approach to team fights. It wasn't really coherent. If you look at their team comp, I think what they should be doing is they should make a front-to-back, because if they make a front-to-back team fight, then there is nothing Jackpots can do. They don't have enough of a front line to compare to Eternal Oblivion's front line. You have 3 melee fighters, or actually 2 fighters and 1 tank, compared to Jackpots only having 2 tanks. Your front line should hold for longer, but that's not what happened for Eternal Oblivion. They got separated, they were not playing their fights right, and actually, to Jackie's credit, he was doing his absolute best, or actually his absolute worst if you look at it through lenses of Eternal Oblivion, to separate them and not make it easy for them.
I agree, and again, that has been one of the big reasons for this one, as we have a comparison in the head-to-head between Lytho and Professor. Zakota, you were mentioning that even though Professor on that Lapu Lapu was trying his level best to move over towards that backline, Lytho was just pressing one Winter Crown, getting back full HP and being a nuisance, just like how he's constantly been on that Uranus. As we have a look at the average damage dealt and taken, all of those departments are where Lytho is leading. So don't you feel like that it's actually being one of those scenarios where Lytho literally is outclassing Professor Black onto that lane?
I wouldn't say outclassing, but Lytho has more squad experience than Professor. Professor is a great player. He was known for his Benedetta back in the day. Lytho was a global Lapu Lapu player. I believe he was global number 3 Lapu Lapu one season. And I think he knows all the tricks a Lapu Lapu has to offer, so he knows how to play around it. And a thing I want to mention is that Jackie was putting so much lane pressure with that Link. That's what I was talking about. The Link is not a great pick, but it can, if you make it work, it's good because you can split push, you can put pressure. You just have so many available things to run away. You have the wall jumps, you have the Tempest of Blades, the skills as well. They're really short bashes, but they're extremely quick.
It's one of the big things, right? Having that extra bit of mobility into your jungle position is where Ling eventually gets that advantage. And I personally feel like Hayabusa was not really available as well to try and counteract that, because it eventually falls down to that 1v1, and the one who outplays the other one eventually wins it, right? That's one of the big things that happen here. But as we move on to the draft of the next game, Jackpots still being on that blue side, Eternal Oblivion on the red. No changes there, boys. We already see every single thing that happened. Let's eventually decide, or rather try to decipher what's gonna happen in this draft, because I personally feel Jackpots can still go in for the exact same ban twist event.
They could run it back, as they say, because yeah, it was successful for them, and the Eternal Oblivion are making it easier for them, because they are initiating, or they are letting them to run it back, because they had the choice of the side and they decided we go red side. I understand it, guys, your team logo is very red, but you don't have to go for the red side all the time. You could be switching things up, and I don't know if I quite like what's happening here, but maybe when we get deeper into the draft they will show me the reason why they decided to run it back. Because if they try to repeat the same draft, I would be very worried, because I don't know if those team fights could be fixed between 2 games.
Yeah, that is one of the big points. It's not just about the draft itself. You've got to fix those team fights. And to be honest, I was kind of wondering where Jackpots would get their synergy in from, right? I thought maybe they'd not be able to bring that in. But even after all of that, even after all the changes, it seems like Malfurion, Laito, Waki, and Kingstar, these four have got everything sorted out perfectly. So they are allowing Jackie to pick certain heroes that are a little bit more independent in that nature. And it's exactly that's what's happened in the previous one. 3 bans, Haya, Eve, Yuzhong. On the other side, Hilda, Lancelot, as well as the Baxia. And the first pick of the Harith. They are not changing anything.
I was thinking the same thing. I mean, I was thinking that Eternal Oblivion is gonna ban and respect that Kimi, but they're gonna go for the same draft again. I mean, right now it's looking like they're gonna see the Grok. Maybe we're gonna see the Alice getting picked up because I mean, an Alice into Lapu Lapu is pretty mid counter, but it can still work. However, Alice just has that potential to make a play. That's gonna be the big favor of an Alice player. You can choose to make a flicker play, but they're gonna go with the Isushin again.
I'm scared.
No changes. Yeah, go ahead.
Scared. I am scared too. I'm scared too. I don't like what's happening. Like, if Eternal Oblivion continue to go on like that, I have to change my name to Scared Warren. And we'll be 2. It will be 2 of us, because I don't know what this draft is. I don't know what that is. Because you lost on that draft, and you are running it back to the ladder? What is going on? Why would you do that? It's like you go into a dark alleyway, you get your money stolen, you get beaten up, and the next day you go there again.
I really hope there's a change in the draft and now they're going not empty-handed but with a knife. But till now, for the first 4 bans, it's exactly the same.
Oh, Ruby getting banned. That's a change. Never mind.
It's not a change, Dakota. It's not a change.
Nice try, Dakota.
We live in a matrix. It's repeated. I think there was a glitch in the matrix. Black Cat went over the street and it's repeating the same game.
Oh god, please, not the Arlott. If there's an Arlott, please, not an Arlott. Ban maybe, there's Esmeralda. The Arlott! Oh god.
I'm losing it. I'm losing it.
Are we stuck in a time loop? Oh, the Benedetta as well! Oh no! If there is Lapu Lapu again, it's over.
Yeah.
It's so over.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Come on, guys, please, a little bit of variation. I know it's gonna be a serious game, you wanna play our best heroes, but still, you know, give us something to talk about. The Lapu Lapu!
It's happening.
You know what, boys? You know what? I am absolutely happy that I'm host today. I'm happy. You guys do the hard work. You guys do the heavy lifting. Pick up the link and the Uranus. I don't think so that we're gonna see any changes there. If that worked out for you previously, might as well just do this. And I think so this would be the very first time ever in the entire European MLBB scene where in a best of 5 series, we're gonna see every single hero picked up. Same. That is absolutely maddening, Zakota.
Esmeralda!
Okay.
Is that the same? It's stolen. It's stolen Esmeralda.
You're safe. We are safe. We are safe.
Oh man. I wish we weren't.
God.
I wish we weren't. That's a CC on the other side.
I mean, it's gonna be the exact same gameplay, Scared. What are you so angry about? The Esmeralda plays the same as the Uranus. I mean, the Chichi plays differently. A little bit, yeah. Now the Hardy is gonna win lane. I cross my fingers.
No, CC is the lane against Harith, man.
Not really. If the Harith plays well and gets the first 3 items, it's gonna be fine for him.
No, absolutely not. I'm telling you, CC wins the lane against Harith in every circumstance.
Okay, he 1-1 master. I know your game.
Yeah. Guys, you know what? I think you should deal with this after we end the broadcast behind my house. You know, like you can deal with that on my garden. You know, deal with that.
Why would I?
Off the broadcast.
Why would I deal it with behind your house, man? That is just absolutely.
He was in my house.
Crazy. But guess what, people? Yeah, I was absolutely in the house of my man Zakota there. But this time, it's about them taking us home with this game number 2 of this best of 5 series, people. Jackpots against Eternal Oblivion. Boys, take it away.
Man, the draft almost gave me a heart attack. I thought it was going to be the same. I saw the picks being the same. All of us saw it. If it was the Uranus again, I was going to have a mental breakdown. But Esmeralda was stolen because we saw how dangerous she was Still, the Esmeralda's gonna get punished. The first blood is up for grabs. Kingsta's there to support. So is Origami. Will Kingstar get the gold crab first just to get that advantage for the level 4? Or will she give it to Esmeralda? Right now.
Ooh. That was close.
Really close. Too close for comfort.
Yeah. 13 HP? Like either Laito has a calculator next to his phone or I don't know.
I don't think so. Maybe he has a lucky charm, you know? He's really lucky in getting those gold crabs. He kidnapped a leprechaun or an elf right now, being the spirit of Christmas. Maybe he got an elf from Santa Claus just to help him get that click for the skill button. But Jian, Kingstar,
Zion decided that he needs no elves because he makes his own luck as he gets first blood for Eternal Oblivion, and suddenly it might be looking like Eternal Oblivion could be getting started. It's a little bit stronger.
I mean, right now, the game is going to look almost the same. Ling is going to go for split push. His heart is going to lose lane.
Professor got it. He got it this time.
This time, I mean, you know, a big change in the matrix happens, you know. You take the red pill, you take the blue pill. Which one do you want? The first game was the red pill. The second game is going to be the blue pill. But Giant is going to take the blue turtle. Are they showing it a bit of a spoiler? The Grok is gonna be the massive playmaker. He needs to knock down the Link from down and try to stand him against the wall, but Kingstar is gonna get poked out. Oh, the Federer strike.
I feel like it was a little bit
flicker.
Too quick. Yeah, nice flicker though, but I feel like the Federer strike was kinda too quick for my liking. I think Origami should have kept it.
He's gonna get the cooldown back up before the Delta fight is gonna start. Of course, right now, Kingstar's gonna get the level 4 advantage towards the level 3 Grok. He's gonna go recall towards the base, just get that full HP back cap. He's gonna be back in time because they're not gonna try to fight for the objective till Foxy is gonna get his level 4, or if Giant gets a pick of wit, you know, the Mountain Shocker, Laito is gonna be a prime time target, or even Malfurion. But the rare strike.
The airstrike tries to separate because Turtle is kinda low. AOG will force Origami from his lovely position, and that means the fight is separated again, and Eternal Oblivion cannot play the front to back, though Professor Black, he is in the backline and he has been dealing very well with Malfurion so far.
Talking about being behind, Jackie was behind them, taking the blue buff, just taking the first advantage. Gian got robbed. That was a really good distraction coming in from Team Jackpots. Still, the turtle is gonna go towards Xian. In the bot side, we're already seeing the CC versus Harriet clash. A ton of damage being dealt upon, but Zaman's force is gonna heal him back up. He just needs that concentrated energy just to get that extra healing back up. But the predictions from the audience, 60 to 40.
I mean, it's, as we always says, Scared always says, whoever wins the last game, he gets more points. It's always like that. So let's see if Jackpots can make it out from this one with a victory as well, or if they will fall to the repeated strategy for Eternal Oblivion. But if we are thinking about the last game, the only change being Esmeralda and CC being added into the fold, I feel like Jackpots should win again.
It all depends of what plays go during the game. Right now, we're gonna wait for the next start to spawn. It's gonna be 7 seconds, but we're gonna catch a fight in the bot lane. Jack is there trying to poke out and try to stealing the grower crab, but still, their airstrike is there, doesn't do anything. Pax is gonna reset Kingstar's recall. Will they maybe try to go for a fight to stop it again, or maybe even try to kill him off? Still, oh, flicker charge!
A crazy initiation flicker into tectonic charge will make a quick work of Jackie.
The Slovenian goat, as I like to call Foxy, man, he is keeping up with the meta, with the trends. Still, right now, it's not that big of a gap. It's only 1,000. That's 3-4 kills, a bit of jungle farm. But Professor Black is in the lead on the experience lane, and Malfurion is slowly falling behind. One misplay from Jackpack, and that could be the end of Malfurion on the team. Still, Kingstar is going to be there trying to zone a bit from the Grok. 15 seconds for the turtle in the top lane. There's a skirmish, nothing much happening. The bravest fighter was used, if I'm not mistaken. But it's back up yet again. Xian is going to take his red buff to get that advantage upon the Link. Just a ton more farm. They're going to try to delay as much as possible, maybe even to get to the level 9 on the Yusun Shin. In the mid lane, there is still the small skirmish going on. The Rock and the Intergalactic Boxer is there. And as well, oh, another airstrike.
Another airstrike, but this time it might be right on point because Kingstar could be getting picked off. No, but at least he had to use his AOG defensively.
Oh
so
my!
To try to save Zion, he will be able to do so. But there's Walking Core, but Professor Black is able to finish off Malfurion once again because he knows he is the threat.
Indeed, he is there, but Hangi is gonna go for the ultimate threat. Laito, he was the one who started the skirmish and almost won it for Jackpots. Right now, not much you can do. Xian is on top. He's doing so much damage. And the Grok with the nasty
getting
plays.
taunted up, and Feather Airstrike tries to keep him alive. There is Link. He will pop him right off.
Make it pop like that. The Feather Airstrike isn't doing as great of a job as zoning because they're not scared of it. Inksa got away. He didn't die. He went back to base. But Xian is going to get a 3 turtle object because there is not going to be a big contestation rate. Oh! So close yet so far, but Laito.
Zion got it, but same thing can be said for Laito as he got this pick off. Walkie Core should be fine, Zaman for Zeus, but nonetheless, this was alright for Jackpots. If you can forget about the turtle being stolen away.
Still, what if it was a strategic play coming from Jackie? As we know, if you lose the turtle, Xian is gonna get a shield, and Esmeralda does damage based on shield. You're gonna steal a shield away and deal that damage back to the target. Maybe it was a smart play. Maybe it was all thought out, you know?
Actually, looking over at the top side where Jackie was able to steal away everything from Zion, I wouldn't be surprised if he also stole away his cat, because he already picked up everything from the fridge. He got quite a lot from that fight, though. Return Oblivion have something to say about that, because killing spree for Professor Black, where I would even go as far to say that I should be right on the money. He got all the kills on this killing spree just from killing Malfurion over and over and over again. I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he feels like he's on top of the war, but this was first game, guy. You have to lock in.
And right now we're gonna see Hangi in the top lane taking that third tower. In the bottom as well, there's a fight for the bottom tier 3 tower. I mean, what can Jackie do if he gets picked off? A big land shaker coming upon him. Not much he can do to survive it. The flicker is there. The Tempest of Blades is not. Now it is.
Link in 1v3 situation, but he is fine. There is Laito actually. Super Baxi tries to initiate or at least separate, but Laito is handling the 1v2 kind of fine. And Professor Black in the bush waiting for a nice option to go in.
That was a really great play coming from Jackie. The Tempest Blade was just correctly just to clear that mini wave, allowing him to escape, get the full wave, and deny a tower being pushed. But Kingstar in the bot lane, joined by Laito, trying to maybe get a pick off on Origami. The Lord is up, and Xian is getting robbed yet again.
He is indeed getting robbed. He is improving his goal lead even further, and I don't think you have any chance to catch this. Link, he is gone.
But use the retribution. That means it could be a free lord for Eternal Oblivion. The rare strike.
Yes, Feathered Airstrike was used up. Was there a surrender mode? Did I quite catch that? Alright. Let's not think about it. 10,000 HP on the Lord. Someone could be taking it, but we don't know who yet. Yes, it will be Zion, because of course the Red Tree God is right on the money. He is today in the job, and the same can be said for Professor Black as he goes for the backline. He wants to make more of a killing spree for himself, but in the end he was just kinda that bit overzealous, and he will just give over the shutdown to Jackpots.
Almost a complete wipeout for the side of Eternal Oblivion. Only 2 members remaining up and alive. The Lord is marching down the top side, but Link is gonna get the tier 3 and tier 2 possibly inhibitor. Paper falling out is in a primo spot. Oh, Kingstar.
But Walkie Core, he is a slippery man. You cannot quite catch him with those feathered airstrikes. They are too slow for this little guy.
Little guy? Akilo is a pretty big guy. He's pretty fast as lightning, you know. He is a nice
Harit is a big guy. He's like
he's bigger than the attachment. How do you know he's 4 feet? What if he's giant?
He's a kid.
Cyclops is a giant. He's the biggest character in Mobile Legends. He's really small. You never know. But, I mean, still, Jackpots won that trade-off. They completely closed the goal gap. Only 27 gold difference between these two teams. The rare strike used. Kingstar is there to show away Super Paxi. But a Lord defense, a tier 3 inhibitor stolen, and it's looking like an even Stevens. However, the thing is, the mid tower fell for Eternal Oblivion. That means there's gonna be a Ling almost invading most of the buffs. I can both invade.
We should talk about this invade happening, but Zion, he didn't get it. Am I not right? No, he did. I think
he did.
Yeah, he should have it. So he will get some gold back from the pockets of Jackpots. But if you look on this game is much more stable, much more to the liking of Eternal Oblivion. And if this continues on, they should be winning late game.
It's still a 2-2 trade-off for the towers, but the mid lane tower is the most important because the wave traveled faster on that one. So one big mistake could lead to a game-ending scenario. Right now, the Divine Glaive picked up by Malfurion, allowing him to deal extra penetration to the Grok, extra penetration to the CC, and of course the Lapu Lapu. Keeping in mind, 40 seconds for the Lord. One pickoff could mean the game-changing scenario. We saw it last game, it happened. Jackpots took away that gold lead and just completely rolled the game, snowballed with it. Jackie is still in the lead. 600 gold ahead. Feather Airstrike is there just to zone and clear a bit of the wave. Right now, in the top lane, Jackie is being a little bit of a sneaky snake, trying to get that wave. But that is their weak side. Right now, though, turret is gonna take a little less time to push because the minions have to travel to the second. So it's gonna be a pretty iffy thing if some member of Eternal Oblivion stays there and pushes that turret. 1 second to the lower. Lord is up. Kingsta is in a primo spot. Super Paxi knows he's there, but the Feather Extra comes through. Just to zone, yet again. Is the zoning Farsa?
It completely whiffs. I don't know. Maybe I'm missing something. You can fix me on that. You can correct me on that. But I don't know if I quite like this usage. I feel like he's wasting the potential because imagine if it connects on a target that's been stunned by Professor Black. That could be right on the money, but that's not what is happening. And now, Henji had to use his vengeance. Ooh. And Supermax initiates, goes in with the charge, but he doesn't quite connect either. But Ferresa is there to blast everyone apart. Laito is the first on the chopping block, as well as Kingsta is. So 2 targets dead for Jackpots, and they have no front line. This should be a fight won by Eternal Oblivion, but maybe Malfurion has something to say about that. Triple kill for him. Will it be a maniac, or will it be a savage? Supermax with a quick swap, so he will stay alive. So no more kills for Malfurion.
3 members dead for the side of Eternal Oblivion. The Lord is up. The members of Jackpots are gonna rise before those of Eternal Oblivion. Only Xian can make game-changing play right here. The red is gonna be up. Paxi is ready to rock and roll, but he doesn't have the flicker initiation. He can't do much. Wallaki is gonna zone out the Grok and the Yisun Shin. But still, I think it was a poor judgmental targeting coming in from Jackie. Maybe could have went for the Yisun Shin just to close a little bit faster. But still, man, what a turnaround point. This is a completely different Jackpots.
I mean, is it that different from the first game? I feel like in the first game they kinda had the same battle language that they have right now. I would actually say that this is a different Eternal Oblivion. Yes, they make mistakes, and now in this last fight it was a big one, but still they play much better, even though the draft is kinda similar. So this game could really be going in either hands. But if it was supposed to go into hands of Eternal Oblivion, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Origami needs to bind Divine Glaive. I think he's lacking that.
I think Origami needed to build that until a little bit earlier. He just finished it now because she has a ton of damage already. The pen is not gonna be such impactful because the targets are gonna be Origami. I mean, Malfurion and Jackie, but on the mid, Lord is gonna charge. The Father Arcer comes through just to clear the wave. The mid fire, is it gonna fall? Yes, it does. The Lord. Not looking great for Eternal Oblivion.
You have no golden aura. It's gone. There's no saving you.
No aura? Oh no.
I mean, you have no golden aura on your towers. Professor Black tried to chase them away. He was able to chase them away, but really able to chase them down.
I mean, there is an aura about Professor Black. He is really scary. Right, what is the game plan for Eternal Oblivion? They need to look for a pickoff before the Lord. I think the prime target should be Waki. He is one slippery fellow, but still, I think he can get picked off. But he has the Purify already. Every single member of Team Jackpots has the spell already. Compare the side of Eternal Oblivion. Of course, Retri was just used to clear that minion. But still, is it gonna be enough? They have every spell ready. The Farsa needs pen, as you mentioned, rightfully so. But the main damage should come in from Hangi and Professors. They need to go in the back line to try to maybe connect a Yo-Yo top of Malfurion and maybe Walkie, connect them together, tie them together, just give Farsa a freer target. You know, when you go hunting or when you go to a target practice, you want the targets to stay still.
Walk me through
That's
this
the big idea.
What happened there? Like, how was Eternal Oblivion able to lose that?
Just too much damage coming from Jackie, the penetration and the crit. I think if he jumped maybe atop of Xian, could have gotten a double kill right there, but still a fight was going off camera. Kingstad died, Malfurion died. Oh no!
This is maybe a comeback angle for Eternal Oblivion as they pick off 3 and they try to make it 4. Laito is on his way to run away, but Lord could be getting picked up very soon. Purify used up, Laito dents in really tightly with his health bar very low. Jackie tries to finish off Engie, but he is not successful in that, and Eternal Oblivion will be getting their second Lord of the game. And what quite a pick-off this was. I didn't quite catch it because I was very focused on the highlight being happening in front of my eyes. I would love to see a replay of that.
It was just Kingstad getting picked off, not matching major, but now this is major. Oh!
This could be major because you pick off Jackie, even though Super Paxi got it, but who really cares? But right now, you will have a push with Lord against a team that is missing one important person. Because if you don't have Jackie, who's going to initiate into backline? Now, the hands of Eternal Oblivion are untied. They can go in like crazy.
It's all down to Malfurion and Walkie defend. Of course, they have Lighted to frontline and Kingstad, so it's not going to be a pretty big deal. But still, they really need to look away from the Grok. They really need to spread out, basically. They just need to spread out because they're staying too close, and that's going to get them in big trouble. Kingstad still has the AOG ready, he's not in any danger, but the Lord is gonna march down the top lane, still full HP.
He's gonna start slamming onto this top side tower, and he will be successful in that as he picks it off. 20,000 HP, half HP gone, Hunter Strike completed, but there's back action coming in from Kingstad. He immobilizes Professor Black, but he's still quite tanky. Super initiates to try to save his fellow comrade, but Jackie is in the backline trying to finish off Zion and Paper Foldinar, though they were able to fly away, and Professor Black will pay with his own life, and Eternal Oblivion should be on the run, because if they are not, they could be done.
Still a 3,000 gold gap, a second long game, 18 minutes in. The gold doesn't matter as it did not in the other, but again, an instant replay to see Kingstad's gonna get picked off. Big, beautiful charge coming in from Super Pax, getting 3 members knocked up, and of course, Hangi just being a complete menace, slowing down Malfurion enough for Origami to hit those feather airstrikes. Still, Xian is ready to rock and roll. Every member of Team Jackpots is up. 70 seconds till the Lord spawn, but Origami gets only 1 strike upon Malfurion, almost 2, but still, the ultimates need to be targeted correctly. 1 stun could lead to the major defeat of Jackpots. Malfurion falls. That's just gonna give Eternal Oblivion a better chance at fighting because there's not gonna be that much damage going towards them. The main damage dealers, of course, are Malfurion, Walkie, and Jackie. You can take Malfurion out of the picture, and Jackie can't really go in because he's so squishy. He can't be in the backline.
You know what I have to say? I need to give a shout out to Origami, because even though he changed his nickname, he still kind of kept it to in the same message. It's Paper Folding Art, when before it was Origami. And you know, I quite like that, because sometimes players just hop in and you know, we are used to seeing Malfurion and suddenly we are seeing Mumbo Jumbo, and you look over at the screen and you're not quite sure who's playing there.
I mean, Paper Folding Art is Origami, the definition for it. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, it's a niche. That's his old username, but still, right now the Lord is up in 5 seconds. The strong side is on the same side as the Lord. The mid turret is, of course, in favor of Jackpots because they have the stronger minions. They can fight more. But the weak side is in favor of Eternal Oblivion. 1 hit or 2 hits away from Xian or any of the damage dealers. Laito forcing away the Farsa, the bird, the passive, and not much you can do. You're gonna have to reposition yourself with the flicker. Right now it's gonna be a really dangerous game. Kingstad is gonna wait for a pick off. Jackie is in the bottom. He has the better rotation, of course. But Xian is getting poked out. He doesn't know Kingstad is there. Charged up the taunt.
Inksta charging up the taunt and maybe almost finishing off Zion. Tries to go for the EOG, but
Jackie
it doesn't quite catch him. There is Jackie in the thick of it. Not trying in the thick, but in the back. Just waiting, lurking around. But unfortunately for him, the fight has been already lost. So Eternal Oblivion will probably be getting the third lord. If Okikor has something to say about that, he picks up Zion and he finishes him off even after Immortality being popped. Malfurion, Okikor, and Laito are winning this fight alone. They don't need Jackie. So Brexit will try to steal away Lord, but he is not successful in that. Professor Black will try to maybe save his lovely lady on mid lane, but it should be fine. She has her bird form. Now you have big trouble on the horizon, and that is defending your base successfully against Jackpots Onslaught. But Professor Black maybe makes it a little bit easier when he picks up Laito. Professor Black still with Immortality being popped. Henji using his vengeance, but it's not quite enough. Mega kill from Malfurion. Why did you give him Kimi again? You made it so much easier for him, because right now it's just about time. Because this will be a base crystal being popped and being popped again by Jackpots.
Man, oh man. What a game number 2. Scared. What are your thoughts?
I mean, what else did we expect, people? We saw Jackpots picking up the exact same draft along with, even Eternal Oblivion going for the exact same thing. It was inevitable that we'll see Jackpots taking that second game. And I personally feel like that at least my predictions are now almost going out of the board, considering I don't feel with the way how it's going that it's going to be a reverse sweep for it.
I mean, it could be. Yesterday, Ake almost delivered. They gave us almost a reverse sweep. It was 2-2, and then they stumbled and fumbled. So maybe Eternal Oblivion can pick themselves up, but for the love of God, for the love of, I don't know, something holy, I don't know, for the love of Uranus, please don't pick the same draft. Please don't pick the same draft. If you pick the same draft again, I think I will lose my mind and eat my microphone.
Oh my god, that's not really the way how you do things, but it's absolutely fine if that's what you really like. All right, but on the other end of the spectrum, yeah, boys, I absolutely agree with everything that you guys are mentioning. That please do not pick the same draft. That's something you might really want to turn around with. As we have a look at the MVP, boys, Walkie finally being up on top, proving himself out here. Are we talking about that, or how are we looking at that?
I mean, if it's not broken, why fix it? The drafts were working fine for Jackpots. I think the ones who need to change the draft is Eternal Oblivion. Right now, we're gonna see only members of Jackpots. The most gold again, Jackie. Most damage dealt is gonna be Laito. Most damage taking yet again, Laito, and the most assists. I think Walkie was the same one last game.
Yeah, it was almost Agent 007, other than he had 1 death and 2 more assists, so almost there. I agree, why fix something that's not broken, but the same cannot be said for Eternal Oblivion. And you know what's the worst part? They chose the side. They chose the red side to pick the same draft with only one thing switched, and it wasn't a switch coming from their side. They were basically forced into the switch, because Laito could have picked Uranus. He picked Esmeralda on purpose. So they literally walked into the trap. They walked into the same backstreet dark alleyway in New York, and they got robbed again. And they didn't have any knife, any baseball bat, any tasers, any guns. They had nothing. If anything, they had a target on their backs.
Big one indeed, which I have to say didn't really work out really well on their side, man. I actually like the build coming in from everyone, to be very honest. There's not a lot of changes per se, and they've got a good amount of damage as well, mixed up with a proper tankiness too. Paxi played pretty good in this one. Kingsta was being caught quite a lot of times, but Malfurion Zakota, this man knew that he needed to stay alive, and he was just making sure that he does, just so his team could do everything else.
That's the thing. If you don't ban Malfurion's picks, what are you expecting? He is an extremely great Kimi. We know about it from the other series. Even with Memento Mori, the Kimi put up the fight. I think they got a Maniac in that second game against Memento Mori. Of course, they lost that one, but still, it's just detrimental that you let such a great pick go past when, of course, you pick a counter and the counter doesn't work. You know, I think there's an issue if you're picking the direct counter and the direct counter doesn't work. There is something you need to change about. We've seen origami on Eve, but they're not letting the Eve go past. Jackpots is taking care of that Eve ban, but Eternal Oblivion is ignoring the Kimi. If they ban out the Kimi, what's gonna be left for Malfurion in the mid? If they take the Farsa, what's left? Not that much.
Louis.
Just Louis, of course, but Louis is more of a slow playmaker. Kimi can be active in a team fight. Louis has a one and done ultimate just to reposition your teammates. Yes, it can be impactful, but you can see it. It's not the same old Louis. The old Louis was hidden. Now it has an area effect. You can see it on the map, same as the chip ultimate or the chip teleport passive, actually.
Absolutely. You can eventually see all of that happening. So it's not a big surprise anymore, right? You could know that there's going to be a teleport, or at least it's going to be an information ultimate from the other side. Yes, I agree. I think so. It's also about time, Warren, that we would potentially see them ban away the Kimi. At least don't give it to Malfurion. He's been doing a pretty tremendous job. Or maybe since the Farsa is not working out for you as well, you might as well switch your tactics a little bit. Maybe lean it a bit more towards the Jushin, who has been pretty fairly ignored for the previous 2 drafts.
Or you know what? I give you a crazy one. Maybe take blue side and steal away Harit from Walkie, who apparently loves to pick it. He was kind of successful on it back-to-back in both games, especially the second one. And if you leave Harit in his hands again, I don't know what you're doing.
That's a big question out here, Zakota. What do you think about that?
I mean, I don't think the Harit is the big playmaker. I think Walkie has a little bit more in his sleeves than the Harit pick. Of course, I think he's one of his best, but still, it's gonna be left out in game number 3. Flying Clouds, it's a make it or break it for Team Eternal Oblivion. I stole your moment, Scared. My apologies, but man,
totally fine,
you need to be a little bit, more. I'm gonna ask you some questions during the game, okay? I want to check your opinion because as an analyst, I feel a little bit alone. And Warren, he's the play-by-play today, so it's gonna be a little bit awkward, right? I want to ask your opinion during the game to see if they're gonna take the same draft. Because right now, it's gonna be the blue side for Oblivion. What do you think? Do you think they're gonna steal the draft or Jackpots? What if we're gonna see Xian on the Ling? What if you're gonna see Jackie on the Yisunshin? What is gonna be completely reversed?
I mean, at this point, just change out the bans, man. That's what I'm saying. I understand that you like to prioritize that Yujong on the other side, or even the Eve Hayabusa and stuff like that. You might as well want to change a few things. Right now, one good thing is that Eternal Oblivion are on the blue side, right? So we are not going to see the exact same draft just like the previous one. We could potentially see those CCs being picked up as a priority. Maybe the Kimi ban so that you can pick up the Jushin on the other side, or maybe lock in an early Basha if it's left open. But for now, the bans are going to remain the same. Hilda and Hayabusa. Warren.
We will see. So there's a little bit of a switch up. There is Grog being banned from side of Eternal Oblivion. So already this is kind of telling us that Gato will be a very, very high priority. And I don't know if I quite like the approach that Eternal Oblivion are choosing. Because if this approach that they are choosing, they are kind of giving away Gato if they don't want to first pick him. Which probably they don't want to. So why ban Grog? I have a big question mark.
It's kind of interesting to see, but yeah, I personally feel like it's just to deny Kingston on the other side, Manzakota. What do you think?
I think they want to go for the Link. What if they want to go for the Link? They ban out the Grog because they know Grog can be a hindrance. Of course, it's not going to be the same thing, but I think they just want to take the Grog as a first, because that's going to force Jackpots to ban out the Grog. Just not give it away, because they're going to try to look for a different mid. I think Oblivion is going to go for the Minotaur pick because Paxi, the Slovenian GOAT, really likes the Minotaur. It's one of his primary picks from a few seasons ago, so I think he has a lot of experience. But still, Jackpots banned out the Harif, and that's a little bit unexpected.
True.
I think Walki is going to try to go for the Moscow play right here, and maybe possibly even the Granger.
Need no protection.
Could be possible, man. Yeah, it's a Basha lock-in instantly. Understandable, but the Jushin, man, Malfurion, please show me some Jushin at this point, Warren. I want to see that Jushin.
That's the question. Do you go for Jushin or do you get Kimi again? Because you were successful on it in the first game, in the second game. You could go for it again. Of course, Jushin could match you in that mid lane prio because she is one of those heroes that can do that to Kimi. And she could be really troublesome for you if you get caught. But right now it looks like they prio Yeef over anything else. So that will be the hero going for Malfurion. Okay. Let's see what they connect it up with. But Eternal Oblivion should be thinking about kind of a dive comp. They should secure Gato for themselves. Because if they don't, it will get banned. And you know, like for Farsa and Eve, Gato is probably one of the best disruptors. He can just AOG on top of their heads and cancel ult.
True. That's one thing which definitely could happen. But on the other side right now, I really like that denial coming in from Malfurion too, man. It's pretty good. You saw that it was definitely coming in. You do not want to let that man go onto that. But on the other side of the spectrum now, what do you think should be the answer, Zakota?
I already think the composition Jackpots is going to go for is a Fredrin and a Minotaur with a Granger. I think it's going to be the beat down composition I'm going to go for with a box build with the Eve, RWM. Try to lock it in. But the Kalea pick is going to go through. I mean, I already suffered, so the Eve is going to go through with the Purify. But the Kalea is extremely risky. You need a second major stun on the XP lane. You need something with a big stun. But Origami, again, 3 times the Farsa. But the Galatasaray is going to get taken away by Kings. That the Minotaur peak is going to get denied. What are going to be the bans? Warren, what do you think?
I don't know, but the only thing I know for certain is I think the first draft phase was won by Jackpots. Because I don't know what this Kalea is hunting for. There will be Purify on Eve. She won't be successful in that. And even so, it will be so hard to reach back for the Eve. I have no idea why Paxi didn't go for Gato. I am not a big fan.
We'll have to see, man. Right now, since it's been picked up by Kingsta, we already know it's been working out really well for him. On the other side, I think so they kind of want to dictate the pace with this Kalea along with the Farsa, right? They want to go for that pick off and then they want to set the entire momentum in their favor, which hasn't really been happening in the previous 2 games if you really think about it. Yes, they had the Grok, but I don't know if Paxi was as comfortable on it in terms of engaging. So that is one part of it. But maybe with this Kalea, things are going to be pretty easy because Farsa Kalea Zakota, we have seen it a lot of times. It works out really good.
Farsa Kalea indeed works really well. And of course, if you go for a Beatrix, you have 2 combos to really work with. You saw from the game of Memento Mori, we saw Beatrix and Kalea working well together. Of course, the Bennett's Rage and with the Kalea Tsunami Slam. Just a basic combo. It's like the old show and Beatrix. You know, it's the same combo, same idea. But still, the Moscow is going to get banned out. I was thinking about it. I think the next ban from Eternal Oblivion needs to be the Granger. If they ban out the Granger, I think that's most of Walke's hero pool gone. So he's going to have to maybe go for the Irritel. But that depends. What is Hangi going to go for on the Golem? Or better yet, what is Professor going to go on the XP? Because we already know the Lapu Lapu can be played on the gold. What if they go for the Obsidian on the side of Jackpots? I thought about it. It can work pretty well into the Kalea because you deny her the dash in. But it's going to be risky because you have to give up the Flicker for the Purify.
Yeah, I don't think so. That could be the good one out there, man. I personally feel you might not want to go with that.
I mean, if we are going this crazy, you could even lock in Mincitar and put Lapu gold lane, you know? He can also deny dashes.
Yes, but Obsidia is a marksman. She has a ton of attack. And they banned out the Cloud, which is maybe a directive towards that Obsidia pick. The Yisun, she's going to get banned out. I was thinking about it. The Fredrin is still available for the side of Jackpots. It's a really great pick into a Kalea because you deny her the dash in, you can taunt her, you can stop her from stealing your teammates with Tsunami Slam, but still, you're going to be extremely tanky. You're going to lock in the damage department. The Suyu and the Nolan are still open, and those are pretty great picks into a Kalea because you can immune with the Suyu. With the Nolan, you can just use the ultimate to teleport away. Just get a bit of distance between you two. But still, man, what a draft coming through. Extremely different point of views. We're seeing already the 2 fronts getting picked out by Eternal Oblivion. We're going to get forced to see a marksman, which is going to be probably Irritel or Granger. One of those 2. They're going to get picked in this game. It doesn't matter by which side. But still, man, what a
I want to see a Beatrix from Eternal Oblivion. I'll be honest. I kind of want to see that. But okay, Akai jungle, proper frontlining. Now you've got 3. That means Walkie needs to pick a late game hyper carry. They already have Malfurion for that early to mid game poke damage. They need someone who can actually finish things off. Or maybe if they want to go for the proper full-fledged straightforward snowball, Walkie can go with the Granger and build up a Sea Halberd for the later stages of the game to burst down the Basha on the other side. And also can match up the range against Origami with the Death Sonata. I think so that could be good. But I want to see a Beatrix being picked up by Eternal Oblivion right now to pair up it extremely well with the Bennett's Rage. Warren, what do you think?
Also, Akai, we have to think about it as being a little bit of a takeaway. Of course, yes, Zion probably is already running Baxia, but it's at least a little bit of a blink, you know, his way, like, alright, I can do Akai, maybe even better than you. So we will see to that. Ooh, Ellie's being picked up. Alright, that's a lot of crowd control. There's probably something that we thought so Origami was lacking, that he didn't have his opponents in the right positions when he wanted to use the Federal Strike. He was using it a lot prematurely, and I already know what emote Zakota is making and why is he making them.
Yeah.
1-1 being a lock-in as a last pick. Actually, if you think about it, there are 3 melee heroes, so you know it can work.
Tough. I would say it's pretty tough, boys. I don't know about you, but I can see the sustain. Yes, it's for Eternal Oblivion, but everything else, it's dead even. And on the other side of the spectrum, I just feel that it's going to be pretty difficult for them to eventually get this one game, man. Jackpots with the 1-1 is still a bit of a question. I think so if the early snowball hops in for Eternal Oblivion, they can eventually close it out. But ladies and gentlemen, now we're going to be moving in to the third game. Potentially a 3-0 coming in pretty soon. What's going to be the fate of the boys? We'll find it out here as a big man take it away. Zakota and Warren.
Again, I am in shock. I think I need to go to the hospital for a heart check after this. The 1-1 after the link. I know they're lovers, but come on now. It's such a hard meta to play 1-1 because everyone is so tanky. Of course, you're gonna have the alt activation a little bit faster, but I think there are so many better choices here. Irrital could work here. Good. Right. The Obsidia, it can work. It's a little bit iffy, but it can work. And of course, there is the choice that I was thinking about and they didn't go for, but I forgot it. The Bruno would have maybe worked here. Of course, it doesn't pair that well into the Granger, but still, it's okay. Alfurion is gonna get poked out. Warren, what is your opinion about the 1-1 pick right here into a Granger most of all?
He gets outranged. It's definitely a ballsy pick. He needs to play it out very, very well. And that's a question. Yes, it's a statement from Walkie, because he probably is looking over there and he's like, alright, Hanji, come on, I can take it. With this pick, this is kind of a disrespectful pick if you ask me, because going with Van against this team comp where there is Origami with probably one of the heroes, if not the hero with highest range in the game, and the thing you don't really want to happen on Van is get outranged, picking into Granger with Marksman with the highest range from which he can throw his damage abilities. I don't know, it's a hard cookie to swallow, but we will see if he can make it thrive.
It all depends on how the snowball momentum goes for Jackpots.
And he couldn't make it thrive because Henji will pick him off, and rightfully so. Walkie, enough of your disrespects. You will pay with your life. Maybe Syntax could be paying with his own life, but he instantly rises for Malfurion. Landshaker doesn't quite connect. Professor Black is able to dance on the knife edge and survive. Lighto has to retreat, and he will get picked off as well. And suddenly, it's 3 kills in the favor of Eternal Oblivion. And this early game is looking good. But last game looked good too.
But right now, the Aka is gonna get forced out and invaded by Professor Black. Heavy spin coming through.
If he can have his spin, you cannot catch this panda.
But he didn't get the blue buff. Kalea! What a smart play.
To survive. Can they save him? Ooh, he is living. He is truly alive and he was able to bait in Lighto. This will be a 4th kill for Eternal Oblivion. 2000 gold lead. Almost. Not really, but almost. The same as Minute Mark.
Don't know what to think about 1-1 pick. I'm still in shock. I think there are so many better picks, but still, they're just making some really dumb mistakes. I would say Jackpots is just overextending too much. Maybe they're getting this overextending ego that they usually get. But right now, it's looking like completely different Jackpots from the last 2 games. Super Baxi.
Super Paxi initiates because he is thirsty for more blood. But it won't be Kingsta's, because he AOG's out of this one.
I don't think aliens bleed. I don't think Eve can bleed. She is by lore an alien, but the viewer prediction is going down 1%, 61 to 39. A lot of doubt in the chat, but still, will Eternal Oblivion turn it around, or will Jackpots make it right? Scared. As a one-on main, how do you feel about the pick here? I think he left us. Warren.
Yeah, I think his silence speaks for itself. I think that's the answer.
Indeed, it does, but still, Xian right now is looking beautiful. He is level 7, one level ahead of Jackie. Because of that one small invade, the game changed a ton. The one is going to get the corrosion side ready to rock and roll to slow down the enemies and the basic attacks coming in from them. But Paper Folding Art, aka Origami the Goat, is going to use his passive just to poke out Kingstar a bit. Jackie is there, taunt coming through.
Super Paxi could be dying soon, or maybe make it Kingsta, because Kingsta is getting caught. No, he AOGs right away. He's barely alive, but maybe Jackie could be the next on the menu. Panda is getting very, very low, and heavy spin not available, so he couldn't spin out of this one. Lighto with a flicker disengaged, but Professor Black found him in his own jungle, but maybe too deep, because Kingsta is here with renewed vitality from the base.
This could look like a pretty free objective for Jackpots. If Jack spawns in a little bit faster, he is walking. The clouds are there, so he's going to get a little bit on the rotation. Super Paxi is ready to rock and roll. The Tsunami Slam is not there yet. But what is Origami's positioning? He is ready with the Feather Airstrike. Just going to drop pigeon bombs on top of you, you know. Oh, good taunt coming from Kingsta. Walkie Core is going to get that activation on the crossbow of Tang. Not a ton of damage to go through with it, but still, that's a big... Oh.
Heavy spin, and he spins his way around and locks you to the wall, so you cannot move even for a second. That's the worst part I hate about Akai, that you cannot even flicker out or like do anything.
You can.
Because
you can flicker
You
out.
can flick out? Alright, then
yes,
I'm
you can
too
flicker
slow.
out, you can draw ult out, you can do so many things.
Then I'm too slow, actually, Zakota. You got me. You got me red-handed. I'm too old for this game. But Zion, he's definitely not too old to retribute, because he got the turtle right on.
Man, talking about being slow, Jackie has lost all retry fights during this 3 series. On Ling, on Panda, not much he can do. I mean, Xian is a veteran jungler. He played the game for a ton. He's regarded as one of the best, if not the best junglers in European history. But man, this is looking at a completely different game. Eternal Oblivion is playing a little bit more focused. They are still making the same silly mistakes, but right now they're going to try to target down on the one-on. Everyone is there. Farsa is there. Super Pax is there. And Hanki obviously is going to try to maybe bait out the Purify with the Dead Sonata. Jackie revealing that it's Paper Folding Art. Kingsta with a big 3-man taunt.
Right up. Kingsta forces out the Purify, so for next fight, it could be useful. Because if you look at the timers, next turtle is spawning before Origami has it on.
Man, this is gonna be a game for the ages. I feel like both teams know what's on the line, and especially Eternal Oblivion. This is their last chance to go further. Jackpots as well, but they have the safety of 2 games being already won. They have 2 more chances just in case. Jackie with a big stun coming through.
But will the kill come through? I don't know. Zion has something to say about that. He tries to go for Jackie, but Jackie was able to dance away from this one. AOG, not this time, Kingsta. He tried it twice, but for the 3rd time, they got him.
You know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, that's on you. But the 3rd time is not the right time. Waki is still doing a pretty fine job at not dying. He got his 2nd item just now, the Windtaker, just to clear the waves a little bit faster, but the Granger is gonna take that tier 3 inhibitor turret and gets his Sky Piercer Hunter Strike. And I believe he's gonna go for the Malefic Roar a bit early on, but everyone for the side of Jackpots is ready to rock and roll. Xian is gonna burst down the turtle, the Turtius Pusians is still there, but so is Jackie.
And Super Pax tries to initiate, but he is there alone. And he gets taunted up and eliminated. Lighto is in the backline, finishing off Origami. And the rest of the fight should be going in Jackpot's favor. But maybe Professor Black has something to say about that. CC locked too, but it's just 2 tanks.
Yes, indeed 2 tanks, but the Turn of Rain was a big play right there. They just denied the forwarding march from Jackpots is a pretty good play. And of course, Laito using the Land Shaker, just getting that CC immunity, allowing him to survive and escape from the turn of roaming. And in the bot lane, the tower is going to possibly get protected by Xian, Professor Black, and all members of Eternal Oblivion. There's going to be a fight cooking up. Laito does have the bravest fight, ready to rock and roll just in case. It has CC immunity now, it's so much stronger. And Kingsta, with a pretty big find, the blue buff is still there. Origami and the rest of Eternal Oblivion are marching towards there. So is Jackie. But they're gonna put pressure on the bot and mid. Same with the top lane.
Right now it's fighting the jungle.
Baxi got it.
Over the purple buff. At least someone from your team has it, so Jackie won't be running away with that. Professor Black should be fine because he's quite a tanky vampire. That's what we know about Alice. Probably not a hero we want to try to burst. Super Paxi actually with a kidnap happening on top of Light though. Heavy's been combined with AOG. I don't think it does the best combo. Honestly, you push everyone out into... I don't know. I didn't quite like that. But what does this mean is that you burn some of their spells. No flicker for Paxi for this next Lord.
Also, what's to take into consideration is that Xian is 1 level, almost 2 levels ahead of Jackie. But Laito! Oh my god, Hangi!
Picked off, and Henji will finish the job as he snipes him off the map of Land of Dawn. 20 seconds. That's almost in sync with Laito's respawn. Let's see if Eternal Oblivion can use it to their advantage, but they are definitely using it to their advantage in the mid lane. 2v1ing Malfurion. Not really forcing anything out of him though.
Mr. Producer, can we take a quick look at the stacks of Granger? I believe he has 20 or 30 stacks of Skypiercer. He kept getting the kills after... Oh no, no stacks yet? No, that's not right. 20 stacks, he only missed 1 kill. But still, that is a ton. That's going to be game-changing because the execution line coming in from the Granger is going to be massive. And he's going to go for the Blade of Despair or maybe even possibly the Sea Halberd just to get that extra damage on higher HP targets. But still, Super Paxi needs to look for a pick-off, and the pick-off is going to potentially be either Malfurion or Rocky. He needs to bait out the Purifiers from either of those two. In the top lane, we're already seeing the Alice is going to cut the wave, and he's going to get a faster rotation towards the Lord side. But still, the poke coming in from Malfurion is a ton. Paper falling out. Oh! Great bait right there.
Jackie, he could be getting into the cage, and he might not like that. Professor Black in the backline, but he gets pinned around by Panda, and his head is probably spinning around because he doesn't know where he is, but he actually found his way into Malfurion's grasp, where he will not really shut him down, but at least CC him up, log him into place. It wasn't quite enough, because Jackpots still have all of their members alive, even though Malfurion is trying his best to die and make that just a 4v4. But luckily for him, he had enough of a HP bar to survive.
I think to take into consideration is that Xian doesn't have his retribution available. 12 seconds or so till he gets it back. But Malfurion, great ultimate!
Professor Black, he gets bursted down. He is barely alive. Malfurion tries to chase for him. Raging Slash connects right on top of him. And Laito, with no spells available, will be the next to die though. Malfurion trying to dance on the knife edge. Mega kill for Hanji. And Hanji, he is the Western cowboy who is just shooting and popping everyone he aims at.
The lead gathered by Jackpots is slowly closed up by Eternal Oblivion by getting the first Lord of the game. The first Lord in their favor, if I'm not mistaken. But still, the advantage is for Jackpots. They have one more inhibitor turret, and their mid is a little bit stronger. Of course, the Lord is gonna march towards the top lane, but oh!
He's fine.
The sidesteps.
He is fine.
Great sidesteps coming in from Malfurion.
He had his dancing shoes on.
He had the dancing... No, he has the clown shoes. You know, that explains everything. As I like to call the magic boots, the CDR reduction boots, the clown shoes, the buffoon boots, but still, right now, it's still looking favorable for the Jackpots. They can defend, they have the defense composition, they have the Eve. We saw what Origami did with the Eve against Aki a couple weeks ago. But Jack is going to protect the top. However, Eternal is going to trade for the bot side. Angi... Oh, the Conceal Blade coming through. Kingsta is the target.
He will be fine. There is nothing you can do, and you kinda wasted your opportunity because Lord is already dead on the floor. Alice is trying to stall for some time, and you make an initiation in mid lane. You try to catch Lighto. AOG separates the fight. Zion is still in the front. Valkycore gets picked off, and double kill goes to Henji, and he tries to chase for more. But rest of Jackpots are already with their tails between their legs behind their towers.
5 versus 3, the mid tower still stands strong. However, I think there's gonna be a change in plans. That top tier inhibitor is gonna go down. Only the base defending Crystal is not there. The aura, as you said, the golden aura is not there. Lord up, 85 seconds, not much time to lose, but still, the jungle difference is showing here. The tank is in favor of Xian. Oh, Propaxi. Tsunami slam!
Jackie getting picked off. He tries to have his pen. Actually, he is alive. This panda is the same slippery as the Link. He just survived something unimaginable, but maybe maybe the rest of Eternal Oblivion won't be as lucky because Super Paxi kinda got caught off. Professor Black barely surviving, and he makes enough time for Henji to go godlike. Henji just keeps on shooting. He is in his marks. He has Panda, but the Panda survives.
I believe right now he has 60 stacks of Sky Piercer. That's gonna be enough to almost execute a full HP 1-1 after 2 or 3 big bullets coming in from Hangi. Yes, indeed, and 600 stacks as well. Walkie is gonna secure that red buff, giving him that extra penetration he surely needs because these guys on Eternal Oblivion are so beefy, especially Professor. Whenever he casts his Stone of Ruin, he gets, I believe, 50 or so % damage reduction while casting Thorn. So he's gonna be even tankier. 10 seconds towards the Lord. The builds are looking clean. However, he doesn't have any penetration on 1-1. That could be a big mistake.
Not yet. He could be going for it. Maybe, eventually.
He's indeed going for it. He is. Yes, he is. But still, it's a little bit late on. I mean, the Hash Claws are a must. Get item on 1-1 to sustain a little bit of damage getting upon you because you're so squishy, you're so paper thin. But look at the positioning coming from Kingsta. That could be the end for Professor Black.
I don't think Professor Black cares if he dies because he just wants to make space so they can finish off Lord. Super Paxi get enough time for his team to finish off Lord, and it will soon be marching onto the map. Let's see if Jackpots have something to say about it because they could be losing some of their inhibitor towers soon.
Indeed, they could. The Lord is gonna march down towards the top lane. 11 seconds for it to spawn and start marching. The Flying Clouds won't help Jackpots that much. Maybe if they had an assassin pick or something to go cut the lanes would have been a little bit better, but right now they have the Panda. They are stuck with a big boy with a heavy spin, but at the top damage chart is still a member of Jackpots, Malfurion. Eternal Oblivion is slowly trailing behind. Of course, Hangi, the big main boss carry of Eternal, is doing a mighty dandy-fine job on Grange. As I said, this hero has to be picked. The comp is just looking straight at stars for it.
Eternal Oblivion with a decent goal lead, though it's kinda late game-ish, so it doesn't really matter that much. But this next fight could mean a lot because it either seals the deal and the Eternal Oblivion could be coming back into the series, or Jackpots could end up, because we have to still keep in mind they are on the match point.
Indeed, they are. This is a make or break for Eternal Oblivion. That Gian rolling roller is there.
Oh, Super Paxi initiates, and there is everyone fighting everyone. Ching Chong is running around, spinning around, trying to make some space, but he gets very low. He needs to retreat. Henji's still alive. He's bombarding, but he gets picked off by Malfurion. But Malfurion immediately dies for his actions. Valkycore able to chase down Origami, and he goes for a triple kill. Make that a maniac, and make that a wiped out Jackpot with a 3-0 against Eternal Oblivion, because I think this is it.
I think they have the possibility to win, but the minion waves have spawned in. Professor is gonna spawn, Hanki is gonna spawn. This could mean a big upchange for Eternal Oblivion. The game turned around. Jackpot, the jack of all trades. Every time we see them doing different stuff, but still, 8 seconds or so till Professor spawns is gonna be enough for them to end. Valkycore, the lock on the base. 3-0.
The absolute doubters have been silenced here as Jackpots, they rise ahead with a 3-0 scoreline in this entire series, boys. I know we did not really believe in them. Every single person thought that maybe this is it for Jackpots. Maybe it's time when Waki is about to eat his own words and maybe Eternal Oblivion can show us something. But this 1-1 in his hands, the Harrods in his hands, has clearly shown that it doesn't matter what role Waki plays and it doesn't matter how far behind Jackpots fall. They always know how to rise back up.
Wow. What a series of full 3-0. It's a different Jackpots. Usually Jackpots lose one game and then they come around, they turn it around for themselves, but right now it looks like complete domination. Here to wait in a little bit more, and this is one of the fastest and longest series. It felt fast watching it, but the games are taking so long.
I agree, it was a confusing series, but I have to agree upon your point, and that was Jackpots look stronger than ever. It looks like this swap really helped them out. I was worried that it might be the other way around, but yeah, why would they make a swap that would make the team weaker? Though, still, I was a little bit questioning that decision, but they shut me right up. This decision was probably the best idea they could have had, because these Jackpots look as strong and are, I dare to say, as strong as in Thunder Division.
I'll have to say, man, at this point, the performance of this entire team is just super amazing, man, and so impressive. And I rightly agree with both of your points, Dakota and Warren, that this one change has worked out so well. And if anything, it's also making Malfurion shine in the ways which we didn't really see previously. Hanji on the goal lane was definitely the richest on that Granger, just because he is a Granger. Every time a Granger is going to be absolutely amazing. But also Professor being the wall, and Sheehan being the assist king out there, the wingman. It was a pretty good tanky front to back composition for Eternal Oblivion. They had the idea that all they need to do is just save Origami, save Hanji, make sure that Paxi is setting the entire team up. But Jackpots, man, Eternal Oblivion just went in a little bit extra, a little overboard over towards that bottom inhibitor. And that's where Jackpots eventually got that big maniac. And I like the little item swap on Lito as well. Just wanted to end the game as quickly as possible, or rather, just try to make it a troll build too. But Waki on that 1-1 with the Maniac. Zakota, he was going 1 and 2 before that entire fight. And then he ends up being 5 and 2.
I think you as a one-on main got the biggest hype of your life seeing that Maniac come through. I mean, the Inspire, he was lacking the pen. He built it a little late. I think you agree with me actually. But I can see why he went for it a bit later, because he needed the house class, he needed to sustain, he just needed to get an extra lifeline just in case.
This game.
I know even you are surprised here. I know absolutely you are surprised here. I want to know your views about this game too.
This game was crazy stuff. I strongly believe in the last fight that it was very, very winnable for Eternal Oblivion, but it was just so unlucky that, or maybe not even unlucky, but maybe just skillful from Malfurion. Yes, let's say it was skillful from Malfurion to be able to burst Hanji before going down himself, because that one move broke the backs of Eternal Oblivion completely, and it enabled Waki to destroy the rest of the team and clean it right up and skyrocket his score into a beautiful 5-2-3. It looks kind of nice, and I...
Oh. Yep,
and I'm not even kidding, dude. I'm not even kidding. With the way how my Wi-Fi has been working, I thought it was me.
Welcome back, Warren. As well. Welcome back, Warren. Did you come back from the alien ship?
Yeah. How was the connection, Warren? How was the connection with this ship?
Wait, what?
Yeah, absolutely. You got disconnected there for a second. Don't worry.
You're gonna see it later. You're gonna rewatch the stream. It's fine, but still. is the turnaround point. That was the turnaround point. Jackpots just needed one little break, one little crack in the composition of Eternal Oblivion, and they found it. The Maniac was just, the cherry on top of the pie. But still, what a series. I cannot wait for the interview.
who do you want to have the interview with, man? Already tell me. I think so. We're gonna get that man for you.
I think. I mean, if I were to ask, I would ask for Kingsta, but I know already who we're getting. You know, it's not gonna be a big surprise. But man, what? I mean, first of all, you know, I think it's a pretty weird new look for Jackpots because it's a really weird type of drafting because you don't see Ling, you don't see one unusually. So, what do you think is gonna be? What do you think? I mean, that's gonna be my first question. Why the Ling? Why the 1-1?
And the answer that he will deliver would be, you saw the result, so you already know the answer to that. I think so. That's what Walkie is about to say. But yeah, I kind of want to know about the Ling and the 1-1 pick as well. Like, not 1-1 so much per se, because I sometimes understand her potential with all of this kiting going around and with a lot of melee damaging heroes like the fighters. I think so 1-1 becomes one of the most crucial picks into the gold lane, even though she's not picked a lot. But in terms of moving around the field itself and then focusing on probably the critical build, right? I'm more of a critical build 1-1 user, focusing more on that crit build. It can help you out dishing out the damage even without your ultimate. That's how much good that entire build is. And if I'm not wrong, even Walkie went in with the same build, Warren, didn't he? He went for the crit build, right?
Yeah, that's what it was. I was thinking before, if he goes for that on-hit, that would take a little bit longer to scale, but he could be more successful in dealing with those frontliners. But yeah, he decided to go for the crit, and it worked wonderfully.
That's one of the big things out here, man. And guess what? We're already getting him ready for the interview as well, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to hear it out from Walkie himself, because it's been a long time since we've finally seen him. It was all the way before, if I'm not wrong, right when he qualified for the playoffs. And then we didn't see him after that one game. And then we did not really see them play against MEC esports too. So yeah, there were some bit of difficulties out here. But ladies and gentlemen, we've got Walkie out. So might as well just quickly call him upon here. Walkie, my man. Long time no see, bro, I'd have to say. How have you been? And how are you feeling after this win?
I feel good. And yeah, I'm a bit sad that King not able to play for this team. But yeah, I hope I represented our team well on Great Lane, I would say.
All right, Zakota, Warren, it's all on you both now. Zakota first, and then it goes to Warren.
Wallaki, I have a question. Why did you guys go with the Ling in the draft? I know Jack is a really great assassin player from way back when Ronin was still a thing. I think you still remember with Bor, with Malfurion. He was still in the squad at the time, if I'm not mistaken. But it's a really unpopular pick, the Ling. How come you guys went with it?
I'm a Ling player. I really like Ling. And I was pretty confident to win every draft and every game. Even we lose inhibitors and all this stuff.
Okay. I mean, before Warren, I give this one to you. Now I kind of have a follow-up question for that, Walkie. You said that you are also a Ling player, right? So
yes.
Why did you guys not decide to go for Ling when King was in the roster as well? Because I'm pretty sure he can still play the Harith, and maybe you could have gone for the Ling picks in those games.
Because we didn't practice a lot with King, because have some problems, you know, some private problems, and I don't want to talk about this. But yeah, I would give him and his family the shout out and the win for today.
All right, absolutely. Warren, it's all on you.
Great victory today. You showed us completely different form. I felt like I was watching Jackpots from Thunder Division all over again. You look like your strength has been renewed. Was this the first idea that you had in your mind for you to swap into gold lane, or were you thinking about getting someone else for the gold lane? Was this the first idea, or was there some other plans too?
No, I'm pretty sure that if I go gold lane, that my team gonna win every single game. Cause like, I know how to control the map, even I die 2 times solo. I'm pretty sure I played every team fight better than Hangi, in my opinion. Like, the most important fights.
I have to agree with you on that. Teamfights were definitely your department, even though Hanji got a couple of those solo kills, rightfully you mentioned. Everyone saw that, but those teamfights, that's where you thrive. So definitely big shout out to you, I have to say to you personally, because I can imagine Rose swapping and playing this good. Big shout out to you, Walkie, and I wish you best of luck for the next step in your journey.
I hope. Do you have any questions, Sid?
We've got quite a ton, my man. But yeah, please go ahead. You were saying something.
I hope I meet up with Metashift in the finance and with, Humble Permetruna.
All right. Because, I was right about to ask you this one question. You or Pelmetronio?
I think I'm the better player. Oh boy.
An absolute cinema.
He's just a player. He don't shot call, he don't talk. He's just a player.
Okay. All right. Oh. All right. Okay. I mean, Zakota, you've got any few more remaining?
Yes, this looks like a completely different team, a new take on the Jackpots. How much effort did the guys put in today, and is this your limit?
This is not our limit, because I didn't play my comforts yet on Great Lane.
Your comforts. What are your comfort heroes apart from the one that we've seen?
Nah, you will see it. You will see it next series, because it was obvious already that we win Eternal Oblivion 3-0. Because all these games, if you look at this all fights, was clear at all last fights. Like 5-4-0 can be like this, or 5-4-2.
Okay. All right. Fair. Now, Zakota, any last few questions?
I mean, right. The next series is gonna be between Fake Time and Glitch Code. You guys, I think, had a pretty hard time against Glitch Code. You guys, I think, lost to them and went into the lower brackets. How do you think the match is gonna go between those two teams?
I don't know, and I don't care, and I hope I play again against Glitch Code, because for me, they still not good players, even though they win. And the draft was just bad, in my opinion. And it's unacceptable that, the jungler from them, Throwboy, dash into us 5 times like idiot and still win the game. It's unacceptable for me, in my opinion.
My god, my man. Yeah,
I love this.
It's absolute straight up points out there. Now, Walkie, we've asked you this question multiple times. You've said it. Your team is the best. You will not lose. You will always win the next few games. But even after all of that, you're in the lower bracket. So what is a message that you would want to give to your fans and your opponents alike? Are we going to see Jackpots lifting the trophy?
Yes, I'm pretty sure about that. And you just wait for the next series. Because last time, when we played the Final Division, we always had to win both games 2-0. And we did both games 2-0. So yeah, it's going to happen the same. And I'm also pretty sure that we have the best jungler right now. I'm proud of that.
Okay.
That I can play Gold Lane and have such a good jungler, because I'm pretty sure that I couldn't play same as him. And also my whole team, we play very good as team together, in my opinion, right now.
Okay. And any last message for your fans out there before you hop off?
I greet my family, my best friend, my team, and King's family. And I hope you guys, continue watching and see how Jackpot's gonna win.
Beautiful message out there, Walkie. Thank you so very much for hopping here, and I'm looking forward to seeing you more on this desk one more time, because we all enjoy the game of Jackpots. Congratulations for this win, and good luck for your future games. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Bye-bye. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. All right. I don't want to reiterate what he said, Zakota, but I could probably see your reaction here as well, man. Crazy.
I mean, you could see my reaction every time the printer prints, because, there's a little bit of a tech issue in my camera. I apologize for that. We're gonna fix it in the future. But man, what a statement coming in from Walkie. They're gonna meet in the finals versus Metashift. So I think he gave us his prediction for that game between Memento Mori and Metashift. He already thinks that Metashift is gonna take the win in that one.
What?
Well, Metashift against Metashift against Memento Mori. Are you saying Metashift should win this one? Isn't this a little bit too hasty, Zakota?
That's what Waki said, not me.
True. Yeah, Waki said that. But what would be your prediction for that?
That's kept. I have to keep it secret, you know. Till today, I kept my prediction secret, and I got it correct at 3-0. Only 2 casters got it right, so you guys need to step up your game. You need to analyze a little bit more. I don't know. I think me are slowly climbing to the TPT top.
I mean, it could possibly be the case. Yeah, I know, Warren. And I know we've all had our moments of not really willing to keep that surprise up. You're pretty in that scenario, Warren. You always want to ruin the surprises for everyone. So let's keep that next one for the next series itself once we hop into it, ladies and gentlemen, because that one is going to go on after the short break. Don't go anywhere. It was your boy Zakota as well as Warren, two handsome people out there along with me, Scared Yet. We'll catch you guys after this break. Don't go anywhere. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again with the OGs on the desk out here. We wanted to play a little bit of a prank with Zakota, right? We asked him that he can hop off, it's fine, he can chill. And once he was actually chilling, changed up and everything, that's when he called him back. And we were like, you Zakota, it was a prank for you. How are you feeling for the 1st of April? I lied yet again. It's 7th of December.
December.
Boys, how are you feeling for today? How are you feeling for this one game?
Excited. What can I say? The first series was a 3-0, stomped, I would say. The second one, I hope, is going to go to a full best-of-5 series. But, it's two of my favorite teams playing. Glitch Code and Fake Time. Fake Time has one of my favorite players, Gargamel, on the goal lane. He is an amazing Ranger player. And in Glitch Code, we have Trollboy, which is one of my favorite meta junglers. So, it's a really hard time for me to decide. But let's take a quick look at the rosters. Warren, please.
Alright, we have the lovely roster of Glitch Code, of course. Vlado, my most liked player. I absolutely love his performance. Even though last time he didn't quite deliver. We are always looking on this guy as him being the anchor to his team, where he just is always constant. The constant where you can rest upon and be sure that he will play nicely. But last time it wasn't really working out. And of course, there be a Fake Time scare. Talk to me about that.
Armadon, Lager, Hinokami, Gori, and Jungli. We clearly saw the potential from all of these players quite a while back too, right? And everything was, let's be brutally honest, not going in their favor when they played their upper brackets match. Because we talk about that stuff, we always mention there's a few macros and micromanagements that you need to do. Glitch Code though, whenever we look at this team, you know that you cannot really give the gato to Gorinich. He's just going to throw you out of the map. And if that doesn't happen, he's going to hop on top of you with the AOG. His positioning is just so good with that. And this is one of the big reasons that we're also seeing those 6 victories coming in. But before we talk about those roamers, Dakota, let's have a look at the head-to-head between Throwboy and Lager. As average KDA, Lager is just leading by miles.
As Walkie said on the interview, Trollboy is feeling a little bit suicidal in-game. He dives in all the time, especially with the Yisun Shin. He likes to use the Traceless to engage, so he gets punished a little bit more. On the other hand, Lager is more of a tank jungle player, so he's a little bit more used to this type of slow, built-up gameplay. The mechanics are there for both of these junglers, but I think in this trade-off still, the MPL experience coming from Trollboy is going to be extremely impactful. But let's not sleep on Lager. They are, I think, a top 8, a close top 6 team.
I love what you brought. Alright, go for it, Scott. Okay, thank you for that. Well, I love that we brought up Lager, because I think Lager is very, very important topic for Fake Times roster. Since from last time when we saw him, he was able to deliver a beautiful tank performance that I was not really expecting from him. Yes, he played Frederick before, but I believe in the BO5 against Ake, he was more games on a tank than on anything else. He was playing great Baxia, he was delivering on that tank duty, and I have to give him props for that. Because usually when you see those players that are very, very mechanically gifted, they kind of lag when they play tanks, even though they are easier, but they cannot make the outplays happen. But he was able to be where his team needed him to be, and he delivered.
And as we have a look at the head-to-head between the mid laners out here, right, Sei and Hinokami, we know that the mid laners impact a lot in this entire series too. Even in the previous one, we saw the impact of Malfurion in the game number 1 as well as in game 3. And now, about this game, I think so I'm still leaning in a bit more towards Glitch Code here, even when it comes down to that mid lane battle.
Right now, Hinokami is more of a hidden trickster, I would say, because we saw him take away the Grogs. And for the side of Glitch Code, Godzi is not really a Grog player. We see him a lot on Minotaur and this off-peak type of setup heroes. The Gatatkacha, the Grog we see him occasionally on, but he's excellent on Minotaur especially. So I want to see what Hinokami has in play here. We saw the other day, if I'm not mistaken, the Faramis pick coming in from them. But the head-to-head looks extremely different. Warren.
We can clearly see that Gwalzi, he doesn't like to stay alive. I feel like he maybe has the same opinion about his job etiquette like Scared has. You know, scared? He just wants to host today, he just wants to relax, he just wants to let all the hard work upon us. And I think Bots is the same in this regard. He's just like, you know what, guys, I will initiate, I will die right away, and then I can relax. Like, honestly, with this KD, I think more of the game, he is dead than being alive.
Here's the big thing out here, right? We're technically seeing this kamikaze type of playstyle a lot from Glitch Code. I kind of want to see a little bit more sustained and held on play from their side this time around. Because let's be honest, with the way how things are, if they continue, I think so Fake Time could eventually close this one out, because this head-to-head between the EXP laners is crucial. Look at the average damage dealt and average damage taken. It is jungly all along the way, Zakota.
Indeed, it is. We already see some of the pocket picks from jungle, especially the allies, which I'm really inclined to like. But, man, the map selection, expanding rivers yet again. It seems like a thing. Every time we see Fake Time for the first, is gonna be expanding rivers.
They like running. What can I tell you? It looks like Goranage will be putting up some running challenges on Search Fit Club. That's all I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah.
They love to run and go fast.
I kind of want to hop into the Search Fit Club challenge as well, my man. Like, you know what? Let's try. Let's see what's gonna happen out here. Let's see what challenges does Gory have, and if there's any for the calisthenics as well, because I like to do those callies, right? Yeah, I'm gaining the calories, if anything. Want to try and drop them down a little bit here, but for now, thank you, Zakota, for laughing over that. I thought it's gonna be pretty lame though, because Warren's face said the exact same.
Was a little, you know, I just wanted to give you a little boost in joy, because I know you had a really long day. So, you know, always join the Search Fit Club so you have a little bit more energy. Remember, eat healthy.
Yeah.
Pineapple is the best of all fruits. Me and Warren had to talk a little bit about.
On top of a pizza. On top of a pizza.
Yeah,
I'm
Hawaiian
not
pizza is
getting
great.
anything.
Hawaiian pizza is great. But still, let's not forget about the main chess pieces of these here teams. The goal laners, Gargamel and Vlados. I mean, these two players are extremely impactful. No.
Hold.
No.
Hold. We'll talk about one thing. What is the ban of Fake Time?
Freya.
Yo!
Oh, it's 60! It's 60 on the jungle! Oh no! Wait, Robo is not playing. 60 is a Freya player, so it's gonna be... Wow. Man.
Now that makes sense. They did their homework. They knew that Trollboy won't be playing, so they knew they should adapt their draft. So Freya being banned makes a lot of sense. Sakota, we talked about it before. Let's use that time to talk about it a little bit in front of the viewers. You were saying that you quite like the Freya rework and you feel like she has higher skill ceiling. Walk us through that. Where do you think she shines now brighter?
Freya is definitely harder to play. She doesn't have that big damage, and she doesn't have that big shield as well. Remember old Freya, she used to get a ton of shield when casting Valkyrie's Descent, and she used to get a ton of attack split, plus you could go the crit build. Nowadays the Freya, I think they should go with a corrosion sight or an maybe golden staff first item into the endless battle, just to get that attack speed bonus from the golden staff, get those passive up. And as of course, after you cast a skill, the second skill is so spawnable, you get extra damage on basics. But man, I don't think she's worth ban the slot, but still, keeping in mind 60 is an extremely good Freya player. I believe he was global. I don't know, it's really hard to tell, but right now, seeing these two teams here, I'm extremely proud of my predictions. But getting back to the point, Vlados and Gargamel, these two players are the core members of each team. I think Vlados is gonna be the guy who you can rely on. He's gonna be the man, the myth, the legend, because we saw his Nathan. He turned a game around completely, but so did Gargamel. He changed the series the other day, getting that triple kill on Granger.
All I want is to see an early penetration item. That's all. I do not want to see the single-digit damage onto the roamers. And I know, Zakota, you kind of feel the exact same way, right? Because we all were having that discussion, and we were like, man, instead of more damage, you need a bit penetration so that the damage can actually go through instead of getting reduced to absolutely nothing. And that is going to be the main name of the game out here, with the Hayabusa banned out, Freya has the respect, along with the Yi Sun Shin. Lancelot obviously becomes one of the priority junglers. but they let the Basha through.
I don't know about the Bucks. I think they're gonna go maybe lock in the Fredrin to keep extra oomph against an assassin player. Lancelot is a dive. You have the Tornus, you have the puncture, you have the little execution. So if you go with the Fredrin, it's not gonna be a pretty hard task. But they're gonna go for the Dragon and the Harriet. Gargamel, I was expecting to see a later peak, but still the Harriet, we've seen it in game number 1 and game number 2. He was doing an extremely good job, but that was in the hands of Voki. What about in the hands of Garmadon here? He is one of the best players, goal laners from the tournament, in my opinion. He really improved and impressed me a ton, but still, Vlados is a seasoned veteran. He played in a ton of scouts, he played versus a ton of people, so he has that ability behind him to maybe impress us, because we know what he can do when you give him the right tools.
Honestly, from the players that we have right in front of our eyes, yes, Sixi is unwritten letter and unwritten paper for me, so I can only expect something from him. He cannot really, let me down, but I expect that Vlado will deliver on what we are used to see from him, because he has to. Yes, Sixi, he could be a decent player, he could be a decent addition, but I don't believe the team should be as strong as with Trollboy as they were before, because he had to be substitute for a reason.
I think so. That could be one way to look at things. While also on the other end, I think so we've seen Sixi play previously as well, right? I remember casting some of the games where Sixi was there. So maybe the synergy is not as rough as we think it would be. Maybe, if anything, they might have been practicing the scrims as well with Sixi a little bit to get that coordination in on time and maybe make some plays out there. You may never know. Because guess what? Jackpots surprised us with their new jungler coming in. So it could be the same for the glitch code side. While as we have a look at the draft itself one more time, right? Yujong being picked up by Jungli along with the Harith, which you guys were talking about. I think so Yujong is a pretty decent addition. But in terms of getting that lane pressure and priority, yeah, Lapu Lapu can eventually brick wall that lane. So that's going to be an absolute nada zone here. It depends on the rotation from those EXP laners who's going to get that fast. And also to add on to that, I like that third pick coming in the form of Basha, not really locking in early, realizing they have some time, so they prioritize their side laners. So kind of like that strategy.
I think Take Time needs to ban out the Kimi, because they are lacking push. The marksmen are not there on the side of Glitchcode. They have an assassin jungler. Yes, they can split push, but the Kimi is gonna be the main damage dealer. Of course, you have the sustain coming from the CC, sustain coming from the Lapu Lapu. Front line for both of those. Actually 3 if you go for the hybrid lands. But right now, if you leave the Kimi open, that's gonna give Sei something to talk and something to pick, but they're gonna ban out the Farsa. They're banning out its counter.
They wanna pick Kimi.
Yeah, exactly. I think they will go for Kimi pick. I think this is what they are telling us right now. I would be very surprised if they didn't go for it. Of course, Glitchcode could read into that and cancel it out in its entirety. So we will see if it comes to that. Right now, if we are looking over at the team comps, it's really important that the XP lane matchup. You were saying that Lapu Lapu, yes, he starts beating Yuzong later on, but those early levels, they should go towards jungling. If he can utilize it and get a couple of gold crabs, 1, 2, that's the max that he can get, well then he will be the first on the map, and this first turtle fight will be super important, especially with those expanded rivers where Yuzong, he is normally very able to rotate and deliver himself onto the map and be there for the fights. But with approaching rivers, expanding rivers, he can approach as well, even better.
And we've already seen how good glitch code is in those neutral objectives. It's going to be tough to deal with them though, but that was when Throwboy was in the roster. He was the one who was getting those retributions on point. And I understand your confusion, Zakota, about that Gato ban, if I'm not wrong, right? You're probably trying to read into that. I think so. It's maybe just a respect ban coming in for Gory, making sure that he does not get his hands onto the pick that he like. But it also means that now with this Kimi pick, they might as well have an early Grok available in his hands.
I mean, right, Grok is the correct choice, but I was thinking Glitchcode is gonna have to pick the Cecilian or maybe possibly even the Luo Yi. I mean, Kagura. I was thinking, no, Kagura into this? Would you want them to suffer just on purpose? into a Baksha, into a Heart, into a Yuzhong, you want to pick a Kagura.
Jushin?
Jushin, they're too tiny. They won't have enough damage to do anything with it. They're gonna go in for the Grok and possibly for maybe... They really need Cecilian. They need damage. They don't have any late presence whatsoever. The Lancer is gonna fall off so hard. Same with the CC and Lapu Lapu. Grok is gonna be the saving grace in the early to mid game. But still, what a hard choice. There is the Cecilian, and what is Gornish gonna pick? This is what I was actually debating on about. I was thinking maybe if he goes for the Minotaur. Yeah, the Minotaur is a correct choice. But there it is, the cow. Absolute cinema.
At least call him the bull, man.
The cow is there. Not even a bull. You know, hamburger pat.
Half of it is half of the people they have in their lineup have got that animalistic vibes, right? Harith is a cat. Yuzhong is a dragon.
Four actually.
Minotaur is a...
Baksha's a turtle.
Who's the fourth?
The turtle is Poseidon's, you know? It's a turtle. The turtle shell. His arms are shells. Didn't know.
True.
Lore-wise, lore
yeah, scared. You're playing for such a long time and you don't know that. Obviously, I knew it too. Like, come on, scared. It's common knowledge.
You did not know it. We both know you did not know it, Warren. You're just pulling my leg here at this point. But guess what, ladies and gentlemen? We'll have to see if that Peta lineup is able to take on the team that is absolutely wounded, but is rarely as deadly as a wounded lion. Will Glitch Code survive their first game and rather the entire series in this best of 5? We will find that out. Who sets their first foot in that victory lane?
I mean, right now, we're going to see the predictions soon enough, and I can't wait to see them because I think it's going to go to a best of 5 series. Most people thought it's going to end a little bit sooner, but still, it's all down to the players. And right now, the mid control looks in favor of Fake Time, just because the Kimi can get in a little bit deeper. And of course, the Grok throws the waves, but still, it's not enough to deter the Kimi from going a little bit away. On the other hand, Garmadon got frozen. Oh,
Say, barely surviving. He had to use his flicker, so that means for the turtle fight, he won't have it available.
I don't think on a Sicilian you really try to contest a first turtle when you have a Lancelot. You can easily go and steal it using the Torn Rose, the Puncture. You have so many choices, so many dashes, but still Garmadon is getting focused down, slowed as well in the farming department. He needs to let the wave crash towards his turret because Vlados is taking perfect advantage towards it. Godzi is gonna try to support it. A quick look at the predictions. Let's take a breakdown.
Yeah, we can see 1-3, 1-3, 1-3. Actually, 4 times. It's me, Synth, Mio, and Kronos. But you are on the opposite side of the spectrum. 3-2, together with Luzget and Scared Yet. And Nish is the odd one out. 2-3 for Glitchko.
Oh,
but Jungly, he is the one getting singled out by Gwozi, who will pick him off, and suddenly Glitchko with a slow lead. Little bit of a lead, but they shouldn't be getting one since they have mid laner who is just scaling.
And this is gonna be a little bit hard for them, but still, Jungly falling in so late is gonna give them advantage on the turtle fight. Say it's already popping out that Blood Feast, getting zone out. Lagger.
Gornish comes in, there's the Minotaur's Fury, but it's not right there, because Lager was able to finish off Gwozi, but Turtle still got into the hands of Glitchko. Double kill for Lager. This Turtle will be even beefier. And say, this is the flicker we were talking about. He doesn't have it. 20 seconds on the timer, so that means he goes bye-bye.
Gargamel rotating towards the Turtle, also allowing him to get up to 3 assists, allowing him to get even more gold. But look at Lager is going to charge in. The blue is gone. The Grok has taken it. It's still in favor of Team Glitchko. Still 900 gold lead in both of the, actually 3 of the previous games. The lead went to the winners. Besides the last one, it was a back and forth fight. Vlados is going to force out the Harriet so hard. But what can he do? He needs to play safe and wait for the time. Bloodfist getting popped as much as possible just to get those stacks up and ready, because the more stacks you have, the more mana and the more damage you're gonna deal. Overall, in the top lane, Gabri and Jungly are doing a pretty nice job because both are fighting well. Oh, Lager!
Lager, he iframed it, not really iframed, but he blocked it. Vlado will get picked off, Garmadon, and there is Lancelot trying to dance around, but he will get killed himself, and it looks like 6C is not as good as Trollboy so far, because this is 1-5 for Fake Time.
they have exactly the same gameplay, but still, Gargamel is a trained Smurf hunter and he's doing a mighty dandy job. Lager is gonna try to dive. Blood Claws are there. The Sanguine Claws, my apologies, but still, Black Dragon form goes through.
Into Petrify on Say, and immediately he has to burn his own Flicker. And this Cecilion, without the Flicker, he is free for the taking.
As I like to say, the CC is feeling a little bit of pain. Gornich is getting tagged out. Garmadon is gonna try to secure the kill, but no bueno, no damage available right now. We're gonna see Lager and Hinokami going towards the turtle pit. There is Godzi.
Godzi will get caught off. Nah, Tectonic Charge right on time, but this means he doesn't have it for the fight. So Lancelot could look for the steal, but Fake Time should be getting this one free.
In the for free, it's still a Lancelot. There's still the risk and the possibility of him going in deep, but it's gone. Yeah, I mean, Sanguine Claws catching Gorinich.
But there is Gorinich catching Say because he knew there is no Flicker available, and Say is lying on the floor. Wodzi will get picked off as well. Killing spree for Lager, but he needs to keep himself alive. 3-0, Turtle Guy. There's a big shutdown.
Indeed it is, but the special predictions, all of them are against Fake Time.
They are. And they must feel very wrong. They must feel very stupid, as I feel right now. Cause Glitch Code, they are getting their teeth caved in.
You don't have to feel when you are. It's alright, Warren, but still, right now, it's a best of 5 series yet again. So it's too early to tell what's going to happen in the next game and the next game after that. But as I said, my money is on Fake Time, and it being a best of 5, a full series. And I don't think it's going to look like that. Fake Time has such a big lead. 4,000 gold, 5 minutes in. Man. And Gabriel's going to get punished? No, he isn't. The bravest fighter is there. Gargamel and Gorinich are charging down. So is Lager. The wave clears there. Bravest fighter goes through Gorinich.
Gabriel is trying to survive. Landshaker jumps around, but Mega Kill goes to Lager. And this Turtle Guy will be even more fat. Do you think his shields should grow bigger when he has more gold?
I mean, no.
Oh, Tectonic Charge goes in, Wodzi initiates, Say gets a pick off on Gorinich, but Wodzi will get picked off as well. It's straight off the roamers, and Fake Time with a strong 4,000 gold lead.
A strong 4,000 gold lead indeed, but right now we're gonna see a little bit of action going towards the red buff of 60. Sleepy Eric is feeling awake. He got jolted up and he's ready to rock and roll and fight. On the bottom, we're gonna see Vlados trying to secure the minion wave. But Gargamel is extremely fed. He is so far ahead. He's 3-0-4. This early on in the game, 6 minutes in. Night and day difference between these two goal laners.
Say he could be getting picked off again, and this will happen, rightfully so. Jungly, he is the Death Reaper again. In the face of Say, he picks him off together with 60. Actually, that was happening on the other side of the map. Gorinich already spamming recalls, but maybe too soon because there is Gwodzi. He has something to say about it. I don't know. Maybe Gorinich could be going down. Vlado is dancing with Yo-Yo. Is it enough of damage? Garmadon could be getting picked off as well, but no. Garmadon is unstoppable, and rightfully so, because who can stop this guy? 5-0-4.
Garmadon is doing an amazing job. I think it's all the training from his youth when he was hunting the Smurfs. You know, but it's a bit too early to tell. It's still only 7 minutes in, 5,000 gold. One big team fight could change all the scenario, but still Goldsy is going to put the wall in there, try to save the buff. He has the Tectonic Charge in a few seconds, but Lager is going to try to melt him down. 30 potions, give him enough damage and slow down to poke him below 30% HP, I'd say, but still. The Turtle or the Lord is going to spawn in 50 seconds. A big Sanguine Crop pool coming in on Hinokami, but still, Say has not damage. He's still farming up those stacks in the bot side turret. We're going to see a little bit of a fight going on. Gurdage gets caught, but still, he managed to dodge his Sanguine Claws yet again. Caught him lacking in the bush. The mid turret is going to get a little bit of a pressure coming in from the minions. 35 seconds for the lore. Who do you think? Do you think 6 is going to contest it, or do you think they're going to let it go for the first time and defend?
I think 60 should try to steal it, but the question is, will Glitchko try to steal it together with him, or they leave it? Ooh, Jungly with a triple petrify! Right on 3, I think that answers the question. No one can try to steal the turtle if everyone is lying dead on the floor.
8 seconds till the Lord spawn 7 now. Lager is already eyeing that big trident holding water guy. But still, what can they do right now? The mid lane tower, it's looking like it's gonna hold. Hinokami made the perfect choice. The Kimi was there. It was written from the stars, but Garmadon is gonna secure it and take that mid turret down, giving that extra gold he doesn't need. But still, Gabri
barely misses Hinokami. Hinokami will be fine, laugh in his face and drive away. 7,000, make this 8,000 gold lead for Fake Time, as they will be marching with the Lord into Glitchcode's base and trying to take some of the golden auras.
Man, right now, it's gonna look like complete storm coming from Fake Time. 8,500 gold. Garmadon, destroy my enemies. It's written in the stars. Right now, Vlados is feeling the wrath of the Kronos dash. Talking about Kronos, we have a surprise for you guys next game, but still a little bit early in the oven. It's still cooking. Gorenich is zoning a little bit. Godzi is there. As I said, Godzi is better on Minotaur, on a casual support, insta-make play roamer. On the other hand, his Grok is kind of iffy, and especially when they give out the Kimi for free and they have damage lacking, it's not a good look. Lord is still gonna charge.
Right now, a miracle has to happen. Jangli trying to kinda play tricks on his enemies. Gorenage with initiation through his ultimate. Garmadon is in the thick of it. Mega kill for Hinokami, and they charge onwards. Lord is still alive. They might be getting more. They try to get the middle tower, but Minion is gone already. Petrified.
Jungli!
Mega kill for Jangli, and he tried to go for Vlado, but Vlado was a little bit too much to chew on. Looks like Jangli should be heading out, but his team is already heading in. Back in, I have to say, as Hinokami tries to make more people fall on the floor, Vlado was actually able to trade himself back and shut down, but this is not enough because Base Priest explodes and Fake Time take the first game in their firm grasp.
Absolute comfortable game coming in for the side of Fake Time, my man. And guess what? Hinokami being that one key player for the team to lead the charge too. Even at the very end, you could clearly see he went on towards that bottom side to gain the attention of everyone else while the rest of the team pushed in from the minions up on top. Yes, we thought Glitch Code with the Sicilian pick could do something, but Zakota, none of that happened. The pick-offs just kept on happening for Fake Time.
Indeed, they did, but because they read out a draft that Glitch Code was trying to go, they wanted to take the Kimi for themselves, but still, so did Fake Time, and Fake Time had the first pick. Because, of course, the blue side has the first pick, the second team, the red side, has the second pick, first pick. It's a little bit confusing, but still, Gargamel is gonna get the MVP. 509. What a clean game from him. Man, still, what an amazing job. It's only the first game out of this best of 5 series, and this was the first. This was a treat. A 10-minute game, so free, so fast. I didn't break a sweat.
It was a treat probably for Fake Time, but for everyone else involved, I wouldn't go as far to say it was even pleasable. I think this was horrendous. Like, of course, Glitch Code are missing one key player, but I did not expect for them to go this easily down. Yes, maybe I am speaking too soon, but if this is the first game, how is it going to look in the rest of the series the more you get exhausted? At the end, maybe Fake Time get exhausted too, but so far it looks like Glitch Code have nothing to show.
Big one here, man, and a lot more difficult now that we're considering how things are really falling through. Guess what? I predicted a 3-1 victory for Glitch Code here. I think so. I'm gonna eat my own words at this point. Just with the way how Fake Time have played, man. The carry being Garmadon, as you rightly mentioned, along with the richest, and Gory with the assist. You talk about this man, and you know that he will do that front line regardless of whatever the situation is. 0-14. What else do you want from your frontlining Minotaur? That's exactly what he was about to offer, and everyone just had such a fun time, Zakota.
Man, I mean, it was a complete slaughter. They just got read out and they lost the draft. The Sicilian was such a late scaler, and they didn't have anything to trade with for the Harriet. If they maybe had a marksman, an actual pure marksman, not a fighter gold, I would see the resemblance, but still. Lancelot was gonna go for the Endless extremely early, instead of going for the Understrike for the extra penetration to maybe try to break down damage or the shield coming in from Garmadon. Right now, I still think it's undecided on the winner of the entire series, but my money is, as I said, on Fake Time. Gorinich is doing an amazing job, however. Even if he's not on his comfort pick, the Gatot on Minotaur, he did a ton of work. He was knocking them up left and right. He was catching Sei by surprise. And Jungli was baiting out all the time the flicker from Sei. So I think you already get a platform.
I think talking about Jungli is the smart move because his Petrify, that has to be a highlight on TikTok. Because he 3-man Petrify, that was just absolutely out of this board. But I have to backpedal towards what you said. Gorinich being not comfortable is on Minotaur. I think that's a straight up lie. Because Gorinich, he is very, very happy on being on Minotaur. He's one of the few people that actually play Minotaur here on the Surge. And he has been quite successful on that. So I wouldn't say that he wasn't comfortable. I think he really likes to play it. Yes, Gato is his preferred choice. But he doesn't mind going Mino, and he has been quite successful with it. As you saw just in this game, his Minotaur performance was very, very nice. But on the other side, I feel like Glitch Code made it easier for them. Like, so much easier. Because if you look at the team comp, it doesn't really make sense for you to pick Cecilian. Yes, I know the mid lane picks were kinda skewed, you didn't have that much options, but Cecilian makes zero sense for your team comp, because we are looking at a team comp that's early to mid game, strongest at mid game, and then it falls off. Why you have Cecilian there, where he comes online around 3, maybe 4 items, there is no one for him to play around with, because everyone from his team are just meat shields.
It was not really enough to face tank all of that burst damage that was coming in, including the poke from Hinokami as well as Garmadon with the I forgot the name of the skill, man. That
Chrono
was the
dashes.
fission. That's all I know. Chrono dashes is the second skill, man. Chrono dashes is the second skill. Cosmic Fission? No, absolutely not. I don't know, man. That's Chrono Fission. Synchro Fission.
Synchro Fission, yes.
Synchro
the caster. The caster Synchro.
Yeah,
He's not here
Synchro
today.
Fission. I know. I can see someone unmuting the mic as well to try and correct me there, but you've got to hold your horses, man. I'm going to introduce you pretty soon. Don't worry about that. Woohoo, latecomers, but it's fine. I mean, again, Zakota, we did not really expect this 10-minute game to come in like that at big time. After their previous few endeavors in the playoffs, right, moving all the way to the lower bracket, they were looking very clean today.
I mean, as I predict, I think it's gonna go to a full best of 5 series because I don't underestimate Glitch Code. Maybe later on, Trobo is gonna appear like Jesus, like a miracle, and try to save them, but still, I think Fake Time is gonna have the advantage because they are rising in skill and they're playing extremely coordinated. They have the momentum, they have everything going for them. When the snowball starts rolling, they never stop it. They don't go and hit a tree. They keep going, they collect more snow, and they become an avalanche. And I think that's what's gonna separate them from these other teams, because they're playing careful. They're playing like they think about the play they're gonna make. They're not gonna make a brainless play, as a lot of people say. But still, it's only game number 1 scared. What do you think is gonna happen in game number 2?
I mean, I'm going to throw that question to Warren, man. What do you think is going to happen in game number 2? Because I'm pretty sure if Fake Time continues, this could very well be a 3-0.
I think there are 2 options in front of our eyes, and one of those options is they will fix their draft. And they... Wait! Is Trollboy is back? Is Trollboy back? I think this means Trollboy is back. Well, if Trollboy is back, I think we might be right on the money scared. Because with Trollboy, I believe anything is possible.
And I absolutely do not know how well it could eventually go forward, man. Yes, Throwboy is back for this one. It should be fine. But even yesterday, there were certain moments when the team was not really looking that sleek, right? And I know, Zakota, you've got a few things to say before we sign you off. I know you want some rest. Anything that you want to mention?
I hope you guys get the full best of 5 series with over 30 minutes game, so you have a lot to talk about. But I am Zakota. I came here just to lighten up the mood, and I'm gonna catch you guys in the chat.
Thank you so much for mentioning 4 games, 30 minutes each. Now we can please sign you off. Guys, please get Zakota out of here. With that kind of blessing, I'd rather want you to get out of here. But yeah, I'm absolutely lying, my man. It was a pleasure being here on the desk with you. You already know we all love you. Thank you so much for showing up. And guess what, people? It's Zakota who's going to take his own rest.
But we've got another man getting ready in the background. The man who've been waiting for, and the legend out here for the play-by-play. Kronos, let's welcome you. Because I know you've been lurking in the shadows. You've been wanting to hop on this desk. It's been a while, my guy. How are you feeling after this one game?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling good. Thank you so much. Apologies to everybody, but hey, I tried to make it as soon as I could, but here I am. I think I did miss out a lot. I did miss the fact that Fake Time got one up on Glitch Code. I think with the fact that no Throwboy being present, that did kind of make a big difference, if you ask me. Yep. But for the next one, Throwboy comes in, and so does so do I. So I think Throwboy is probably waiting for me to hop on the desk so that he could come in at the same time as well. You never know. I'm just saying it out there. But I think apart from that, it's been a fantastic day for MLBB, for Surge Europe. And I think the next 4 games, hopefully, that we have, like Zakota said, 30+ minutes, will be good as well.
I'm just gonna put it out there. I'm hoping for 3 more games because then my predictions could be true. But yeah, let's say 5. Let's say 4 more. You know, full 5 series. But I'm just hoping, you know, maybe up those 0%. What percentage are you on, Kronos? Still 0? 0 club?
I'm probably 0, man. I'm telling you. I think I am at 0 because of the fact that sometimes when I make these predictions, it's not on you know, what news there is in the community. It's not about what their gameplay has been about. It's just about what could happen, right? Usually, I think the one thing that I didn't like this season, or nobody else would like for me, is the fact that I probably didn't vote a lot of times for Memento Mori. That's another thing. So I think that kind of makes a big difference in the community. Everyone's probably gonna hate me, but later on, for this one, I think Glitch Code, it was what I kind of predicted, but I don't know. I think my prediction's still at 0, man. I think my prediction's still at 0.
You heavily were leaning towards Glitch Code winning this one with 3-1. It's okay.
I mean, it's because you got the Chrono Curse is online, man. You know about this one, Scared. I think Warren is new to this, but everybody knows the Chrono Curse is real. Warren, have you heard of the Chrono Curse?
Now I did, but could you care to explain so I'm right on board?
Scared, do you want to explain? Because you've experienced it firsthand. I think it's been multiple tournaments, not just one, multiple tournaments, where
he could predict the fan favorite team, the best informed team, and everything else. And guess who wins?
The opponents.
That's the Chrono.
Damn, all right. Let's see if that happens. That would be, of course, Fake Time winning. It's super important, as you mentioned. Venue came in, Trollboy came in as well. Probably you were taking the same car. Did you see him in the taxis? Was he in the same taxi?
Uber share, bro. Uber share. Uber share. Okay. Uber sponsor. Surge Europe. We're looking out for you. Travel sponsor.
So I hope you gave him some good back massage, so he's ready. He's ready for that.
What do you mean by that? Do you think that he's gonna carry Glitch Code to victory, man? Come on, don't do my boy say like that.
If Kronos gave him back massage, I think anything's possible. You know, those back massages, man. Like, Scared, you must yourself know good back massages. Like, it's in your genes.
Hey, listen.
Why would
you know how good Kronos gives back massages? Tell me, how do you have the access to this information?
Maybe I was in the car altogether as well. Maybe I was the driver.
But then, hey, it's all right. Speaking of rearview mirror and taking a sneak peek, take a look at the draft. Already game number 2. Hilda, Baxia, and Yuzhong being banned out. Again, this is something that we discussed yesterday, Scared, and Warren with Destroyer. The Baxia not being in the hero pool of Throwboy. It's a very simple hero to use, but I don't know if they don't want to use it. Maybe think that Fake Time are not worthy enough for him to play the Baxia, so they banned it out themselves. It's happened yesterday as well at the same time, or rather on Friday. And then again, on the side of Fake Time, you get the Eve taken out, the Eastern Hayabusa. Great first bans just because you don't want to give away control. That leaves few options open, which is the Lancelot in the jungle. They picked that up for themselves. Himi get picked up first on the other side, which has received nerf, but if Eve is not present, I don't think there's a better mid pick, is there?
He's been working out way better than anything else as well in the previous series, Warren. You witnessed the action. First hand, Hinokami, absolutely not at all passive, right? He was constantly up on the gas, making sure that it's getting
everyone else picked off out here. On the other end of the spectrum, now considering since Lancelot has been taken, which you rightly mentioned, and Hayabusa and Yusunshin banned, it just reduces the hero pool of Throwboy all the very more. Redrin could have been an amazing pick in this moment, right? You knock everyone up, keep on taunting them, but we don't know if Throwboy would want to play him. And that's why I don't particularly like this Kalia pick coming in, Warren, because you don't have anyone else to capitalize onto those Tsunami Slams.
I actually might like what they might be going for, because yes, Kalia overall is not the best into the rest of the team, but at the same time, they couldn't go for it and combine it with Forza. Where they could have went for that before, yes, you could ban it out, but then you would be burning your ban. So probably they might be looking for something else to ban out, and that would be Uranus right at this moment. Of course, yes, you gave Goranich his Gatot, and as Zakota said before, yes, he is very good on Gatot, and it's not a coincidence that they both look alike.
These guys looking out for memes, man. We get you, Warren. We get you. Not just the fact that they look alike. I think he just goes to the gym quite a lot as well. Hey, folks, Surge Fit Club. You know that was coming. You know that was coming. It was built up. It was built up to that. But looking at all these heroes, especially for Fake Time, Goranich, he's been good on Gatot Gacha, right? He's been good on Gatot, but not any other hero that we've seen him on. Maybe some Hylos, Grok, okay-ish, but his best is Gatot Kacha. And I see that scared.
Minotaur?
The Stuyo. I mean, Minotaur is such a niche pick, if you ask me, right?
But he made it work last game. He made it work last game, and he made it work so many times before.
Not every day is a Sunday, my friend. Today's a Sunday, but not every day is a Sunday. So maybe today's the day for him. So the Suyo being banned out, I think that is really good, because the hero jungle pool is so low. No Baxio, no Lancelot, no Suyo, no Hayabusa, no Yisunshin. That's 5 heroes taken away. What's left? The Joy? Is he really gonna go for the Joy? Don't tell me he's gonna pick up a Martis just because of a slight bit of a buff. Nolan got a buff, but he's not good enough.
I personally feel that
go for it.
Exactly. I just personally feel this could potentially be either a Fredrin pick right now. Throwboy could bring out as one of the surprise picks for all of us, maybe something that they were saving for the later stages, and then can go for another proper solid marksman for Vladosi, who can eventually try to out-sustain or at least maybe win a solo lane. And I'm looking in the lines of Erithel.
Against the Harith solo.
I mean, Erithel, man. Erithel actually does that.
Yeah, but no. Yeah, go for it.
Jokshin went through the Volt Draft. No one noticed that? Oh, it was right in front of our eyes.
I think it's just the Glitch Code are really locking down the EXP side of things for Fake Time. Not a lot of pools in the EXP side as well. Yuzhong, Uranus taken out, CC as well, Lapu Lapu.
Esmeralda.
So, Esmeralda is the only one that's kind of open at this point, right?
Wins against Lapu too.
But it's kind of looking... Yeah, X-Borg. What else was left in the jungle?
Let's see how successful he can be on that X-Borg. We saw some good X-Borgs, we saw some bad X-Borgs. I think the 50% win rate is right on mark. It was like 1 good X-Borg for 1 bad X-Borg. And paired up with Bruno. Ooh, quite a lot of physical damage on the side of Glitchko.
Physical and Bruno. I like the Bruno, but at the same time, I don't like the Bruno. I like the Bruno because you can go 1v1 against the Harith. There's not many other marksmen that can do that. I think against the Harith, there's one of the only few marksmen that can do well in the 1v1. But at the same time, you need to keep the pressure up in the goal lane. The moment you kind of lose track a little bit, you let down a few seconds, few minutes, one rotation gone bad, Bruno's kind of like nullified. He's not going to do anything against anyone. He needs that early Malefic Gun. He needs that early Snowball. And you rely on Sei in the mid lane for the late game carry, and then we get a Terizla in the EXP lane because there's not a lot left. And I think this works out in the favor of Glitch Code only because of the fact that the X-Borg does true damage, and now with 3 frontliners, you have the capability of a pick-off. You can also go AoE, you can pick team fights when you wish, and you can definitely dance for that Lord Dance.
It is it. Yeah, I think so. There's a lot more options right now available for glitch code with the Xbox pick into the jungle. I really like that. But I still feel maybe Fake Time can still close this one out because the Wombo combo that they have and the potential to snowball in that early to mid game and just close it out towards that mid to late stages of the game, that is a bit too high. Yes, they will have the problem of that Kimmy in the form of save, but they can still keep up with the taunts on Godzi thanks to the presence of Jushin. And Vladosi will not have a fun time until and unless he makes a Malefic gun, which is bare minimum a third item. Things are looking difficult for both the ends, ladies and gentlemen, but I still feel it could be Fake Time. Kronos feels it could be the glitch code. Warren will be the tiebreaker as we move in the Land of Dawn for this game 2.
And Say immediately starts firing up. You know, someone should tell him it's not actually building his passive. He's shooting blanks. Like, yeah, all right, now it is. But he will charge himself up just a little bit so he can be ready and push this mid lane. But he wasn't still able to push it before Hinokami did. There will be an action happening. Just a little bit of skirmishing. If we look over at the emblems, do we see something we don't like, Kronos?
I mean, at this point, not really. I like the Vitality being picked up by Throwboy. Gives an extra bit of HP. Doesn't want to really go for the Thrill. That's something different that we don't see quite often. Thorn Rose the mid lane. Goran is trying to go ahead. Revitalize already popped as well. They pick up Guadzi and put him down. Flicker baited out, and that is expensive from Glitch Code. Not just that, I don't think they even won the Lethal Wanderer. So that's good news for Fake Time. This first turtle definitely has to be in their favor.
It should be. They have extra vision in the river, and at the same time, Terizla is pushing in Lapu Lapu, which is to be expected. But, you know, sometimes things happen and sometimes it doesn't go according to plan. But it is going according to plan so far for Fake Time. But definitely already, even though maybe a little bit too soon to say, but I already feel Glitch Code being much more confident in their gameplay.
Yeah, I think Glitch Code with Throwboy being present, they understand that the jungle pivot is possible. The jungler kind of plays what really the team needs, even though everything has been taken away. Only Xborg was kind of left. That's the only thing that was left that could be possibly good in the jungle for Glitch Code. And they picked that up, and he's making it work really well. But now without the Flicker, 60 seconds is what a Flicker needs. Kalea without a Flicker is basically half a hero in the early game. And now you can see why. They're pressuring Guadzi down as much as possible. Fake Time need to get this turtle, but we know Throwboy and his retributions. Oh my god, they bait out a Flicker from Say as well. And look at the side. He flanks in, going in for the bravest fighter. Gabri trying to find a target. Guadzi baiting out so much and absorbing so much damage that Glitch Code are able to capitalize. And not just that, they get the turtle for free.
Exactly, for free. That's the good way to phrase it, because Glitch Code, they basically burned none. Yes, they burned 2 flickers, but at the same time they burned 1 flicker on the other side and they burned the Revitalize of Goranage. So 2 spells for 2 spells, I mean, that's alright trade. And Gabri with an XP lead already trading into Terizla.
Yeah, I think this is what Glitch Code we're looking at. Slowly start building some sort of pressure. Especially given the fact that it's a 2v1 right now in the gold lane, and 2v2 in the bot side as well, in the EXP lane. In the mid lane, Say is doing as much as he can. And the only job that Say has is to survive, farm, and make sure he's a monster in the late game. Now they need to realize that the rotation needs to mate towards Vlados QT to make sure this Bruno starts snowballing. And once the Bruno gets a couple of items in, you can see he's already building in towards the Haas's Claw. And once that item's up, he's going to be able to 1v1 against Garmadon. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Ornage with a face check, he will be fine. Fraction pool, Hinokami had to ult to survive.
Oh, wait, Tsunami Slam already down. Great. Purify being used from Hinokami to make sure that ultimate's down. But more expensive is that Purify. 85 seconds to the ultimate of Kalea, which is about, what, 40 seconds if I'm not wrong?
Yeah, it should be a right up and turtle spawns. Gvodziv have burned up Flicker again.
Yeah, again, just before the turtle, they know how to punish. And I think Fake Time need to make the most out of the situation right now. Gabri going in, bravest fighter on top of Garmadon as well. AOG coming through, trying to make some space, but Gordon just gets taken away. That's first blood. Lacquer going to the Phantom Execution, finds nobody but Jungli in the midst of nowhere with a penalty zone, catching Guadzi off guard as they trade 2 for 1, and Fake Time make a slight bit of a comeback. They should capitalize and get this second turtle.
I wouldn't really make a birthday party just yet, because Fake Time, they are supposed to be winning early to mid game, and that's where they should make enough big enough of an advantage to close out the game later on. Because if we look over at the Glitch Code's composition, if this gets into late game, it's bad stuff for Fake Time.
Yeah, it's not looking good. Guadzi with a knock up from the Dial Strike. Gets the Tsunami Slam down on Junglee as well. Flickers out of harm's way. Zaman Force drop down from Garmadon. He's dashing around, dancing to make sure he gets Guadzi, and they will be able to do that. Yes, they do. And Hinokami gets picked off the bot side, so for a 1v1 trade, but a mid laner for a roamer. Glitch Code still winning out on that trade. Garmadon taking down low, not a lot of mana. Vladisy QT understands he can stand in these team fights, extended fights, just because of Haas's Claw.
Exactly, you're right on the money. It was a trade of a roamer for mid laner. It was so good. And at the same time, Bruno was able to breathe freely because Wodzi made the sacrifice. He shown the cards of Fake Time because they had to appear. And then Bruno knew, all right, it's 4 of them on the top side. I have to play safe. And then everything was burned. Bruno was free to farm.
Yeah, I think at this point, Wodzi has been playing a very risky game, Warren. Every time he goes in, a flicker is burned just before the neutral objective. Look at that. He has 5 seconds to flicker, 45 seconds to the next turtle. And I think you can bet your house that he might burn his flicker now.
I mean, then I could get 3 houses. Isn't that a little bit too much for one guy?
Maybe a car.
I would have to let you live in one.
Yeah, I think you should, man. You should. Help us out with that. But you can see, oh, nice 5v3. Tsunami Slam down, and they go with the last Insanity at the same time. Crimson Beacon comes out, everything thrown but the kitchen sink, and Guadzi's the first one to fall. Garnage trying to cut off Throwboy with the AOG and catches him off guard. No Frog armor. Will he survive? The taunt comes in, but look at Gabri making sure his jungler is able to survive, and not just that, takes him down. Liger goes in, punctures his way. Throwboy still survives, and Gabri does as well. Glitch Code. How are they doing this? This should be illegal. Fake Time have no answers whatsoever.
That's the worst part. They should be the stronger team right in this moment, but they are just not. The clock is ticking, and every second that passes, every minute.
Oh no, not like this, Garmadon. He wanted to get aggressive, but he didn't understand there are 3 members. Went down in the hands of the goal laner nonetheless. Vlados able to get some gold in his pocket, but Gabri, again being a distraction, might go down to Junglee. He swings his hammer, gets a mega kill, but Glitch Code traded back with the turtle.
The only guy that's doing well so far is Junglee. He's the only man left standing for Fake Time.
Wadzi, no Tsunami Slam revitalized already used. Hinokami comes under the Crimson Beacon, and I think that was the cue. Fake Time heard, no ultimate. Already used the Purifier from Hinokami, and Lagger, instant Phantom Execution. Now Guadzi again, so aggressive. He's died 4 times already, Warren. 4 times out of the 6 kills that Fake Time have in their pocket.
You were talking about it before. Guadzi is probably the most aggressive, and take it in with the bad and the good stuff. He's probably the most aggressive roamer we have here under Search. His KDA was, I believe, something like 175, which is very, very low. Of course, we have to take into consideration that this is competitive scene, and as it is competitive, of course, you might die a little bit more. And Throwboy is
oh my god, Junglee! Penalties thrown to the back, and Garnage went instantly with the AOG, catches him, and look at Lagger, singles out Say, and catches him off guard. That is 2 for nothing, and that's the most important heroes that's on the side of Glitch Code as well. The late game carry that they kind of needed, and now they're breaking through the defenses in the mid lane. The tier 1's the first to fall, but you can see already Worldy being used by Gabri, doing everything that he can. He's swinging, man. He's in the thick of it, but he goes down, and soon Junglee will as well. Shut down from Guadzi, but look at Lagger. He punctures his way through, looking to catch Gabri. He was able to survive.
Junglee unfortunately tried to chew a little bit more than he could swallow. And that's a big problem, because as I said before, he was the last man standing. Garmadon getting pulled in, almost sacrificing his own life, getting pulled in again. Garmadon, this is not a Garmadon we are used to know. This Garmadon, he's off. What's happening?
Oh my god, did you see? If we can get a replay from that, we can actually break it down, because he went in, right? He got pulled back a little bit by the traction fault, instantly popped the Purify, used the Zaman Force, Chrono Dash out, And then the next thing you know, Vlados, he goes in, but here with the throw boy getting the retribution, gets the AOG coming in from Gordic as well. Tsunami slammed down, but the Purifier already being popped. Gordic is the first one to fall. Hinokami's going to be the one to follow. You can see Vlados CQT dishing out the damage. He definitely has the Malefic gun. But Glitch Code secure the Lord, and I think now that's good enough for them.
Doesn't yet quite have the Malefic gun, but he should be building probably towards that eventually. But I'm not sure if he's building towards it right now. Fury Hammer, yeah, might be. We will see in a bit. Though there's one important thing, and that is Gabri. He has his Queen's Wings, so he will be a big thorn in the feet. Fake time.
Yeah, he's gonna be a thorn, all right. Next thing you know, Fake Time are gonna go purchase a bouquet of roses. They get pricked by that thorn. That thorn's going to be Gabri, but look, oh my god, Guadzi, every single time looking to catch Hinokami off guard. He didn't have the Purify, but he had the Beacon, but there was no follow-up as well from Glitch Code. Lagger gets his purple nonetheless, but Hinokami, no Beacon. Look at Jungli using the penalty zone to get away. That is another ultimate burnt down. That's 2 ultimates burnt from Fake Time. Throw Boy going into the last Insanity. Gornish taking on super low. But I think it's okay. Well, no, I don't think Lagger wants to go for it. Mino on the bot side. Guadzi versus Jungli 1v1. I don't know what he's thinking. Jungli definitely has the damage. AOG coming through as well. From afar, Guadzi forced to flicker out. And I think they're looking to take down mid-tier 1. But will Fake Time respond on time?
Actually, this was beautiful play from Guadzi because he burned up Flicker for Jungli. So Jungli cannot really do those crazy plays that we are used to see, mostly from Samo, that kind of brought Terizla into the fold of search European competitive scene.
Whoa.
And that's not available. That's not available to Jungli. He cannot make those crazy plays, at least for the next Lord, because next Lord will be spawning in 70 seconds and there will be a 10-second mismatch. So if Glitch Code are able to utilize that, and they probably should utilize it. Oh, there's the Malefic gun being completed for Vlado, so extra range for him.
Yeah, and he had the range before. It felt like he had the range before. Now with that Malefic gun, he's going to have even more range. So now it's going to be more disastrous for Fake Time as Vlados CQT hits his power spike. And looking at the build that Garbodon was kind of going for, I don't know if he's going for a Divine Glaive because it didn't feel like, it felt like a Holy Crystal because he had 2 of those Magic Blades with him. But at the same time, I think this late game kind of composition, this Harriet, once he gets the Holy Crystal on, it's going to be a different story. So Glitch Code needs to capitalize. As we saw earlier, 10 stack on the Sky Piercer for Say. Got the Divine Glaive as well. So definitely going to be doing a lot of damage onto Gornic as well as Jungli. As they're looking to take away the tier 2 on the top side. Responding on the bot side at the same time from Fake Time. It's a lot of times being said, man.
Bro, rightfully. You are right on the money with that said, man.
Oh. Hey, goes in. Lagger, Phantom Executions, about for a drop down as well. Guadzi going in for the pick off. But at the same time, nice traction, pulls catch 3 members. Chrono, Dash, Synchro, Fission. And here comes the last Insanity. But Lagger's able to get out of harm's way. Say gets a triple in the midst of nowhere. Glitch Code making a sandwich out of Fake Time every fight and picking them off 1 pick at a time.
They picked them apart. Fake Time were crumbling before, but now they fell onto the ground. Gornic, Hinokami, and Jungli, they are dead. They are waiting for their respawn timers. Vladio C and the rest of Glitch Code will pick up their Lord, their second Lord of the game actually, and they will start thinning out those towers. If you look over at the side of Fake Time, they only did 3 towers, where Glitch Code already got 5. And with this 2000 gold lead, with their team comp that outscales, I just wanted to speak about it, but I couldn't mention it. But this Lord, it was super important, because this was the moment where Fake Time could still kind of fight back, but the deeper we get into the game, the less powerful their heroes will be, and the harder it will be for them. Every minute will make this harder, and every minute Glitch Code will be stronger.
I mean, yes and no, because Fake Time have a late game composition themselves, man. They got the Harriet, got a Holy Crystal as well in his pocket, and now this Lord should be easily defended. You can see they're looking to wait to drop that Zaman Force. That Zaman Force is such a big, massive tool, not just to be aggressive, but also be defensive as much as you can. It's a zoning tool at the same time, so they need to be aware of how they're going to use it. Glitch Code, they already got that bottom inhibitor. I don't think they're going to get more. Oh, Lagger missing out on the puncture. Could be something that Glitch Code make through with it. On the top side, they need to get the clear. So it's a successful defense, but at the same time, Glitch Code got an inhibitor. So pressure on the sides is looking good for Glitch Code.
I mean, it is successful defense in a sense.
He's gonna survive, isn't he? Oh no, they're gonna go for it! Zamar first drop down, they pop the immortality. Gabri goes there as well. AOG to catch throw boy. Look at Lagger. He went in too deep as Vlados he gets a killing spree. Last instead he popped Gornich. But at the same time, Vlados he wants to fight. And you can see the title strike coming through from Guadzi. He goes, slides in, but I don't think it's a wise idea. Grims the bacon just to put him away. Hinokami gets the shutdown. And now Fake Time will respond. Guadzi conceal. And he goes for it. He's trying to get the tsunami. Slammed down, but he can see the penalty zone coming through as well. Gabri goes to the back line. Bravest fighter catches Hinokami as Garmadon gets the shutdown, and that's the double kill. And we were talking about the Holy Crystal, and we can see it come to fruition. Jungli still able to survive as Throwboy and Gabri, the only ones left standing for Glitch Code, have to respect the damage from Garmadon.
It was beautiful to see how Hinokami was able to make the plays happen. Then he kinda gave the main role to Jungli. Then Jungli made the safe play and he kinda turned around the whole team fight. And then came Garmadon as the last man to go into this fight to complete the teamwork that we just experienced in front of our eyes that came from Fake Time. Fake Time are still fighting back. And I have to little bit backpedal on the fact that I was saying late game is for sure for Glitch Code, because this Garmadon guy, he's doing quite a lot of damage. You need to be careful about that.
They need to respect it, man. Harrod's one of the most highest damage dealers in this current meta, especially from that gold lane. He wins out on the early. He's kind of a lane bully, but come late game, I told you, the Zaman Force has what, a 10, 12 second cooldown? Imagine just dashing around infinite times. It just becomes a complete problem for Glitch Code to deal with, and that's why they need to pick him up, and he goes for it as well, looking to catch Hinokami, and they shut him down. Finally, Sei gets the kill. Jungli trying to create a separation. Meanwhile, the back line, Gabri goes along with Guadzi, and now they're trying to get the AOG down as well. Catches two members. Vlados is going to be the target. Look at Lagger going through, punctures his way, trying to get the damage down, but he tried to survive. Vlados, the QT gets him. Meanwhile, inside as well, Garmadon getting sown by Guadzi. He's the only one left standing. Glitch Code found the answer. You can get him alive, but you can get all his team members and leave him alone standing, and that's what they've done. They get the Lord, and the only one standing is Garmadon. Yes, he can 1v5, but not if you got a chain CC coming through you. Guadzi gets taken down, and I think they're relying on Garmadon trying to defend. Vlados, he has too much damage as Gabri goes in and gets a shutdown. Hinokami tries and he tries, but Glitch Code find an answer and level up the series 1-1.
This is an absolute massacre coming in from the side of Glitch Code over towards the end, where you just knew that no matter what, how many odds could dip further away from them, they will still bring themselves back. And this is such a crazy good game coming in from their side, dude. Specifically over towards the end, bringing out the Bruno under such a composition and then making it work against the Harith of Garmadon. That was pretty good. And Warren, you were mentioning about that scaling as well. Yes, as good as a Harith was into that mid to late game as well, I'd have to say there was just not enough damage in the composition. With the Terizla onto those sidelines, yes, the penalty zone is good, but that tool is not enough. Comparing it along with the constant poke coming in from the Jushin, man. They just did not have enough tools in their arsenal.
I know what you mean, and I know where you are coming from, but at the same time, we have to respect what happened on the field of battle where Hinokami got picked off. If he didn't get picked off, and I believe his Purify was on like 4 or 5 second cooldown, if he didn't get picked off and he was able to have his Purify to cancel out this Kalia initiation from Guadzi, the fight could have been a whole different story. Because it's so funny to see how Trollboy was getting caught off, and that led to Fake Time winning that one team fight, and we were kinda hyping them up and we were like, alright, they are back in the game. But then Hinokami was the one getting caught off, and suddenly the tables have turned back in the favor of Glitch Code. So I wouldn't really say that the reason of the last team fight being won by Glitch Code was only because Fake Time liked damage. It was more so the fact that Hinokami got bursted down immediately. It didn't matter if he had Forza, it didn't matter if he had Yif, if he had whatever, he got immediately one shot, so whatever the pick he had, he would be dead anyway, and he couldn't approach the fight anyway.
Right, Kronos?
I mean, what can I say, man? Look at it. Vlado CQT, we spoke about it during the draft as well. This guy on that hero, that Bruno, the win condition was very simple. You need the early game. You need to snowball. He had early pressure on his lane. Gorinic actually rotated to help Garmadon. You don't usually see that a lot. You don't see Harith getting a lot of help in the lane, right? In the laning phase, the first 5 minutes. It's only the ganks that come through from Lagger. It could be a mirror rotation from Throwboy, but they kind of went opposite sides. Throwboy said, it's all right. Vlado CQT can handle it himself. And so did Wadzi and Say. And he did. He held on. And next thing you know, waited and waited. When he got the opportunity, he popped off. And when he popped off, it was very difficult to stop him. Even in that Lord fight, I was focused on Lagger and Vlado C because that's the big kill. If Lagger was able to get Vlado C out of there, then everyone would have started falling down like dominoes. But the fact was that Haas's claws, that extra bit of range from that malefic gun, just helped them survive and survive and survive. And next thing you know, they couldn't do anything. And it came down to the fact where Garmadon was so strong. He had the Holy Crystal. He can 1v5. We know this, Scared. We know this, Warren. A Harith, when it's super fed, when he has his items, he can 1v5. Doesn't matter how tanky you are, that guy will shred you down like you're paper. And he's a paper shredder. And that's what they could have done. But Glitch Code, they didn't care. Just completely take away the rest of the members and zone out Garmadon. And that's why Gabri is the MVP. 4-2-11. That guy was in the face of Garmadon. He's not able to do anything. So hopefully in the next game, they come up with a better game plan to try and unlock Garmadon, because we know what a good goal laner he is. And the same thing Vlado C. So both of them are relying on their goal laners heavily to make sure they come out on top. The junglers, they're just there for the ride.
They're just having their own fun time, man. And yeah, you could literally see all of that too. Yeah, they haven't really been super involved in terms of those damage numbers as well, or even the tanky department. They're just there to take those neutral objectives. And I think so that's how the meta has been developed itself, where you've got the junglers who are doing their job of getting the retribution on point for the neutral objectives, only to either set your mid lane up or your goal laner carry up for success. And right now, as you rightly mentioned, Kronos, Vlado C has been set up pretty well from their own side. You could see Jungly trying to make those plays too, but let's be honest, Warren, you can actually see those flicker penalty zones coming in from a mile away.
Lord, I love what you said. I think you're right on the money. But I would love to backpedal a little bit to what Chrono said before, and that being the 1v1 between Glado and Lagger. You have to take into consideration their item builds, right? Because if you look at Lagger, and I think he was missing it, I'm not sure, but I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but he didn't have Deep Sea Halberd. And if you don't have that and you go for Bruno, that's not gonna work, man.
Yeah, you've got to get that anti-heal back in as well, ladies and gentlemen, as this time around, hopefully there's going to be a better itemization coming in from both of these teams, specifically from Fake Time, as we have got Flying Clouds, Chronos, something that you really love, a map that's given us a couple of meme moments as well. You could see the Gato roaming around and they just turned himself back. And guess what? We've got a surprise moment out here. Kronos has vanished. We're going to be bringing him back in pretty soon, people. Don't worry about it. He's just probably strolling around the bush out here. But till he hops back, at least, Warren, we have enough time to talk about it, right? Where what changes do they need to add in this next drafting phase to try and sustain? And I think so one of them would be to deny the Lapu Lapu pick.
I mean, I feel like the round was playable for both sides. I feel like it came down to individual decisions and individual mechanical plays. Where, for example, Vodzi, yes, you can put a lot of blame on him and laugh about the KDA, but he is the playmaker. I said it before. He plays for the risks, and sometimes there is a risk and there is no reward. You just die, you just fumble the bag. But those other times, Vodzi is the guy who makes the game happen, who makes the win happen. And this last fight was a perfect example of that, because if Vodzi wasn't able to pull this off, the fight could have been a whole different story. If you are not able to pick off those important targets, especially that being either Garmadon or Hinokami, and I bet my left hand that he knew that the Purify was just off cooldown barely by like 9 seconds, and he was counting that in his head, and he was ready right on the money to do this play and to get the victory to his team.
Absolutely. And on the back of it as well, that's how they were eventually able to bring themselves back into the entire thing. I thought there were a couple of moments when you could see Fake Time also slowly winning it out, right? And I'd have to bring the attention back onto those early few fights right before the first turtle, where Godzi survived a couple of times with literally a slither of HP by the skin of his teeth. Had those two picks gone in for Lagger, maybe we would have seen a snowball coming in from the Lancelot, eventually turning into a snowball of a Harith, while you have your mid laner, right, Hinokami, who's having his own fun time with the Jushin, constantly picking people up and destroying Godzi with that poke. But that didn't happen just because they did not have that one extra basic attack landed on the right people. And I think that's a bit tough. Yes, that's not the only thing, but that still is a bit tough.
Lagger's an assassin player. Yeah, that's first to answer one. Lagger's an assassin player. Vlado CQT is a goal laner. I think the job is simple. Lagger needs to find him. If he didn't itemize right, he definitely needs to do that again. But Guadzi as well, just putting so much pressure early on, scared to go off what you said. Kind of add on that pressure as much as you can early on. Even if he's escaping by the skin of his teeth, it's absolutely important for him to do so. Because you guys know when you're playing, if there's somebody that escapes by the skin of his teeth every single time, you get ticked off. Happens once, oh my god, he has 1 HP, bro. How did you let him go? Fine, noob mid laner, noob jungler. You start talking about that with your teammates, whoever you're playing with. Start typing in the chat. It's fine. First time, okay. Second time, happens 3 times. Happens for the Lord. He goes and he survives so much more than he needs to, or so much more than he can. Becomes a massive problem. So that is something that Fake Time needs to really identify and look at how they can take down a single target, because it felt like in this game they were split apart. They didn't have one single target. They had multiple targets that became a problem in the end.
Yeah. Honestly, I would love to backpedal a little bit. I keep saying that, I keep throwing this word in, but I think that's the right way of words, because you said Lagger is an assassin player. I agree. But did you saw him yesterday? He was playing out of 5 games 4 times tank, and he was delivering on those tanks. So I don't think he's locked on only onto Lancelot. I think there is many options for him. Apparently, from what we saw yesterday, and he said it, I think he even mentioned it in the interview, that he has been practicing those tanks. So he is not really just the assassin player, and he is able to pull those out. I'm quite surprised that he didn't do it. Maybe he got, kind of locked into that mentality where Lancelot, yes, he is the best hero, he's super strong, but he got a little bit of a nerf on his hands. And there's also another thing that you have to add up upon that. When you play Lancelot in a competitive environment, you don't get this snowball off, which can happen. It's a competitive environment. You cannot secure 100% of the times some early game kills. Well, then you are just an assassin who has no advantage. And if you are an assassin with no gold advantage, then it will happen. It will happen exactly like it happened in this last game. Vladosi will 1v1 you, especially if you don't have Deep Sea Halberd.
Yeah, and that too when Vladosi is on a pick which is pretty good scaling in terms of mid to late game. If you don't have a crowd control, it's gonna just free hit every single one of you. And to be honest, I will have to say that even in those crucial team fights, even when Godzi has used up all of his skills and everything, for some reason Fake Time was still trying to target him, rather than actually going in for Vladosi there. Wherein they had the access to him, they could have used their skills onto him, but that wasn't really happening. So those are a few target prioritizations which I want to see Fake Time improve a little bit, because that 10-minute game clearly showed that strength. And I believe at this point we can potentially say, Kronos, that if you Kimmy, you win.
I mean, it's because of the fact that they're so integrated into the meta. It's not the fact that it's Kimmy, you win, scared. It's the fact that when you play a Kimmy, you understand your win condition, and simple. It's like an insurance policy. That's what I call Kimmy at this point. Like an insurance policy in your team kind of helps out, if you ask me. Your gold laner doesn't perform, your jungler doesn't perform, it's all right. You got a Kimmy, you got a double carry. That's what helps out. And I think that's going to be super important for them. That's why the Kimmy works. Having this so-called insurance policy, right? So I think it's something that they need to look after when it comes to the draft. Find counter angle for it, counter initiation, or like find a direct dive without the Yuzhong, without the Hayabusa. If these are banned out on the first phase, I think you better just, you know, not let the Kimi go through.
Okay. I mean, that kind of is fair. Just ban out the Kimi altogether. Don't access it. Don't let anyone else access it as well.
Exactly.
But at the same time, I also think that, Warren, I'm pretty sure you'd agree with me. Gabri on the Lapu Lapu was also a very big problem.
He was delivering. He was tanking it up, and he was making some great executions of his spells, the spell combination that he was putting out there. Of course, yeah, if you first look at Lapu Lapu, you probably think to yourself, well, he's like medium hard hero. But when it really comes the push to shove, you look at Lapu Lapu and you are like, well, in competitive environment, those flicker combinations and you deciding between Land Shaker, flicker combination at the right moment in the last second to kind of throw people off, well, that's where it really shines if your experience on Lapu Lapu is really, really high or it's not. And Gabri is one of those guys that has that experience. But I would say it's a little bit similar teaspoon as like Kimi, where he is integral part of the meta for a long period of time. So obviously when you play Lapu Lapu, you saw many people play with Lapu Lapu. So you also get this experience even from people playing Lapu Lapu against you or from other games that you are watching. So since Lapu Lapu has been for a decently long time on this competitive scene, you also has, you know the answers, you know how to approach the fights, and you know how to exploit it.
Yeah, at this point I kind of also want to get into the drafting phase itself, right, guys? Because we've been doing the theory crafting for quite a while. We've been going on and on for this podcast hours as well. And I'm really waiting for that third game, because that will finally define which team moves forward towards that map point. And once that happens, that series point, once that comes through, that's when you know who's going to crumble under the pressure versus who is actually going to thrive into it. And with the way how things went, with Thrower back into the mix as well, with the Xbox in the jungle, now you know that his jungle pool is just a bit too tough to handle. Even with 5 jungle bans, he still pulled something out which worked out perfectly. How do you move into that draft, right? You can't target just Throwboy, and you cannot give a Kimi. If Gabri gets his hands on Lapu, he is going to be annoying. So how are you going to read into that?
I think just do the same game plan. Just make sure Xborg is kind of picked off by Fake Time early on. Go double fighter.
Deny that.
Go double fighter. Yeah, go double fighter. Throwboy doesn't play the box here, so that's a free ban coming on the other side. And they're playing on the red, so you know they have to ban out the Yi Sun Shin as well. But he likes the gamble for the Yi Sun Shin, so he's okay letting it go. So that means they're going to ban out the Hayabusa. Why? They want to play for the Yi Sun Shin. So you're going to see Baxia, Hayabusa on the other side. But for Fake Time, they need to take away what they don't like, which is going to be the Eve is something they really don't like to play because Sei is so good on the Eve. The Kimi, they can pick that up for themselves. What else is left? The Landslot, let that out. And then the Yuzhong. You got 3 picks for 3 bans on your side. And Glitch Code, you know they're going to ban out the Hayabusa and the Baxia. Oh, wait, never mind.
Yeah.
Fake Time double-brained it and multiplied it by 10, saying that we know you're going to ban the Hayabusa, so you don't think that I'm going to ban the Hayabusa, so I'm going to ban the Hayabusa because you don't think I'm going to ban it.
You know, maybe it'll
let's have a moment of silence. I just want
to Warren wants to meme with me, bro. Scared, let Warren meme with me. Warren, what were you going to say? Let's meme together, bro. What's going on?
I wanted to say that we will see. Maybe it will work out, you know. Maybe them banning Yi Sun Shin. Actually, I have to say, I think I know where they are coming from, banning Yi Sun Shin on the blue side, because he is pretty easily to be picked up. Breathe in, yeah. Breathe out. Like this trader taught us. Go for it scared. I think Phronos did that before, so that's why he is right on the money with the drafts. But it looks like Fake Time were not breathing in and out, because yeah, I agree, the Hayabusa ban was kind of peculiar, but I have to support them on the Yi Sun Shin ban, because for the red side it's a pretty easy pickup, and usually we don't see that many teams picking up Yi Sun Shin, especially after the nerfs as a first pick. And also you want to take away the Kimi, so it makes sense, you ban it. Now with a Yve ban, are we going for that Kimi or are we not? What do we think?
That's up to Glitch Code. I think they're still gonna stick with Yu Zhong because Yu Zhong is such a good first pick. If unless they want to gamble, I mean, I don't know. Gambling's not good. It's not healthy. But CC is still available. Uranus is still available. So I think they're gonna let that slide through, just because they can ban out the Kimi. But if Kimi is banned out, the Jushin's open. It's quite a lot open, man. My brain's not braining no more. I'm starting to think like a potato.
It wasn't braining previously as well when you were saying that Glitch Code would actually ban the Hayabusa, because here's the thing. No, I'll tell you the reasoning behind it. All right, let me tell you the reasoning behind it.
Let him cook.
Kimi has been banned out.
Play the hero.
Now it should be a simple, straightforward pick of Yu Zhong. Coming back onto the same point. The Hayabusa and Yi Sun-shin are the priority picks for Throwboy and under any circumstances. He feels super comfortable with that. Now, the only reason why Fake Time went for the Haya and Yi Sun-shin ban is because they're picking a strategy off of Memento Mori's book, which they used in the upper bracket against Glitch Code. And we had a discussion as well regarding that, right, with the members of Memento Mori, where they clear-cut mentioned, yes, they were reading into the hero pool of Throwboy. They knew what they wanted to ban. They wanted to force him on the land slot by taking away the Hayabusa as well as the Eastern shit. It worked out for them. Yes, the Xbox is good. Fake Time just need to find an answer to that Xbox. There is no other way around it. So you'd rather want to go for something that can actually poke him down. Now that mid lane is where my focus would be, Warren.
Lunox. Alright, Lunox being locked in, so you can deal with Yu Zhong in late game, in mid game. You can burn him down. You take away, not really take away, but you secure Lapu for yourself, right, before he could be banned. So you have this answer into Yu Zhong after the laning phase, and you kinda can do similar stuff and a little bit faster than Yu Zhong because he has to travel in his Black Dragon form, then he has to swap back. It's not as fast as Gabri can be on his Lapu, of course. Combination is a little bit quicker on that side. Though I'm surprised that we are seeing Lunox this early, because I agree, yes, she is a strong mid laner, but at the same time you don't really know. Oh, Fake Time, they are playing right into your hand. Why they are picking Fredrin into Lunox? What is going on? And drop. Oh my lord, oh my lord, this is scripted, this is scripted. Someone wrote the script and I think it was Kronos.
It was so predictable, and I kind of think Glitch Code knew they were going to go for the X-Borg because the only other jungler kind of left was Lancelot. So I think Fake Time were thinking Glitch Code prioritized Lancelot. Nah, man, he had a great game with the X-Borg, so I feel like he's definitely go for the X-Borg. The Lunox here, and if I'm not wrong, they might even want to lock down that carry or even the Bruno once again, just to make sure they get a lot of damage done on the other side. Now, Fake Time, 3 beefy boys. Beefy. It feels like, I mean, we know Goranich is a part of the Search Fit Club, right? You don't gotta try and reiterate that with the Yu Zhong, a Grok, and a Fredrin. Bro, imagine they go double fighter and pick Esmeralda in the goal lane as well. I mean, we're talking thick. Fake Time are thick at this point. They're beefy, and I don't know how it's gonna stop because Jushin would have been great on the other side for Glitch Code. Banning that out, no Gatot Kacha present. Glitch Code could just go for Kalea just to make sure it pans out well with Lunox. So that's got to be the next ban from Fake Time. And Glitch Code looking to take away another mid laner. That could be a slight bit of a problem in terms of control from the back.
Farsa.
What could it be scared?
Farsa. Should be a straightforward Farsa ban.
No. Against a Lapu and an X-Borg?
Go for a Purify, bait out those ultimates, get them off position. In that scenario, you just act as a bait for your team. You simply either keep up with the Purify or you just get ready with the Flicker because you know you're getting jumped on from the other side. Wings by Wings is a really good tool to help you out in that case. But yeah, they're not really focusing on the Farsa. It's a Granger being taken out there though, but I'm not really... It's a Kalia ban, you called out for this, Kronos. But I have to say, I don't know. Probably Fake Time's idea is, you know what? Lunox has just got 1 Chaos Assault. She can only kill 1. 2 of the other beefy boys will still stand strong, but with the Harith pick on the other side.
Oh, man. Fake Time. They got some damage now. They're early. They're playing super early. This is super early game that we're talking about. Brody Yu Jong, Fredrin, Grok, you gotta invade. Pick a mid laner that invades, and you got yourself a winning formula of Fake Time. You need something. Lilia, I mean, this character really, come on, it's been forever since we've seen a Lilia in the land of Dawn, not gonna lie. Even a Vexana here would be great. I mean,
no. Hey, hold on a second. You talk to me about not picking a Farsa into an Xbox and a Lapu Lapu who can literally fly with the wings.
Yeah, I have to agree with Scared on this one. I think Farsa would make much more sense than Vexana.
I mean,
yeah, I get where you're coming from, Kronos. Yes,
Sicilian.
I don't like it. I am saying it right now. I don't like it because this is a very similar problem to what Glitch Code had in the first one, where they picked full early game composition but with Cecilion. Cecilion doesn't have a place in this team comp. I don't know why they would go for it. Farsa would be much more smart choice. Even Vexana would be much more smart choice than what I see right now.
Guys, listen, guys. Let me bring the bit of an Indian accent in here. Guys, Valentina would have cooked.
True! That's so true, actually. For the early game, for the snowball, I like it, Scared. I like it. That's what you should have written in the script. Why did anyone let Kronos cook? Why is there a Cecilian in my game? Why is he there?
It's the fact that the Minotaur went as a last pick. Kind of makes sense why they went for the last pick, so that the Valentina doesn't get picked up. And I think Fake Time, but the thing is, I agree, Xborg is a really great ultimate to steal, but it's probably one of the best in the game for Valentina as well. But the thing is, I think they just wanted to get some late game insurance policy, man. We've seen how they like to play. Insurance policy is what they want to get. Fake Time, that's why they picked Sicilian and the Brody. It's looking good, but they overcooked, man.
I think so. The only reason why I don't like Sicilian is now that you don't have enough damage in the early game without the Brody in the fights, and it's not expanding reverse, people, because this is definitely going to be the flying clouds as we move into the land of Dawn. Fake Time, Glitch Code, Game 3 goes live.
You know, if you kind of think about it, Flying Cloud is very good if you die a lot, so probably Gwozi should be very happy. I think he was probably the one pushing this specific map modifier, since we all know about his KDA. But jokes aside, he was the man who turned around the last game and who made the final play for the victory approach, for the victory march. And he's right now looking to make another play, maybe on Garmadon, but Garmadon looks very spooked. Oh, Gabri with a 1v2 gets first butted by Jungly, and Jungly looks like he had it planned all along. We were hyping up Gabri, but looks like Gabri is slacking off. He thought the game is over. He thought the series is over. And say, we will get trapped the same way. What is going on? Glitch Code! Is this scripted to go for the 5th game?
No, it's just Yu Zhang, man. This hero never loses in the early game. Level 2, he's one of the strongest heroes. Level 1, he's one of the strongest heroes in the EXP lane. If you're playing a Yu Zhang and you lose the lane, then, like, something wrong with you, bro. You don't know how to play the game. Oh, what a furious dive, throw boy, frog armor, pop quads, tries to save him as well. At this point, Lagger and Jungly are unstoppable. This is the game plan for Fake Time, and they're making it work to a T. And that's what they gotta do, because they need to maximize the ability of these Yu Zhang, maximize what the Frederick can do in the early game alongside the Grok, and make sure Glitch Code have hell to pay, because that's what they're doing right now. Get themselves the turtle, Black Dragon form, just to get in and out. And I think Fake Time don't want to bite more than they can chew.
Well, Landshaker will connect Lagger, but I don't think he should be dying anytime soon. Gets taunted up.
Oh. And he goes through as well. Jungly able to get that kill. Again on a killing spree. That's the 3rd one of the game. So a shutdown would be heavy and costly. Say, take it down super low. Brilliance is almost there to be activated in the light form as well. So Fake Time are playing to the win conditions. They know Jungly's ahead. So now let's help out Garmadon.
Jungly is going Hunter Strike. It's this spicy Yu Zhang build that we came to know and love from Bulber.
Yes, but looking at the items, Sicilian Elegant Gem. Oh, Say gets taunted. A lot of damage. Oh my god, Gwozi. He had to make a play, had to flicker just to make sure Say survived. Again, expensive resources baited out from Glitch Code. For the next turtle, that flicker's not going to be available.
As we can clear, predictions, audience, they got baited because they saw Glitch Code win, but it's as Scared says, You cannot trust the chat.
Landshaker coming out as well. Oh my god, they pop Jungly. Finally, Throwboy making that a rotation. He got a little too aggressive. He shouldn't have played it a little more safe. Would have helped Vlados. He able to dash in and out with the Chrono Dash. The Monforce dropped down early on. Gornich goes in, Tectonic Charge, but gets taken out. Too much tower damage taken. And now Glitchcoat slowly starting to make a comeback. As you can see, Gabri, Flicker baited out as well. 14, 13 seconds of the turtle. I think Fake Time are starting to lose grip. They even gave away the goal lead that they had.
I mean, yes, but at the same time, no, because Gornich will have his Flicker available very, very soon. So they have more spells on their side for the turtle fight that could possibly be happening very soon. Where Glitchcode are missing 3 crucial spells. There is no Fury, there is no Flicker, and there is another Flicker missing on Gabri.
Coming out from Lagger, Retribution from Throwboy already. Guadzi going in for the Minoan Fury. Here comes the Black Dragon in the back line. Petrify already expanded. Brilliance comes out, but Guadzi gets taken away. Throwboy knocked up and put down. Jungly makes it a double once again. Clearly, this Black Dragon has been the key to victory, and they need to make it work. 30 seconds on the Purify. They're looking for GLaDOS. But I think they're not able to find him. Oh, Sanguine Claws catches him, and now they're going to make a sandwich out of this guy. And I think they want to go in. Gornich making sure he waits for the right time. Tectonic Charge misses. The Monforce already goes in. Guadzi trying to do the best that he can survive, but say with a Chaos Assault takes away Lagger. And now they find another Gornich taken away as well. Fake Time, what are you doing?
Exactly, that's the question that's in my head as well. I don't know why Fake Time, after winning this fight, rightfully so, as I mentioned, they were having a little bit more spells than their opponents. Garmadon getting caught. No. Oh, that's rough.
Flicker is out, and now Throwboy under the tower, but he has his Frog Armor to get away. Hinokami just coming in a little late to the party. Fake Time, man, they played the early game right, Warren. But I think now they've slipped up, and now they have to play onto what Glitchcode want to play. Glitchcode are dictating the pace of the game.
They have to stop diving Vlado. It's a bait. Like, they have nothing on him. Like, yes, if Jungly was there with Petrify, I can see the vision. Yes, Vlado can purify that, yes, but the Petrify is immediate, so he has to kind of expect it and kind of, you know, be right on the money with the cast, and maybe someone can chain upon that. But if there is no Jungly with Petrify, you have nothing on the guy. Vlado will just dance around and laugh in your face, as he did twice in a row. I don't see why you would be diving him, especially after you won the fight anyway.
Yeah, I think they need to play off the back of the EXP at this point, right? Jungly's been doing so well, so just make sure he becomes a problem. He's already quite high in terms of gold. And I think this being the third turtle, rather, of the game, they need to make sure they capitalize. Otherwise, it's going to be a problem. Throwboy's already in. Frog Armor, look at that. That does nothing. That does absolutely nothing. Oh no, Jungly force steals the Black Dragon. Corner into the turtle after the Furious dive. Well played from Gabri, but now they go in. Minoan Fury pop, and there's a 3-man knock-up. Tectonic Charge already used up, but they lose 2 members. Glitchcode have found the answer, and now Throwboy makes it a double for himself. This is what Fake Time were praying not to happen. Unfortunate they didn't have a God Believer on their side, and Glitchcode now looking to break down Hinokami and take away the tier 1 in the mid lane.
Jungly cannot be going really for just anyone, because that time has passed. It's 7-minute mark, and not just anyone, because Gabri is quite tanky. He has Warrior Boots for himself. Throwboy, yes, he doesn't have defensive shoes, but he's building a lot of HP and a lot of defenses as well, a little bit of that armor. Of course, Throwboy being X-Borg, that's a quite tanky hero to begin with. And then there's Guadzi. You cannot be targeting any of those. Gabri is a 1v1.
Gabri forced the flicker. He wanted it. He wanted that so bad, man. He did everything possible to try and get it. It's unfortunate that Jungly had his skill 2 ready to make sure he's able to get back some sort of spell bump, some sort of shot residue. And now Jungly says, come on, try it again, boy. Or kill me right now. I'm here.
He tried. And Jungly played on the absolute limits. But Glitchcode, 4,000 gold lead. That's a tough pill to swallow. Gabri won't be swallowing anything so far, looks like, because he will be jumping out, he will be fine. Gornich is trying to make a ruckus, trying to make him fearful, so Gabri doesn't approach, but Gabri doesn't care.
Oh no, not like this. Jungly forced to use the Black Dragon, but look at the damage. GLaDOS is dishing out. Oh my goodness, Guardian's Barrier, just to make sure you stop this Herod. Somebody's got to make sure he's controlled. At this point, he's 3-0-1. Hopefully, I can take a look at items. Look at that. He gets a Tharlium Sight, Feather of Heaven. Oh my goodness, this guy is on a roll, and Fake Time need to try and stop him. They're not able to do anything against his Herod.
I mean, the clock has already ticked. It's like, you know, as scared before mentioned yesterday, we were talking a little bit about the newest Stranger Things series, you know. And I have to say, it's the same stuff. Like the Vecna's clock, it tick-tacked. And it ticked 3 times. Its times is up. Glitch Code are...
Oh no. The time was up
are
indeed.
making victory laps around their prey. Fake Time have nothing to show for it. Yes, they have Cecilion, but no one is there to support him because Cecilion will be the only hero that can do anything in the late game. Everyone else is just a meat shield.
He's just level 10, man. He's so behind. Guadzi is almost catching up to him. Glitch Code, get them so turtle. Gabri, Immortality, if I'm not wrong. Or actually, is that Guadzi? Immortality, already in his pocket. Gonna take him, you gotta kill him twice. And he's gonna have a lot more heal coming through at the same time. Talking about the tick-tock of Vecna's clock. I don't know. They gotta go through Demogorgons first.
They should, but I don't know if they can.
Yeah, Gabri! Oh my god, forcing out 2 flickers. Minoan Fury comes out as well. Jungly straight to the back line, but Guadzi making sure the front line is burst down. Vlados is just dancing around on a mega kill, and Gordis can't do anything. You're talking about a Grok and a Fredrin just looking down the barrel of a shotgun, and it's gonna be a problem for Fake Time to deal with because Glitch Code have low cooldowns. The Lord is already at their feet. Fake Time needs to respond, but they can't do anything. All they can do is watch as their tower falls, and now the mid lane is going to be the target, and I think finally the backup is here, but he's not going to do much as they're looking to take down the mid lane inhibitor. Throwboy with the last insanity, zoning them away. Sanguine Claws comes in, but it's a little too late, and I think the Lord already did his job, and at Fake Time need to survive a bit longer and take this at least 25 minutes.
Yeah, I'm a little bit fearful that 25 minutes might even not be enough. Because, as I said, they only have Cecilion. And if Cecilion spikes up, then there is Say, of course. Throwboy, he has true damage. And that's a decent scaling into the late game. If you, of course, pair it up with his percentage HP damage with the Vorax on top of that. And then, of course, you have Vlado. And we saw in the last game that Harit has to be respected. Because this little guy has a big balls of energy that he's throwing at you, and they kind of pack a punch.
Man, I don't know about punch. That guy travels through time. Synchro Fission, Chrono Dash. Then he's doing too much. Oh, look at that. Garmadon gets pulled. Gabri trying to flank from the side. Say is destroying the towers alongside Vlados. They can't do anything. Not just that. Unfortunate that the damage is split between magic and physical between Gabri, Vlados, as well as Say. And just when you think it's not going to be enough physical, you got Xborg in the hands of Throwby that dishes out true damage. So you can do whatever you want. You're still going to get burst down. You can be beefy, my guy, but you got to make sure you got to get through that true damage, which is impossible.
Impossible, that's the right word, I agree. Especially if when we glanced over the stats, we could clearly see that Garmadon, he is doing damage. He's actually doing the same damage as Vlado, but they are not able to finish the kills off. Because when they could, they are already lying dead on the floor and Garmadon has to run. And most of the times he cannot even run, he dies.
Oh, Throwboy taking a lot of damage. I think he goes away. Faragarm already popped, but he has the Immortality. Black Dragon coming in. I think Jungly's a little too early for that. The Lord is already up, and I don't think this is the right idea. Fake Time bit the bait. Glitch Code just wanted to see that Black Dragon go away, and now without that big fat ultimate, they can focus on the Lord, because Fake Time have no response whatsoever. Oh wait, they go with the Bravest Fighter as well. Minoan Fury could come in at any point, and I think Zaman first drop down just to zone them away. The damage has to be respected. Sanguine Claws catches 2 members, as Inokami slightly getting the damage online, but he's nowhere close as he should be. They need more time, and that's something Fake Time don't have.
It's fake. The time they have is fake. They don't have it. They don't have it, and they would like to have it.
Oh, wait. Gabri goes in. Bravest Spot already being used. Hinokami flickers out of harm's way. Guadzi goes in as well with the Minoan Fury. And now gets caught in the Sanguine Claws. Jungly with a knockup from the Furious Dive. And there it is. Appraise's Wrath drop down. Guadzi gets taken away. Jungly comes in with the Black Dragon form. Looking to catch Throwboy, but he has the Immortality. Once again, it's almost going to get popped, but he can see some on force coming in from Vlados EQT. Going in. Jungly gets taken away. Unstoppable indeed. As the rest of the work is done by the frontliners. And Fake Time have no response whatsoever. Jungly goes in, but gets burst down every single time. The timing is not matching, and now the Lord comes down the mid lane while you can see this Minotaur flying in the cloud.
Jungly clearly doesn't quite connect with the rest of the team because he went in, but the rest of the team wasn't really there. And I think the time where he could have went in for the backline and get 1v3 done, the time has passed.
Yeah, you can see they go in as well. Knockup coming through, but at the same time, Throwboy with that last insanity, and they just locked the base crystal. It doesn't matter what Fake Time do. Glitch Code have found the way to hack into their system.
I just have to say, man, it was that one pick in mid lane, Warren. I know you would want to sound out your own arguments as well about the same thing.
Go for it.
But it just fell down to that one big mid lane pick, and Glitch Code just exploited the heck out of that entire thing. They knew that every single time Fake Time would want to take a fight or win a fight, they would need all 5 of those people with the numbers advantage. That's the only moment. I'm just calling it down out here right now, man. The Sicilian pick did not suffice for that proper damage in the early game.
That pick stinks. Boo! I hate it. Why would you go for that? Like, you could have went for Farsa so easily. And just imagine the early game aggression that was working out so well for Fake Time. Just imagine that paired up with Farsa that would always have mid lane prio. Just imagine a world where you have this team come. Fake Time could have been ending this game maybe with victory. I'm not saying 100%, but maybe with a victory and not a crushing defeat like this one, because this wasn't working out. They made it again. They made the same mistake that Glitch Code did in the first game. They looked at Glitch Code's first game and they were like, you know what? We can make it worse.
Oh man, it's not just the fact that the Farsa was available, so was the Valentina. This kind of shows a little bit about Fake Time though. It's that hero pool. We're all talking about Throwboy's hero pool, but guess what? Glitch Code do their own research, man. They do their own research and they're locking down Hinokami. No answers whatsoever. Every single time something is done, the response is not good enough. The trades in the draft are not good enough. The trades in the game are not good enough. Could the first game have just been a fluke? I don't know. It feels like it right now with Fake Time. They had an amazing series yesterday, guys, if I'm not wrong, against Ake. And it goes to show that they fought tooth and nail to make it at this point. Oh my God, you're fighting a tooth and nail, not gonna help at this point. You gotta go hammer and tongs against Glitch Code because now you're up with the big boys and now you're fighting for survival.
It just felt like at the moment with that draft itself that Fake Time kind of wanted to keep their legs in both of the boats, right? You want to have something for... You pick 4 of the picks that are absolutely ham in the early game, and then you would also want to lock in something for that late game. Now, just to get those pickoffs and have that early snowball, you need to have Garmadon in those fights. And only because of the fact that there's a Harith on the other side, regardless of how much you try to freeze those waves, you know Vladosi will still get those minions and he'll still get those last hits, all thanks to the Synchro Vision's range. Those are the few points which kind of slipped out of the mind of Fake Time, right? Even though there's 59,000 damage, the highest by Hinokami, there's still just not enough to try and take all of the other people down. Even Garmadon was not able to snowball as they kind of expected him to. And every single time they tried to force those additional fights on Vlados CQT, it all ended in vain.
I mean, with the team come, go for it.
No. Well, another thing I wanted to add on top of that was just the fact that you got the Minotaur that's constantly healing the rest of your team. Constantly. It's like a top
already. Yeah, I agree. And you already don't have that much damage in your team comp, so those heals will be even worse for you because you have 3 melee heroes. Yes, melee heroes do a lot of damage, but not in the late game. or at the end of the mid game, and that's where it became very feasible. Where Lager and Gornich, they were just there for like they were part of it, but they were not doing damage, which of course they cannot. Jungli was there alone in the back line because no one could get through the Minotaur in the front line.
You know what though? I know game 1, game 2, game 3, we had a lot to talk about, right? Everyone watching and us as well. Just put all those games with the MVPs and the performances. Take all of them. There has been one performance that's been so consistent. Not in the mid-tier level, not low, like a highly consistent. He didn't die many times. He escaped too many times. He dishes out the damage when his team needs him.
I know.
He's not just done this in this series. He's been doing it throughout the tournament. He's just flying under the radar, my guy. Everyone knows about him, but not a lot of respect put on his name. And if the time comes, I think respect on Vlados EQT's name has to be put, because that guy has been so consistent. And not just that, it's not like there's no pressure on him. Sure, he doesn't play like crazy heroes that get highlights. He does every single time, but the amount of pressure that there is on him. How many times did they try to gank him? 3, 4? Not just 1 or 2 members. It was 3 or 4 members at the same time, and he kept surviving. He became a thorn on the other side. It's just too much for them to deal with. And if they need to find a way, if Fake Time needs to find a way to win, it's got to come through taking down Vlados EQT first. Forget the rest. You're not able to deal with him whatsoever. And they need to find an answer. Otherwise, they're just cooked, like completely. And same things for teams later on.
Maybe they're going to find it in expanding reverse war. And I think so. Even I'm going to agree with what he said. Yes, you've got to handle Vlados EQT out there. And at the same time, you need to deal with that front line too. It's like handling 5 different problems, but that's what you're up against, right? It's the best competition in Europe. If you really want to be up on top, if you want to lift up that trophy, or even want to have a chance at standing at that podium, you need to learn how to adapt and adjust. Because Glitch Code have actually found their footing. From the last time when we saw them, they were looking weak, they were looking battered out. It just seemed that maybe it was not really the type of Glitch Code we thought they were. Maybe they were not as strong. But now finally, this time today, they are seeming pretty strong. They seem like they've finally got themselves back. They've taken those deep breaths which we've been mentioning time and time again. And even after that first game's loss under 10 minutes, they were absolutely cool with that. They were like, it's fine. 6C's there. We haven't really had proper practice with him. Throwboy is going to be backing up in the game number 2. So we can take this as 3-1 series. And that's why they're hopping in this game number 4, boys and girls out there of all ages. I know you're all watching the Surge Europe channel. Make sure you share the stream as much as possible, because this could potentially be the last game of today, and then we'll continue the action next week, and you do not want to miss out on this one. I'm promising you, because it's Fake Time right now, back again on the blue side, taking on Glitch Code on the red.
And the thing is, Fake Time need to deliver. They said it multiple times. They said they are better than Glitch Code. But right now, it's not looking like they are better than Glitch Code. Glitch Code are the better team. Yes, we heard it from Fake Time. We heard it from Lager. Lager said that they are the better team and they will beat them. He said it in Pro Morello. He said it again in the qualifiers. And he said it again in the playoffs. He keeps saying that. They keep believing that. But they have to show us now. Because I cannot keep believing, because this is the last chance they have. And if after that, there's nothing after that. There's the void of space.
I don't know. You gotta start listening to the song "Don't Stop Believing." That's what Fake Time fans are listening to right now, because they gotta keep believing. But you know what? At the end of the day, Fake Time can tell whatever they want. Once the smoke clears, it's simple. Glitch Code are doing so much. They're just doing so much better in the draft, in the game, objectives, rotations. They're not. I wouldn't call them the best right now in Europe, but with the way they're playing in this series, I think they definitely have the upper hand. And it's very clear. You can see the respect is finally coming through. You gotta put some respect on his name. Take away the Herod. Too much to deal with. And now the ban continues. Now they're thinking, should we ban out the Yuzhong? Should we ban out the Kimmy? The Yuzhong was a problem early on, but not so much as they needed to, because Vlados is just too good in the gold lane, and you can't do anything to stop him. So I think they might as well leave this dragon open. if they have a game plan to try and stop that.
It's one of the things out here. You know what? I was actually looking at the history of both of these teams as well. We'll come back to the banning conversations, Kronos. As I said, I was looking through how things went all the way back in the promotion relegation, as well as back in the regular season itself, which eventually led them to qualify for this playoffs. It was a 1-1, dead even scoreline between Fake Time and Glitch Code, right? Back and forth, yes, understandable, absolutely same. We go to the playoffs, right? Fast forward it. Glitch Code eventually won that one, 2-1. Cool, understandable. And then, if I'm not wrong, back again into those playoffs itself, it was Glitch Code who eventually sent Fake Time all the way down in the lower bracket. I need to get a confirmation onto that one, right? Because they definitely faced up Jackpots out there. And yeah, that was one competition they faced. But for now, it is still Glitch Code winning in terms of all of their previous battles. There's only been a draw once, all the way back in Pro Morello. So Fake Time, even with every ounce of confidence that they have, the stats say otherwise. And even right now, statistically speaking, Glitch Code are looking a little bit ahead in terms of this draft too, with the Lapu and Granger pick, and also in the confidence which you were rightly mentioning, Warren.
Yeah, but confidence can only get you so far. You can believe, but at one point you have to start doing. And Fake Time, they were doing something in the first game. Alright, I shouldn't belittle them about the first game. The first game was very decent. They really kinda, you know, made Glitch Code their butter on their bread. You know, they spread the butter on the bread. It was like easy like that. But the second and third, that's a completely different story. They were not spreading butter. Well, they were spreading butter, but it was frozen butter. And you know how hard that is. You cannot spread it at all. That's what Glitch Code became. They are the frozen butter now. But the question is it heating up? Will the butter stop being frozen, or will it keep being frozen?
I mean, it depends, bro. Like, if we're sitting in a room full of AC, I don't think it's gonna melt down. But if you know, light me up and watch the world burn, like Throwboy is the hero Xborg said, if they kind of heat it up, I think the butter will start melting, because they definitely got the heat. If you take a look at what their picks are, it's again a clear front to back. Well, on the other side, Fake Time want to play for their ultimates. Big fat ultimates, that RWM and the AOG. AOG is so good right now against the Granger. So yes, it does make sense. You have to put pressure onto Vladis CQ2 with Lagger. Once again, that pressure coming in from the two of them is going to be crucial. But the more crucial part will be from Hinokami on that Yve. They take away ability of pick off from that Kalea, as well as the Grok taken away. Uranus, CC on the other side is gone. So you know they're going to play something heavy in terms of mid lane. It's got to be, what, a Jushin here coming through. A Farsa is great as well, but I think Jushin just so much better. You can use the Purify, create problems for Goranich, and then, of course, protect Vladosi as much as you can, because you already have two frontliners with you.
Poke, and then eventually burst into the lasting insanity. Yes, I like that idea, but at the same time, I feel like Fake Time have finally got the answer as well to the Firaga armor. You know, it's a constant poke from the Yve too, and if anything, I like the poke of Yve better than the Joshin, but Kimi was left open, and now it is a mid lane win for Glitch Code.
No!
Nah, no way they picked up that Clint in this scenario. It's been buffed. It's been buffed. But I don't know if that is going to be enough. You need that snowball with Clint. If that doesn't happen, Clint is going to fall way too hard. And there is not a late game scaling, Warren.
I'm gonna put it like that. In my ranked games, Clint looked broken. But I don't think those are my ranked games. You know? Like, I might be seeing double, but I don't think those are my ranked teammates. I think those players are kind of little...
Yeah.
A huge bit better, I would say. So I don't expect that Clint will really do that well. Yes, I know he got buffed up. Esmeralda will be making some of that front line, making some space for him. But right now for Fake Time, we again have kind of similar problem. You are building early game snowbally team comp, but you have Yve, who is, yes, she's better than Cecilion, but at the same time, she wants to build her items, so the kill box is very, very strong. She is not online before 3 to 4 items. So, I don't know. I feel a little bit of confusion there. Yes, it will be better than Cecilion because her early game is better. If you look over at the other side, Glitchco have much more powerful team comp in a sense where they spike mid game and then they scale up into the lane.
I love the Clint. I love the min. I love the Clint. I don't like the S-man in the middle. I don't like the S-man in the middle. The Clint is so good. Plays in the RWM so well. Can be untouched. There's no one that can reach him in the back line except for that Lapu Lapu. So you need somebody else to dive in. You need a kind of a pick-off hero in this situation just to make sure you're giving him a hard time. Now he's not going to play on the Purify. Bro's going to play on the Flicker. It's going to be harder to catch. And Esmeralda, I'm iffy about it just because you're going against the Granger and the Kimmy. But if you snowball against the Lapu, it's going to be a problem. I'm scared. What's up?
Here's the big thing out here. Glitch Code eventually will face the problem where Gabri is going to get isolated because Godzi is there for the re-engage. So Throwboy's positioning will need to be crucial. If he follows up onto Gabri's initiation, I think so Glitch Code has got it. If that doesn't happen, the kill box will eventually force us to game number 5, ladies and gentlemen, as we hop in the land of Dawn for game 4.
Rightfully, we are hopping in. Say we already be charging up his blaster as we saw in the last one. The classic stuff, Gwozi kinda running around. Mid lane Prio should be going over to Glitch Code. Of course, depends how well they can play it. Hinokami with some poke going on top of Sei. So it looks like Sei won't be making his Prio happen. Ooh.
Yeah, I think it's all onto the Clint here. Garmadon, it's all eggs in that basket, kind of, especially for the late game. Gwozi goes out. Emblem's looking all right. The Clint is thrill along with the... It's a lot of damage. Let me just tell you, that's a lot of damage coming through from him. Oh, wait. What's he doing? Revitalize? Already popped early on? Not something that Fake Time needs to be trading at this point. You want to have you want to have many resources as much as you can. They didn't even take anything away from the other side.
And I see, Kronos, we are going strong, my man, because this could be the reality pretty soon. Of course, we will see. So far, it is kinda even, but from the form that we saw before in those games, I mean, we could be right on the money.
Yeah, I think so as well. We could be, because it's just... I don't know about Scared's prediction, not looking so good at this point, my guy. Glitch Code, don't just randomly creep on the VC and say something now. But look at that, special predictions. We got George, Lemon Lover, and Sokol as well, kind of predicting the same 3-1. They're all looking so scary. Both two smiling. Sokol is just staring dead into the eyes of the audience at this point. But folks, if you don't know who they are, they're part of the production team, and they're the ones that make everything possible for us. So if you're thanking us for putting out amazing cast for you, you got to make sure you thank them double to make everything happen. Oh, Vlados, no. Oh, no.
He could be dying. He's surviving.
Yeah, Jungly taking a lot of damage. Goranich as well getting the taunt down. Throwball already frog armor. Popped and Lagger gets taken away. RWM dropped out, but for what? Nobody there to back him up. Gabri goes in with Lapu Lapu once again. And Glitch Code finds 2 on the board. Make that 3. Gwadzi is just kill stealing at this point. He got 2.
And also Trollboy will get this turtle off for himself. Glitch Code already with a lead. That will be 1,600, so pretty good for them. But as you were talking about it before, yes, you should definitely thank the production team. Basically, what is Kronos trying to say, if you want to kiss our cheek, you should want to kiss their hand as well.
What? What? This guy's saying some random stuff, bro. But you know what? The 1v1 in the goal lane between Granger and Clint wins it out early on, but once Granger hits that level 4 power spike, you saw Garmadon couldn't do anything because that Death Knight will start connecting and it'll be a problem. He'll just be losing a lot of HP. So Garmadon needs to take wise trades now, because in a 1v1, in a straight out raw damage battle, he definitely wins. So you got to make the most of the opportunity, just like Gwadzi is forcing out Flicker from Hinokami. And now goes in, Vlados EQT, making sure he gets the kill. And yes, he does off of Attraction Pulse. Nonetheless, Lagger has no damage at this point, especially knowing that Gwadzi's just there to top up the HP of the opposition. Oh, Lagger takes the last insanity, nothing to escape. Misses out on the puncture. And guess what? Throwboy makes sure he pays the price.
You know what's funny? Audience is suddenly a little bit more towards Fake Time, a little bit more than before the game before that we had, right? Only 56% for Glitch Code, but the game I'm looking at, this looks like 80% for Glitchko. Of course, maybe speaking too soon, but 2,000 gold lead for their team comp. They can run away with the money, and right now they are trying to. And I don't know if the fake time police force can catch them in time.
Jungly forced to flicker out as well. Lager goes into the puncture, just trying to get that gold craft. Throwboy's been so nice and so good with those retributions. Didn't even have to use it at this point. Lager's just afraid. Kami gets caught on the traction pull. Knockup coming from Guadzi as well. Throwboy comes into the fray. Easy kill in the pockets of Glitchko. Turtle spawn, the second turtle of the game. Fake time are one man down. Easy pickings for Glitchcode.
Easy pickings, like it's the buffet. They are choosing anything they want. Salam, cheese, vegetables, anything they want, they get it. Glitchcode already almost 3,000 gold lead. And I don't know. Speak to me about that late game Garmadon Clint pick. Because I want to believe.
Hey man, don't stop believing. That's what the fans are singing at this point. Throwboy trying to make a sandwich so long with Guadzi as well. Gardon just gets caught off guard. He tried to get that clear on the minion. Didn't even get that. They threw everything at him. And now Fake Time are playing -1. And look at the top side. Say able to take a turret for free.
I mean, with the amount, do you know pricing of laser bolts? Because I don't, but I know how much it costs to fire a normal gun. So I don't know if it was quite for free. He had to fire probably like around 30 laser shots. So I don't know, maybe it adds up. Maybe it was worth in the end. Of course, kind of joking around, because if he had a little bit of a free spot to talk, because there was nothing happening, only some tower takes, but maybe Glitch could have something to say about it, because Throwboy, he is menacingly staring into the eyes of the opponents.
Goes in, baits out the Revitalize from Gornish as well. Bravest Feather already used. Land Shaker still available. And that's why you can see Jungly has to respect it. This is an Esmeralda that's losing to a Lapu Lapu. Not something you should see happen. So the only winning lane they kind of had, they're losing out as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, oh, Jungly gets caught in the last insanity. But I don't think Throwboy committed. But what an RWM at the right time. Vladosi responds, taking away the important damage. That's Garbon. This clip pick has not worked out whatsoever. Glitchcode are 8-1 up. And that's the first kill that Fake Time have had in 6 minutes and 30 seconds.
This game is looking very bad for Fake Time. At least they were able to get one kill back. But that's a little bit not enough, you know? Like, there is this gaping wound in their heart. And it's getting bigger and bigger. It's not getting better.
Yeah, it's just getting bigger and better. The hearts of Fake Time fans, they want to believe, but they can't keep believing. Again, puncture missed from Lager. Did you guys see that? He missed out on the puncture once again. The minion got cleared a little too early. He has been making mistakes constantly. Has the War Axe, trying to build toward a Hunter Strike, but he can't keep doing this. It's not working out. He missed it twice. And first time, he died. Glitchcode were aggressive, and now 0-2-0 on the KDA on a landslide does not look good for their team. And Glitchcode are slowly starting to press down their throats. What a knockup coming. 3 members. Gabri piles it up. The layering of the skill is so good. RWM, but for what? They're still going to lose that mid lane tier 1. Jungly and Hinokami, they're trying their best to defend, but Sage is going through. Finally, Jungly does what he can, but walks into a face full of bullets. Vlado CQT is on a mega kill. 403. Somebody show me the stacks of the Sky Piercer. Thank you, Cardinal, because that's 30 on him.
30. And it will be getting higher. Probably, we can expect that, because Vlado, I was questioning it before, but I'm not even sure. I'm even less sure now. I don't think he is a guy. I think he is a robot. With how consistent he makes the games, his stats, his gameplay, everything. It's just good all the time I look at him. I love that you brought our attention towards him, because this guy, he is a machine.
Last Insanity already being used, forcing out of the Phantom Execution. Hinokami catches him. AOG straight onto its Gabri. Vlado CQT dashing out of harm's way. And now look at that. He gets one. He's unstoppable. That dirty 30 turned into a 40 right now. And I think Glitchcode, the snowball has worked out. 5k goal lead. Now Fake Time needs to understand what is the plan for the late game. Funnel everything into Garmadon. But at this point, it might be too late. He's only level 8. VladoC is level 11. That's 3 levels difference. And Garbodon needs all the gold that he can get.
And you should also get some diamonds in the Surge Fit Club, of course, if you want to be running as fast as Jungly. That fast that he was able to survive. Not for long, though.
What a traction post, what a land shaker, get 2 members! Guanzi goes in, RWM dropped out, but there's nothing possible as Lager in the meantime went in the back line, catches VladoC, and now stays there for backup. And this is why they have that mid lane Kimmy glitch code. Have found the answer. Yes, you get one, but you cannot get the other.
You cannot get the other. You got one win, Fake Time, but you cannot get the other win.
They predicted that! Oh my god! They predicted Guanzi so good on this Minotaur. He predicted that flicker from Hinokami, and he went for the flicker play himself, catching him off guard. And he dove in so deep, and he still didn't die. And now Jungly goes down. They fall apart.
Yes, I agree, Kronos. Yes, I agree with your statement. Yes. To everyone listening, this was in binary, so I hope you had your notebooks down. It's basically 1-0, and like, I hope you got that. So I hope you had your translators at hand. Don't worry, Kronos, you will get that from the recording. Don't worry, you will know, you will understand the joke afterwards. About 2-17, Glitch Code are stomping their way through towards the rest of the tournament.
Oh, last incendiary already being used. AOG coming through as well. Hinokami is taken out, and they're trying to make separation. Revitalize too early. They don't have the tier 2 in the mid lane, and now the Holy Shield might be popped in early on as well. The Lord is still coming on the bot side. The recalls are already coming. Glitch Code are feeling it in their veins. Do Fake Time have the ice to hold away? Guadzi comes in, gets a knock up, and 2 men knocked up with him in Owen Fury as well. And now with the last insanity prop, they get 2 stacks on a Sky Piercer for Vlad CQT. Make that a triple. Garbodon's not present. The only one standing is Lager. Hinokami comes in, but it might be a little too late. The Holy Shield could be a saving grace, but will it help out? Because stays in the thick of it. And now with the Lord coming down, it gets pushed back, 6,000 HP, but look at VladoC, he's in the base crystal. He don't care. He wants the kills. Nobody's there to stop him. Traction pulse just missing on the Hinokami. No flicker. The Lord comes in. RWM dropped down. Gabri gets caught a little too aggressive. Lager comes in as well. Jungly goes in. AOG popped in just to try and survive, but Throwboy in the back line catches Hinokami, and he's on a killing spree, but VladoC takes down Lager, and now they take down Gornich as well. Everything is falling apart for Fake Time. 3 members down and out as Glitch Code have 5, still standing tall. VladoC finds a triple kill, and all 5 members of Fake Time are out. Glitch Code have broken them down, and now move on to the next stage of the MEC.
And finally, the team who we've been waiting for to show up decide to show their first class in this lower bracket best of 5. Absolutely fantastic performance coming in from Glitch Code, man, and Fake Time on the other side. As much as we wanted to see them rise a bit more further, yeah, right now, this is how far as they go.
Yes, but still, it was a great performance from them going into the top 6, right? Because we already are missing 2 teams that they got eliminated yesterday. So top 6, not a bad run. Yep. But I think we clearly saw, especially in this series, where their weaknesses lie, and Glitch Code were able to exploit that to absolute limits. They were able to utilize that towards their victory. Guadzi rightfully getting that MVP. And I love to see for Guadzi to have some of those, or at least like one of those games where he has 0 deaths. And when you know Guadzi's gameplay, if he has 0 deaths, that game his team was stomping.
True. It absolutely was. Kronos, over to you.
No, I mean, bro, this Minotaur is too much for them to answer. They don't know how to play around it. Guadzi's so patient. He knows the extent of his heroes that he's playing. Not just that. I mean, think about the second game that we saw with the Kalea. Diving in so deep, knows how to be aggressive. It just shows he's been playing these games for a long time, knows the ins and outs of the heroes that he likes to play. These are his comfort picks. You cannot give him all the picks that he wants. You got to force him down a different route. and making sure you give him what he wants. It's just a problem. Same thing. They thought they had Vladosea handled, but after a while, it became too much of a problem for them to deal with.
Indeed, too much of a problem.
Yeah.
I think that's the right wording that you are using there. Though there is one thing. There is one super important thing. And that is, this is the form of glitch code that we saw today. But before, they weren't looking so strong. So how can they prepare? Is this the form that can step up to Meta Shift and Memento Mori and show them what's good? Or will they crumble before that? Of course, before they can even face them, they will have to face their respective opponents.
One of the big things out here, right? We'll come back onto that topic as well pretty soon. As right now, man, Gabri yet again showcasing his own class too on that Lapu Lapu. I think so. Godzi and Vladosea's performance kind of outshined his, but even after all of that, you cannot really ignore this Beetlejuice in disguise out, right? With that Lapu 3-0 and 11 again. Vorax, Queen's Wings went in for the dominance ice as well instead of any kind of Oracle. Wanted to make sure to get that enhanced anti-heal effect onto the enemy backline. I'm surprised that there is absolutely no anti-Cuirass too. They did not really care about the damage of Garmadon. Man went 0-6-2, and that is tough, Kronos.
That's the belief that Warren kind of had, man. Don't stop believing. Let's stop believing for the next tournament. Fake time. They wanted to pull out this Clint. But come on, like, you're desperate. That was a little too desperate, wasn't it, Warren? I think it was just too desperate a move.
But you were loving it, like you are right now hating on your own idea, bro. Like in the beginning, you were like, "Oh yeah, Clint, I love it. Late game Clint, that's fire, man." But
it
now
does work.
Suddenly you're backpedaling.
No. I mean, I'm not backtracking whatsoever because the Clint works. Think about it. In the early game, he has the advantage. You have a Gatotkacha with you as well, so you can definitely create problems for the Granger. It's like the relationship a Granger has with an Irithel. Irithel wins the lane against Granger in a 1v1 early on, but once Granger gets to level 4, those Death Snugs are going to start hurting. He's going to use that to try and poke you down as much as possible. And Garmadon, unfortunately, he just fell for those pokes. And after a while, you need to make sure your position is right. The team were not responding. The rotations were not there. Glitch Code were just faster, even though Fake Time had a slight bit higher mobility in terms of the jungler and the mid lane and the roamer and the EXP laner. So yes, Hinokami's slower in terms of rotating compared to Sei, but I mean, the Clint had everything possible to try and win. The RWM would have been beautiful for the Clint to thrive in. It's just they didn't know how to respond to the speed at which Glitch Code were coming them at. And it just became such a problem, they couldn't deal with it.
Absolutely. Came back to that same mid lane pick, right, for the Kimi as well as the Minotaur coming in. It was absolutely fantastic working in for the side of Glitch Code and proving all the people who thought Fake Time would win wrong out here. I thought maybe this time I'd probably get my prediction right along with Zakota as well. We both were the believers, but you know what? It's absolutely fine. Sometimes I'm always up for surprises, and this is probably one of those times. That's one of my coping mechanisms for not getting any prediction right, people. We can just throw this one out of the window too at the same time. Kronos, did you get yours right this time? Are you
I
over
did.
The 0 mark?
I did.
3-1?
So Glitch Code, they're trying to break the Chrono curse, man. They're the ones that cannot be cursed.
We did it with Chronos, Fist bump is deserved, man. You left me hanging. Come on.
All
right. Anyway, we are moving up. 20%. I'm firmly in this 4th spot. Above me is Sint, Mio, and Zakota finally getting something wrong. 60%. He's falling from grace. This is the moment when we start turning it around, boys. Me, Kronos, and Scared. Okay, Scared, we have to give you some coaching in the backstage, bro. Like, come on. 0? Still 0?
Man. I'm just trying to make sure that Nish and Lushgate don't really feel out of the room.
Oh, they don't feel bad. Oh, you're such a nice guy.
That's exactly.
So
I mean, you
since
got to
you're
read
such a
on to
sweet
that.
guy, could you walk us through the ladder, through the standings?
I don't know what sweetness has to do with that, but yeah, absolutely, I will do, my man. I will do. Thank you so much for giving me that opportunity out here. Look at the upper bracket first. That's the main thing. Memento Mori now, they're going to be taking on Metashift on 12th of December. That's the big match, people. You'd not want to miss out. And guess what? In the lower bracket semi-finals, we've got Glitch Code, who will now face Jackpots. Because with this, people, we have got the top 4 teams of Europe. And guess what? Out of these top 4 teams, 3 of them were either in the promotion relegation or even came through the open qualifiers. Metashift is a team from the open qualifiers. Memento Mori and Glitch Code from Promo Relo. It's only the top team of Thunder Division, that is Jackpots, who still remain in this competition. Man, this couldn't have been any more better.
Isn't it kind of crazy? Like, I feel it's so crazy because this just speaks so much about the Thunder Division being kind of fake, you know? Like, what happened to the teams? Like, what's going on? I thought they are the best teams we have, but apparently only Jackpots remain.
It's the big thing, man. You were not really going to expect any team apart from Jackpots to remain there. I thought maybe... I personally thought maybe at least 2 would. One of them was Jackpots and the second was Manevra Fury. I kind of thought... Just
but Bober
and all the other people,
But Bober really put the nail in the coffin. I think if Bober was there, it could have been a little bit different. But the power duo that we have in Metashift right now, Bober and Pametronio, the dumpling man himself with Bober, I'm loving it. But that's a story for the next time, because right now it should be all about the winners of this one, and that should be Glitch Code. We will soon be having an interview, but before that, as I always want to do, as I always love to do, we should give some respects to Fake Time. Let's think about their journey that they had over at Surge for a little longer, for a little bit. Let's talk about their highs that they had. Garmadon, very, very excellent marksman, very excellent goal laner. I love what he's shown. I think there is so much potential in what he can deliver. I also love the pivot that Lager was able to achieve, where he was able to play his tanks, especially yesterday, very, very effectively. I want to give him a lot of credit for that. That was such a crazy pivot. I was so used to seeing him on an assassin. And also, honestly, Fake Time, when we first saw them, did we really expect they will make it this deep? Honestly, I'm not sure if I expected that. So I want to give them credits for how deep they made their run, and I am very happy to see them I will be very happy to see them in the future. But right now, let's talk more about Glitch Code, because you rightfully mentioned they are in top 4, and tomorrow they will have Jackpots as their opponents. And before the interview will get ready, let's talk about the series tomorrow.
Absolutely. You know what? You actually want to talk about something tomorrow, but guess what? Say is here, and we have to welcome this man finally back onto the desk, man. It's been a long time, Say. Glitch Code has not really been winning a lot of those series, but how are you and the boys feeling after this big win?
I'm really right now over the moon. I can't explain my feelings right now, so we're so happy.
All right, understandable. How are the vibes with the team too? Are they looking more confident? Because last time when you played against Memento Mori, you guys lost all 3 games, and it seemed that you were not really playing like the previous Glitch Code that we knew. So how did you bring yourself back for this series, and how are the vibes right now with the rest of the boys?
Today we set up all the drafts, all the picks, and how we're gonna play the next matches. So it was like we set the new plan for the next matches.
Okay. All right. Kronos and Warren. First Kronos, you, and then second Warren. Take it away.
Say, good performance. Congratulations. That was a good series. You guys started picking up the pace when it mattered the most. All right. What's the difference between the two junglers you guys had today? Why did you lose the first game and then win the next 3? You got it. We need some deets, man. We need some deets. What's going on? What's going on?
It wasn't like this, but Eric is our friend, so he was playing with us first game, but he have a problem in his house, so he said, sorry, I can't play the next matches, so we take Strawboy to play the others, but it's not like another jungle.
So you picked Strawboy because he had a problem. That's why Throwboy came. So Throwboy is a substitute jungler.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to spice, bro. I'm just joking. but apart from that, you know, Scared kind of mentioned it. You guys had a absolutely fantastic game. You brought yourself together. You did your research yesterday. You got on a call, made sure how you get the drafts. You broke the opponent down. So, who's the weak one on the opponent team? Who are you guys looking to target the entire time?
The weakest opponent?
I mean, no, I wouldn't call it weakest opponent, but who was the target for you guys in the draft, in the game, on the other side, right? For fake time, who were you looking to target down the entire time?
You know, the trio mid, we play on the trio on mid lane, Lager and the mid laner. It was easy to target them. The mid laner of fake time was out of position a lot, so it was easy target for him. For us, I mean.
Yeah, that's fine. And last question, Warren, and then all you. What happened on Friday, bro? What happened against Momentum Ori? You guys got cooked. Pardon my French, but you guys got cooked. No hate, bro. No hate. You know that. But you guys got kind of got cooked against Momentum Ori. What happened?
It was like bad day, I think, for us. No one was focused and no one was in his form, so I think it's normal if no one is focused.
Simple. Like it.
All right, Warren.
I will connect upon that because people are probably thinking, how strong is Memento Mori? What is the power scaling, right? Because they smashed you down. You were saying you were not focused. So how would you, let's give some numbers. Let's give some numbers so we can imagine it a little bit better. How was your power? Like, this was 100% of yourself. So on Friday, it was like 30%, 40%. Like, where was it? So we can imagine it a little bit better.
It was like 25% of our power, every one of us. So, but today,
damn,
we're very focused. Yeah.
Wow.
25%, my man. All right, now, like, I was hyped for your games and for the rest of the tournament. But if Friday was 25% and you almost took the third game, Memento Mori, you have to look under your bed tonight. Be careful, glitch code could be waiting there.
Yeah.
You know what?
All right.
Say. So you're telling me next time you guys face Momentum Mori, what's gonna happen? Come on. You have some heat, bro. You know how social, you know, like what TikTok likes, you know what Discord likes, you know what Instagram and YouTube likes. The Clippers. Give something for the Clippers. Next time you see Momentum Mori, what are you gonna do? Give something.
We're gonna beat them for sure. We already know how to draft and set our plans, so let's go.
Okay. All right.
Picture perfect out there. My man, say again. Warren, do you have any more questions remaining?
I mean, I tried to use Scared. I will cook up something at last second, but go for it.
This is the last second. That's why I'm allowing you to cook up.
I have nothing on the man. It was a long day. I think he had a long day too, man.
Yeah.
It was
absolutely.
almost 5-game series.
All right, man. Say, yeah, it was just one game short of that 5-game. Do you think you can win against Jackpots? Easily or difficult?
To be honest, I don't know. But let's see tomorrow.
Oh, come on, man. Believe in your boys a little bit. I think so you guys can take this one home as well. But yes, say thank you so much for hopping here. Congratulations for this win and good luck for your future games as well. Looking forward to seeing you more.
Thank you.
Man,
I mean, it's
pretty humble guy out there.
Lining up.
Yeah.
It's not lining up, but you know what I mean? Like, he said Friday was 25% power, but he's not sure if they can be Jackpots tomorrow. Like, what is this? What is this? Like it's not adding up. I'm not sure what's going on. Or maybe the swap that happened on Jackpots is so deadly that you have to respect it. And I think they could be right on the money. Because honestly, the swap, Jackpots look on fire. I know I said it before. I have to say it again. They look on fire. And I love that both Glitch Code and Jackpots went through the power-up just before they will clash it out.
That's one of the big things out here. And I'm pretty sure, Kronos, that you might want to agree a bit onto what Warren said. But at the same time, I just feel that, 25% is the power that they can actually access. and the rest 75% is the potential that they think that they have.
I mean,
And
it feels like
moving. Yeah.
Feels like My Hero Academia, bro. It's like unlock 25% and then
that is
150
exactly
and
how
100.
things are, my man. You gotta get the flow state, bro. You gotta get the flow state and get all of those footballs back inside the net. And for that, you need to fully focus in the game.
Yeah, I think so. It's got to be a swish. At least it was a swish from Memento Mori with those 3 baskets they had on Friday in the upper bracket, pushing them down to the lower bracket. And now with the performance they kind of put up, we get to see what the end result is. And of course, it's going to be Glitch Code versus Jackpots. And that's a match to watch out for. But before that, there's also Memento Mori versus Metashift, all coming at you next week, folks. Scared, I know I stole your lines a little bit. You want to get the outro? Do I take us out? Warren, what's going on? Do we take us out already?
Warren,
I mean,
you've got it. Any last few words?
I mean, before we take anyone out, we should always talk about people following, liking, looking at the streams, looking at the broadcasts, loving the show, and exercising. Guys, come on, if you want to be rapping like Chrono so his mic cannot even comprehend what he is saying, you need to be joining the Search Fit Club, because if you don't do so, you won't have enough energy for those long casts, and it will become even longer because finals are BO7, my man.
That's gonna be the big one out here. And guys, here is the QR code. Quickly scan that out. That tilted Korean heart which Kronos tried to make. I know his cooking is actually better than that Korean heart he tried to cook. I love you, my man. That was actually not a menacing smile, I'd have to say. You should smile a little bit more often so that the people could actually hop into the stream a lot more to see you. You got all of our socials, people. You have the Surge Europe channel. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, click on the bell notification as well. Do not miss out on the action. And since these boys stole my own lines, I'm just gonna wrap it up. Thank you so much for popping in. We'll see you guys next week.